What up? What up, guys? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, guys. Happy World War III. Happy World War III. Very upset to wake up alive this morning, not struck by a hypersonic missile and having to be a human being. How sad, how sad. We hate to see it, guys. We hate to see it. That is okay. Shit happens. Shit happens, guys. It is what it is. How was everybody's weekend? Everybody have a good weekend. Everybody enjoy their free time frolicking. Did everybody have fun? I know, we're here to forget about World War III, guys. We're here to forget about it, okay? We're not thinking about World War III. We're only thinking of SNARK today. We're only thinking of SNARK today, okay? That's all we're thinking of today. Alright, let's see. MDally is here. Depth of My Ego is here. Bard is here. Thanks. Yeah, I updated my profile picture. It is now Cigarette Malcolm. Cigarette Malcolm, as was democratically lobbied for, which is awesome. Which is awesome. Let me turn that. Sorry, this is still pretty loud, ain't it? Still pretty loud, ain't it? That's okay. Alright. Bard's here. Sylvia's here. Molly is here. Violet is here. Kaylee is here. Laura is here. Toxel Sparks is here. Laura Raccoon is here. Molly with the gifted. Everybody witness Molly, please. How generous? Oh, generous. We got Kusari. We got Venko. Oh, finally, we figured out how to change our name. That's beautiful. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We also have Rosie, Carly, El Fungo. We've got Don't Smoke in Beds. Hi, Smile, Dairyberry. And we've got Dezogno. We've got Pumpkin Pyrite. We've got, I think I already said Laura Raccoon, but that's okay. We got Yeto. We've got Chibi. La la. We got Mika. We've got Luffy. Hell yeah, brothers and sisters and other. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Oh. Busy day, guys. Busy day. Busy day. Whoops. Whoops. What the heck is happening right now? I want out of this. Hello? Why is this? Help, I opened my Steam. In, like, the worst way possible. How the fuck do I close this? Hang on. Where's my task manager? What the actual fuck just happened here? Okay, well that was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Okay, but I fixed it. That was crazy. I don't know why. Now it's doing it again. Why? What is happening? What is this? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Why is the Steam doing this? I want it's a client web helper. How the fuck do I get rid of this? Get away. Get away from me. Leave her alone. Get a job. What the fuck is happening? I have no idea why that happened. Okay, so let's figure out how to close that before I open it again. What the fuck? How do I close this? Use small mode. What does that even mean? Can I just launch it normally? What the fuck? If I open this, is it going to open it all stupid again? No. Okay. It opened it normally. Oh, okay. So I accidentally opened big picture mode. Got it. I didn't want to do that. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. That was like the worst thing that's ever happened to me, dude. I feel like I just got shot. That was so scary. I didn't know what happened. That was so scary. But it's okay. We made it. We made it. We're fine. Yeah, small bean mode. I needed small bean mode, apparently. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. And then Ali Buddy for the 5. I'm sick today. Happy to have some snark while I waste away. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody witness. Thank you so much for the 5. Beautiful. We love to see it. So, I want to begin. I have a nice little itinerary for us today, you guys. I'm going to start with Firebat updates because they are brief for the first time in God knows how long, which is awesome. And then you guys tell me where we're going next because I have quite the list of snark that I want to engage in. So, I was thinking we can snark who is getting snarked? You can snark Lily Orchard, because some of her videos are interesting to me. I've never really watched a lot of her content, but it's like why this representation in media like doesn't work or whatever. I think that might be kind of gas. I've also never watched Anthony's conservative horror movie video, the one that's like his most popular one. Would love to snark that. I've never watched that. We can also snark Pissed Off Lawyer, who's a D-trans radicalist. Okay, or my other thought. Let's start there because we're gonna start. Let's do this first. Let's go here because the first thing I want to do is snark Firebat because Firebat has had a surprisingly short stint, which you know, whatever did. So you guys do that, and then we're gonna go through our Firebat snark really quick, and then we'll move on to whatever you guys decide. Okay. Okay. So we have deleted and we rebranded again, guys. So Firebat is now our full name for some reason. I don't pretend to understand that. So I was listening to some of these yesterday. So what ended up happening the other day, what I hear is that Firebat's neighbor like negligently discharged and shot themselves. They cheddar bombed themselves, whoever it was. And Firebat for some reason was privy to this and was like, I'm so fucking traumatized, you guys. I was just so fucking traumatized. And so, obviously, we rebranded, but we're doing the same shit again. We will never learn. So we have, obviously, we're back. What happened? Why I'm no longer trans Firebat? How is the baby? I have an addiction. How's the job? And then we did the questions for drama creators. I have not looked at the cease and desist yet. So we're beginning with Firebat. We'll start down here because I know why we redid our channel. Obviously, is because we were getting snarked. Okay, but let's start with I have an addiction. Let's start here, and then we're just gonna go right down the list. We're just gonna go chronologically. Okay, so let's check out this one. I have an addiction. Okay, let's check out this one first. And then I have to be so honest with you guys. I am in love with. I cannot tell you guys how much this means to me. This American Horror Story ass intro is fucking gassed, dude. I love this. It makes me feel young, you know?
Yep. So, title of the video, do I have an addiction? Yes, I do. I'm addicted to drama, I'm addicted to attention, and I'm addicted to certain substances that are used within the gay community.
Okay, again, we're not addicted to poppers. So, again, like, poppers come in a bottle. I actually have some. They're actually quite popular in the rave scene as well. Surprisingly. Poppers bottles are about this big. Okay, they're about this big. Roughly speaking. Okay, they're about this big. It's clot cleaner. Okay, if you are recreationally using this, I have had like a little thing of poppers for like 2 years. Okay, like 2 years. If you're like hella fucking addicted to poppers, you're gonna rip through that little vial of that in a day. Firebat would buy those and they would last months. So we actually did not have a poppers addiction. That is incorrect. but we do actually have an addiction to drama and attention. I can agree with this. This is correct. This is correct. But we are not addicted to poppers. That is called recreational substance use. That's what that's called. That's called recreational substance use. I was bitching about this the other day. Oh, they go bad. It's not for me. It's not for me. You trade it for shit. You trade it for shit. I always have gum. I always have boomsticks. I always have poppers. I always have Narcan. Like, I should get my rave purse. I have a merce. It's like a crossbody bag. And I always have Narcan. I always have gum. I always have boomsticks. I always have, like, chew toys. I always have suckers so people can chew on them. And I always have poppers. And I always have extra vapes because people love vapes, okay? I always have all that shit on me, okay? It's not for me. It's to trade. It's to trade with other people. One time I got a cigarette at an indoor venue. For a couple of hits off of a bottle of poppers. So you guys would never know. You guys would never know. It's like the trading and bartering system that everybody dreams and wishes that they could return to. I live it every weekend, okay? But I was actually talking about this the other day. I think it's really interesting that a lot of people like fundamentally misunderstand what addiction is. I remember reading a tweet or something, and it was about dry January, and somebody was like, if you're having a hard time in dry January, you're an alcoholic. And it's like, no, actually just like, I think that restricting yourself from like normal activities and like social behavior, it's kind of normal to not like that and be uncomfortable with that. Just because somebody's like, oh, it's dry January, I can't go out and get a beer with da boys. I don't think that person is an addict. Like, people just fundamentally misunderstand what addiction is. But yeah, we're not addicted to poppers. Let's just be totally real with everybody in the room, okay? I am rave dad, okay? I have all of my shit and everyone else's shit at all times. At all times. At all times. So, space. Okay, let's continue. Oh, sorry. Did I miss? I missed something while I was crashing out. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. I'm caught up. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, I'm crashing out.
How I've been doing with that. So with the last one I mentioned, I'm not gonna say what it is, and I'm not gonna go in detail about it. But I want to say about October-ish. This is about a month, about half a month after my wife informed me that she's pregnant. I came to realization that me doing those things with a baby involved, not a good idea.
Poppers are addictive in the way that like marijuana is addictive. Like, people can develop addictions to just about fucking anything, of course, but it's like the likelihood for abuse is incredibly low because it's so short acting. Like, even with whippets, right? Like, whippets are like, you're high for what, like a couple of minutes maybe, but people can get addicted to whippets. But it's like it's one of those things where like the addiction rate is very low because there are plenty of people that can do like whippets here and there and like have no issues, and then there's some people that will literally suck dick for duster. But yeah, I don't think that recreationally using poppers once in a blue moon means that somebody's addicted to poppers. In the same way that I think that if somebody can have like a drink here and there, that they're not an alcoholic. I don't think that's how that works at all. It's actually like not how it works at all, actually. And then Scones and Jam for the 5. Trauma isn't really glamorous, and I don't like how folks think that having it is desirable. 100%. This is a strong message. Let's get a strong message for Scones and Jams, guys. That's awesome.
Whoa! This is a strong message!
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but being a fucking tweaker is my culture, and it's not your fucking costume. So let's be fucking real with each other, okay? Let's be fucking real. Aiko, good to see you. I hope that you're good, Smile. We rebranded again, but we're doing the same shit. And then, Firebat's neighbor, Cheddar Bob themselves and accidentally shot themselves, like, in the arm or something. And Firebat saw it and is now traumatized for life.
So, to be better than my biological mom and biological father, I decided I'm gonna let that go, and I haven't touched it ever since. I've been staying away from the stores that have it, I've been avoiding it online, I've been doing my best to let that stuff go. Second thing I'm addicted to is attention.
We know.
I have been getting really hooked on the whole drama community and getting recognized finally online, whether it be good or bad or...
Duster, this is Duster. This is Duster. These. For cleaning your keyboard, people huff this. People will it. And it gives you like a head rush. It's like sucking a helium balloon. It gives you like a crazy fucking head rush. But it kills all of your fucking brain cells, okay? You will be a literal vegetable by the time that you're like 25, okay? And it only lasts for like 2 minutes. Like the dumbest shit to be addicted to. And people buy these, obviously, because they're cheap. Now that it's more commercialized, it's like, it's Duster. And then the other thing is like, it's condensed air. So like, for fancy baking and shit, they have like those canisters where you can make your own whipped cream, and they have little cartridges that you put into that. People would buy those cartridges and do it out of like whipped cream dispensers. But now they sell Galaxy Gas, and those tanks are, I'm not even fucking kidding, the tanks are probably as big as, like, as tall as this fucking mannequin. I have a picture of me with a tank that one of my friends had. I'm not fucking kidding. They're like this big. Like, where's my other hand? They're like this fucking big. They're fucking huge. So now you can just get that shit wherever the fuck you want it. Yes, oxygen deprivation is bad for you. Correct. Dude, not rape bat. Don't say that. Don't say that. Please don't put that evil on me.
Were disgusting, and I got to a point where I reached lockout status. And so I, yesterday,
literally, Sylvie, this is so me. I'm like, they're like, do you have any blank? And I'm like, oh, excuse me, did you put blank in my drink? And I'm like, oh God, honey, no. What kind of host do you think that I am? Why did you want some? I'd much rather you do it in the house, just so I can watch you. It's very true. It's very true. You gotta be responsible, okay? You gotta be responsible. Yeah, you can get fucking Galaxy Gas, like, anywhere. Like, if I just do whipped cream dispenser. So I can buy these online. I can buy the dispenser for $30 online. Whipped cream dispenser canisters. And the canisters are probably like this big. They're nitrous oxide. You can get them, what is this? For $120, you can get 600 nitrous oxide canisters. And then for the Galaxy Gas canisters, it's 3.3 liters of nitrous oxide, and I can get that for $100 right now. They also sell them at like shitty gas stations and stuff. Like if you guys have gas stations around where you live where they sell like the crack pipes and stuff, or they sell, you know, like the shitty grinders or like the shitty like Rick and Morty bongs. Like you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, where they sell like snapbacks and like knives and shit. They almost always have nitrous oxide canisters, usually the big ones as well. It's a thing. But nitrous oxide is like one of the dumbest fucking things that you can do, because it's like not even worth the high, and then it like just rapes your fucking brain cells. It just rapes your brain cells. You're gonna be like brain dead. You're gonna be brain dead. The people that I have known that have Galaxy Gas is for huffing specifically, but they market it as nitrous oxide for making whipped cream. Because it's like those whipped cream canisters, and you put the nitrous oxide into it, and it pressurizes it so it can make whipped cream. So they market it as like baking accessories, because it's what you attach to whipped cream dispensers. That's what they market it as, but it's literally just for huffing. That's what they market it for. Nitrous oxide is not for balloons. Nitrous oxide it's for baking materials and stuff like that. But harm reduction is really important, you guys. Harm reduction is really important. So if you want to recreationally engage in substances, make sure that you're doing it with a trusted friend or family member, maybe not a family member, but a trusted friend, somebody you feel comfortable around. Make sure that you test whatever it is, and make sure that you research the proper amounts to take, so you're not taking way too much. It never hurts to have Narcan. Narcan won't hurt you. Even if you're not having an opioid overdose, it will not hurt you. So just make sure that you guys are, being responsible with your substance use, okay? Make sure you're being responsible. And if you're going to do anything, guys, don't fucking do whippets, okay? Whippets are gay. Is like the gayest shit ever. I always roll my eyes whenever I see people passing around a balloon. I'm like, cool, you guys are going to be high for like 2 minutes and kill approximately 13 brain cells for what? Or what? So just don't do that. And then, yes, so I did retweet this earlier. Thank you, DZ, for bringing this to my attention. This is very important, you guys, so write this down. The only thing I'd add here is so drugs for losers, weed, shrooms, nitrous oxide. Drugs for winners, alcohol, cocaine, amphetamines, ketamine, and MDMA. This is a very strong message. Okay? So, just make sure that you're doing the cool drugs, okay? Just kidding. Don't do any drugs ever. Drugs are bad, okay? But if you are going to do drugs, make sure that you do it safely, please, and thank you. And thank you so much, Ali Bunny, for the gifted membership. Congratulations, Hella. Everybody witness, please. Doing Duster with the fam is insane. Mom, can you pass the nitrous? Thanks so much. That's great. Yep, whippets, that's what they're called. They're called whippets, that's what they call them. Whippets, Galaxy Gas is the big canisters, that's the brand of them, but they're called whippets. Like if somebody says, do you want to do whippets? That's like what that's called. But it's nitrous oxide, that's what it is. That's what they're inhaling, is nitrous oxide.
Breakdown, / emotional breakdown, / all the other breakdown. Basically, I hit rock bottom. And it didn't involve a jail cell for once in my life. Which is funny. Anyway, never mind. So,
anyway, guys.
Basically, I listened to some advice, took the advice, and so that's why I haven't been talking about what's going on or details and what happened, all that. I'm being very dumber down with what has been going on purpose. And when you do that on the web, whether you like it or not.
You guys, I was just pretending to be dumb. Guys, I was just kidding. I totally got you, right?
The same realization I had about the first thing we talked about in the video is the same realization I had yesterday. And so it took me watching the most famous locale on the internet to make me go, holy crap, I'm a fucking retard. I need to stop. I need to stop being such a
just about this language.
And all that. I just need to just walk away. And for me, walking away is really hard, especially when I am being accused of things that happened a long time ago. Or being accused of things that are not actually happening in my home. And so people know how to get me to react, and I've been reacting like a fucking retard.
So to my understanding, and I have not looked for this information. I have not seen this information with my own two eyes. I've not verified it. But Seraphe has recounted it, and apparently there are individuals who have seen these documents with their own eyes. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. And as I say this, please do not go out and look for these documents. Please do not bother Firebat. Please do not go like terminal A-log, like trying to get court documents and shit like that. Apparently Firebat has been to juvie twice for being aggressive towards their foster parents, to my understanding, for like domestic assault, basically. So.
Ever heard the phrase, you're like a dog who returns to their vomit? Yeah, that's literally been going on with me. I've been returning to my own vomit for the past month and a half, specifically. Okay. And it got bad enough that last night I had to do a reality check, take some emotional inventory, do some research on the web, and talk to 3 different content creators, realize, okay.
And this was when we were Googling Googling, like, do I have DID? Googling, do I have bipolar disorder? Googling, am I bipolar? Quiz. Yeah, based.
This is an actual problem I can't just ignore like I have in the past. And so I had to go and check my behavior and then just stuff online, and this is me starting over. So those are the things I've been dealing with. I will have, you'll be able to see for yourselves how I progress. Either will get better or this will continue to get worse until eventually, you know, my life is completely going to be destroyed. So we'll see where things are at. I feel like I'm at a crossroad with this right now. This is where I'm at, a crossroad where I have
2 roads diverge in a yellow wood. Yes, many have struggled with this, correct?
4 choices, and those 4 choices could either protect me and my wife and my baby girl, or could destroy me and destroy their lives, or somehow I get hurt and they're safe, which is what I'm trying to look into right now. See if there's a way to go about everything that's going on where...
Seska, you've missed out quite a bit. This is our new pet cow. Please witness. Thank you very much for the $10 dues. Hope that you're well. Yeah. It's pretty interesting shit. Pretty interesting.
I deal with it, but they don't have to deal with the consequences. That's what I'm honestly trying to look for at the moment. And there you go. Enough about my addiction stuff. So.
Wow. Enough about the poppers addiction. That's totally real, guys. Enough about that. Okay. So we've done the poppers addiction. I don't really give a fuck about... We watched these, or I read the questions on here, where it was like, how is it possible, you guys, that I raped when this happened? So we did that. Let's check out the cease and desist ones, and then I would like to watch the Never Gonna Be the Same, because our neighbor cheddar bobbed themselves, which I think is cool. I will say, just right off the dome, I don't like people that, like, skinwalk people's trauma. I think that's kind of weird. Like, you weren't even the one that got fucking shot. And it's, I don't know, like, it didn't happen to you. Like, I don't know why we care so much, I guess. I don't know. I think it's very, it's all about me. You know, it's a terrible case of the baby me's. But let's hear about this cease and desist and or else email. Trolls harassing me after only 18 hours leaving the drama. What do we experience time in dog years? What does it mean 18 hours in drama? What does that mean? That's funny. Okay, let's lock in. And then we've got the American Horror Story intro again, which I just love. I'm very fond of.
Okay, so not even 24 hours after yesterday's events of me admitting online some crimes, me talking to a couple other YouTubers about drama, and guess what? People are already trying to get me to react to things, so we're not going to react to them. But I'm going to read this, because I think this is important to read.
Yes, read it. Let's go.
From a YouTuber, not saying their name, out of respect to them, in regards to some stuff that's going on, and I quote.
She calls out of work because of that? Where is the fucking work ethic anymore, you guys? I was raised that if you're not bleeding, throwing up, or dying, you go to work. That's how I was raised, okay? And also, like, you weren't even the one that got shot, bitch. And it's not, he didn't even die. He didn't even die. Like, I don't mean to be dramatic, of course, okay? But like, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's just so pussy coded. When I was in college, I worked at a dining hall, and it was like towards the end of the night, we were closing. And I had like this big pot of soup. If you've ever worked in a kitchen, you know, they put them in like the water warmers or whatever. And it's like a metal pot. And so it stays warm. And I was taking the pot to the dish room, and I had it like this. And I went to do a quick switcheroony and like grab like the edge of it like this. And I totally fucked up. And I dropped an entire pot of scalding hot soup on my arm. I had a 2nd-degree burn on my arm, like all up my arm. And I still closed. I did not go home, and I didn't call out the next day, or the day after that, or the day after that, or the day after that. I went back to work because I needed the fucking money, okay? I also worked at this little shitty bar right when I was done with college, and I was the only person that worked there from 8 till 2 in the afternoon, which was a horrible situation because it was like, I opened, and I was supposed to do prep, dishes, and lunch service. And so my relief didn't come in until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and probably around 11 o'clock in the morning, I degloved this knuckle. Like, I literally degloved this entire knuckle, trimming brisket. Like, it was like a little, bloop, it was like a little flap, and you could see the fucking bone. You could see the bone in my finger. And I literally wrapped that shit up, put a fucking rubber band around the gauze, and I put on 2-3 pairs of gloves, and I worked until my relief came in. Like, I literally went to work, like, the day after my fucking grandma died. Like, sometimes life just happens, guys. Life comes at you fast, and you gotta just fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just fucking do it sometimes. My God. Glenn, thank you for the $4.99. My fellow snarker. That's so beautiful. And then Suska, thank you for the big 5 gifted. That is very kind of you. Congratulations, Jay, Tara, Ace Volt, Arby, and Quantasm. Congratulations, guys. Everybody witness. Glenn and Seska both. Yeah, so that's pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like, when was the last time that I like authentically called that? Because obviously sometimes I'm like, I'm sick. Who doesn't do that occasionally? You know, you need a mental health day from here and there. When you can afford to do it, mind you. I think, the last time I called out is when I broke my tailbone. And then the time before that was when I was in the hospital, because my oxygen was 82. So those were the only, those were like the last 2 times in recent memory. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty awesome. Okay, let's continue.
I'm writing to you to formally demand that you immediately cease and desist all forms of harassment and blank behavior directing towards blank and others. It has come to my attention that you upload a video on blank, titled blank, in which your tour blank blank, you are working on a notably at blank and blank 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 video. You begin a tour blank of the feature blank, including blank. During the blank, Tanya can be heard incredibly asking, is that a blank? To which you confirm, is it a blank? It is a blank. The remainder of the video is silent. Rest assured, this video has an upload archive complete with the transcript intact. Cool, don't care. I didn't threaten anyone, I didn't attack anyone in that video. It's a Minecraft video of me just trying to let people go in my own way. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, is this the video? So, Firebat did a video where they were in the middle of building a tomb in Minecraft for their ex, Seraphe, because that's how I process all grief and trauma, is building tombs in Minecraft. And Firebat said that they would they would punch Seraphe in the face until she bled out of her nose and ears, and threatened to go to her home, and knows where Seraphe lives, by the way, which is, that is a threat, yeah? Did you get your knuckle treated later for the 2? So yes, I did. And my boss asked me not to use LNI and said, get your bill, because I didn't have insurance. It was working at like a fucking bar. Of course I didn't have insurance. And so he was like, can you please not use LNI? Just bring me the bill and I'll pay for the bill, but I just don't want to do the paperwork. And me and this dude were tight. So I was like, yeah, dude, whatever. I don't care. I won't use LNI or whatever. So I lied and said that I didn't hurt myself at work. And I got the bill and I sent it to him, and I never got that money. It was like $400 and I never got that money. So that was really cool. Always use LNI. Always use it, okay? Thank you for the 2. Everybody witness, please. Witness!
In addition, over the past 2 weeks, you have made multiple live stream videos where you blank and blank with blank harm until they blank
This was like Lio reading the Parlo document. This is so funny.
nose and ears. On several occasions, you have also wished for and blank the blank of the other streamers. Cool? Don't care. Those videos have been deleted from my end, and I've moved on from that time. Such actions are
The law is like, oh, you've moved on? Okay, never mind.
a clear violation of terms of service of the platforms you utilize, as well as applicable Washington state laws. Moreover, you have expressed blank and wishes of harm towards blank personally, which I have also documented and archived. Okay, cool. All these videos have been sent to my attorneys. My husband and my legal counsel have urged me to contact the authority immediately you're in violation of several laws. Both blank and blank. Your action statements not only constitute harassment, but also violates blank blank. Reverse code Washington, which defines harassment as knowingly blank, intimidating or engaging in conduct that causes an individual to feel harassed, intimidated, or harmed you.
I think this is like a cease and desist letter that Firebat got from like everybody that they were threatening. I don't know why we wouldn't just like censor it and then post it so other people can read it. I don't know.
Blank, creating an alarming environment for others and myself, which is also unacceptable, and blank. Additionally, your conduct may fall under blank. May fall, not will fall, but may fall, he says. Pertaining to blank, blank, making blank, whether directly or indirectly, can lead to serious legal repercussions. I urge you to take this matter seriously. If you do not immediately cease these blanking behaviors, I'll be forced to take appropriate legal action to protect myself and others, which may include fortifying law enforcement authorities. You know what's really weird about this? I don't know this person's name. I don't know where they are from. I know nothing about this person, but yet you're trying to get a reaction out of me. Here's the thing: I came to terms with what happened yesterday, and trust me, I'm
Okay, but we're making a video about it, so obviously we're giving the reaction. Like, dude, imagine getting a cease and desist letter and then you're just like reading it on stream. Like this is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome, dude. This is like Ethan Klein level of derangement. This is fucking gas, dude.
not going to be doing any more of those behaviors that they are accusing me of, and or they have said in this email to me. For context, this person is part of not one but 3 different drama creators that are known for snarking me.
A known snarker. Who sent this email? Speak now. Speak now. Who sent this email? Who sent this email? Tell me. Tell me who it is. Who is it? I have to know. Who sent me this email? Or who sent me this email? Who sent Firebat this email? Who? Who amongst us? Speak. Bequeath to be thy cheeks.
Borderline abusive with their what's it called, critiquing of my life, and 3
abuse.
I make peace with them. So that's all I have to say about that. With that being said, I sincerely apologize for making this.
Oh, it is Seraphe?
Who they are. They know who they are. I sincerely sorry for my behavior the past couple weeks. I take full ownership.
Dude, I am so sorry that I raped, but please stop sending me emails, thanks.
If that you feel like you need to go to law enforcement, you have full blessing for me to go do that. I have nothing to say at this point.
Oh my god, that's so brave. You have my permission to press charges. That's gas.
Admit to anything, and I'm not going to deny anything either. For the safety of my wife and my unborn child.
We already did a stream where we said, yeah, I did rape, but okay, yeah.
That being said, that's all I have to say about this video. Time for us to go take care of the rest of our day, and you can piss off all of you who are trying to start shit. Not gonna work. Right?
Dude, stop trying to start shit.
Thank you. Like, share, subscribe.
Guys, like, share, and... Oh, we're not done yet, but like, share, and subscribe, guys. That's a great reminder. Please like the video. Otherwise, you'll be hearing from my attorney, parentheses, me.
Now, since I have read this document, I've taken ownership of my behavior. I am now going to delete the email and continue ignoring this person. Just so you guys know, this person has been harassing me both online and offline, whether it be in my emails over the past week, or online through the chats on the drone channels. So, like with all these other losers, I'm not going to take any of this seriously. I'm going to move on with my life.
The precedent for, like... The precedent for harassment and shit is that, like, there's no escape, right? Like, if I'm, like, walking in a park and somebody's bothering me, I can just leave? You can just, like, fuck off? Okay, that's gas, that's gas. Okay, what's our next one here? What's our next one here? Let's go for... Now we're going for the cease and desist email part 2. Okay. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, guys.
Okay, guys. Just when I thought this couldn't get more stupid. So, this person revealed their cards to me a little too much. So, send me an email, you can watch part 1, where I basically read what they have to say out loud, out of respect for them, and also to verbally, on camera and for the whole internet, that I'm sorry for how I've been treating things on the internet, take responsibility for something I'm working on, followed by my small email back. I leave my phone home, and we're gone for like, what, an hour, I think? Going shopping, taking care of business, taking care of our lives, you know, buying the food we need and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I get another email from this person. So far...
2 emails, call the cops. Hello, Cash Patel. We have a big problem.
I haven't mentioned who they are and where they're from, but they sent me that.
Oh, she's a Hunt and Peck typer. Dude, those are my favorite kinds of typers. I love that shit, dude. I have nothing but malice and hate in my heart for bitches who don't know how to type. Because I learned how to type in like 3rd grade because I went to Catholic school and it was like a little typing machine and they put a piece of paper over your hand so you can see when you were typing. And if we peeked, we got hit with a ruler. Catholic school stays goated, okay? I learned how to type really fucking fast. It's the Xander Hall hunting peck, which I'm a big fan of, dude. I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny. It's so great. More blanks than the Epstein files. Dude, you are 100% correct. Everybody witness. This is a strong message. Thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2. I appreciate it.
Another email to try to elicit a response from me. My response to them was at 12:06 p.m. today. I said, I have taken the time to read your email and have made a proper video in response to your demands. I have talked to you through email since our last conversation on Monday, which has been almost a week. I would appreciate it if you would leave me alone. Do not email me back, for it will be taken as harassment from my end of, I'm going to say investigation, but I typed in something else. I've been leaving you alone, and I'm saying this as proof, so if the police or law enforcement need to go through these emails, they'll see that I'm genuinely trying to leave you alone. With that being said, I've also refused from behaviors online and offline, and in this regard, keep whatever videos you want up as proof. As last night, I'm trying to move on from the drama world entirely, and do not appreciate you violating my wishes to move on to harass me to incite a negative reaction. Newsflash, you failed miserably, lol. Do not email me again, or I will go.
Dude, could you imagine responding to a legal document with lol? That's a really good idea. I really like that. That's a good idea. That's awesome. That's actually an excellent idea. I'm a big fan of that. Yes. Yes, actually. Yes. That sounds like nothing could go wrong. Now that you mention it, that sounds phenomenal. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Law enforcement and share with them how you've been harassing me and threatening me. Thank you.
Thank you.
After I sent that, they said, if you upload another video regarding me, I'll be pursuing legal action. Delete it all. That revealed to me that this is all just a sparse to trying to get me to react to it.
It was all just a sparse? Do we mean a farce? A sparse. Dude, I fucking hate sparses. That's crazy. Why would you say that?
And my response to it was, as I've said, please stop emailing me. And that's all I'm going to keep saying. I'm going to say, as I said. That's all I'm going to send back is, as I've said.
That's all I'm going to say.
And then at some point, I'm going to press charges to this person. And if they continue, I will say who they are. And
what are you going to press charges for? Sending emails? The judge is going to say, that's crazy. Do you have the block function? Maybe? Is that like an option, perhaps? That's okay. Yeah, sure.
Who they are associated with online. I will expose this person if they do not cease and desist and leave me and my wife alone. I got enough on my plate right now. I don't need to add some drama of someone who's taking a Minecraft video of all things a little too personal. So, with that being said, that's all I want to say.
Dude, please stop taking my single Minecraft video where I threatened to kill you so personally. Stop. It was one Minecraft video.
So this person, as I said before, ma'am, if you're watching, because I know you are, I'm sorry for how I handle things on the internet. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, look at page 3 where I clearly said LOL. This is a strong message. Thank you, Vinka, for the 2.
Wow! This is a strong message!
And then Seska for the 2. She blank on my blank till I blank. Hell yeah, brother. Took her to my penthouse and I freaked it. Let's witness. Oh, so generous, guys. So generous. You love to see it.
I affected you negatively in such a way where you feel that you need to go out of your way and harass me after less than 24 hours.
Bro, stop harassing me.
Not one, but 3 different
Seriously.
YouTube creators that I'm trying to move on from the drama. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Oh, we're not done yet.
Ownership of my behavior. I am now going to delete the email and continue ignoring this person.
Oh, okay. We're doing that again. Okay, gas. Okay, gas. Okay. Okay, gas. Okay. And then our last part of the cease and desist email. Let's check this shit out. With our American Horror Story intro. I love this. It makes me so happy. It sparks joy.
Hello. Welcome to the part 3. So, to give you guys context, I have been getting emails harassment from somebody on the web, not saying who their name is, still not going to say it, and who they're associated with, but they are associated with not one, but I believe 2 or 3 drama channels. They're known for basically trolling people and borderline doxing without actually going through the doxing, you know, that type of harassment.
You literally already doxed yourself. Bitch, you literally streamed the front of your apartment building. You literally have posted videos with your full legal name. You post videos of you walking around town. Like, he's gonna dox me. This is your name, bitch. Hello?
And so, I got an email from them, a very concerning email that I took seriously and said, hey, I'm sorry, just so you know I made the first video, upload it as proof for law enforcement that I am verbally saying I'm sorry. Will also take responsibility for my actions.
Dude, they definitely take that into account. Like, it's actually true. If you are accused of a heinous crime, if you say, I'm sorry, they legally can't do anything. They legally cannot do anything. If you say, I'm so sorry, and then put, like, a sad face next to it, they actually can't do anything about it. Fun fact, just so you know.
while also keeping all parties involved quiet, because I'm not going to keep going in circles with drama.
Yeah, we gotta keep
Not
it
even
quiet.
an hour later, I get back after shopping at the store with my wife. They send me an email saying, hey, you need to take it down now, delete it permanently, or I'm going to the blank. Basically trying to use a fear tactic to get underneath my skin. Until yesterday, that would have worked very, very well on me.
Is that
After
so?
I came to terms with reality yesterday, had my own jump scare of me scaring my own self, coming to lament my bad
Scared
decisions over the
myself.
past couple of months.
What do we do? Look in the mirror? What do you mean we scared ourselves? Tell me more. Tell me more.
I already took Ultimate down from my channel, and I chose to ignore their threats and said, hey, do what you need to do. I have proof on my end, just in case you try anything, go for it. And
Go
then
for it, dude.
they replied with what I just said, which is take it down or else. My response was, as I said, please leave them alone. And so to take this a step further than that, though, I did take their email, and I did report it for spamming, because that's what it is. And
Oh my god, no. Don't report the email to Google for spam, dude. What the fuck? No.
then from my emails, I will not have to deal with that drama.
Wow, that's
This
great.
is how you deal with people like this.
That's how you
If
deal
you are
with
a
it.
locale or you're someone that is struggling with just trying to not become that, the best thing to do is not to respond negatively, do anything. Don't do it. I am very guilty of this.
We are, but okay, so it's not don't respond negatively. It's actually just don't respond, right? Like if I'm like, oh my god, you guys, I'm having the worst time of my life. Like I'm not even kidding you guys. It's so sad. Like nobody will ever leave me alone. It's oh my god, I don't even know what to do, guys. I'm crashing out. Please help me, guys. Guys, please. You don't respond at all because it's giving attention. It's giving attention. You don't respond at all, actually. Okay.
And so the best way to go about this is to just say you're sorry, admit you're wrong, take responsibility,
Say sorry.
make sure you have proof of you doing this, because in court they will look at that. In court they look at everything from text, emails, calls, all of it. They look through everything that's involved.
They look through
and that will help your
everything.
case. So with that being said, I wish whoever's watching this luck. I hope this was helpful. And I'm going to move on with my life like I have been. And I'm going to enjoy my
yeah,
sushi with my
cool.
wife. So, see
You
ya.
know how that goes. Okay, and then we're going to get sushi, and then we're playing
Now,
the end of
since I
this
have read
again.
this document, I've taken ownership of my behavior.
Okay, and then so we're just gonna put the same clip in the end. Okay, gas. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Okay. And then hang on, my Mr. Handy is getting destroyed by aliens. Can you just go into this room, please? Stop trying to fight the aliens. Thanks so much. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the Cheddar Bob incident, guys. We're moving on to the Cheddar Bob incident. I'm sure this is gonna be gas. I'm sure it's gonna be Lee Epic memes. So this is never going to be the same again, part 1. This is following the Cheddar Bob incident. Let's check this out, guys. This is gas.
It's fucking 1:09 in the morning. I went to bed at like 7.
Hang on, we're gonna definitely need to adjust the audio on this. Second. Okay. Let's start from scratch. Sorry, what time is it? I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. My bad. Let's try that again.
It's fucking 1:09 in the morning. I went to bed at like 7.
109. Okay, got it.
You don't believe me unless you hear this.
You guys are never gonna believe this.
You can't hear any of that. I wake up to my wife screaming. Not my wife, sorry, not my wife. What am I saying? Sorry, I'm tired. I shouldn't be recording this right now.
Sorry, guys. I'm tired. My bad.
Car's always blood. The guy was cleaning his gun, shot his fucking arm, and there's blood fucking everywhere in the hall.
Are we so for real right now? Are we so fucking for real right now, bro? There's blood everywhere. There's blood everywhere. No. Hello? You don't even know this guy. What the fuck? What's going on?
So of course there's a police outside. I'm fucking terrified of them. So I can talk to them. My wife gave.
You know this dumb bitch like heard the sirens and was like, oh no, the cops are coming for me. Fuck. But it was actually because somebody fucking shot themselves? Okay.
Belt, the one she used to use before pregnancy as a tourniquet for his fucking arm. So I'm looking through this guy's fucking apartment, my neighbor across the street, for a fucking bullet. And treat anywhere, and there's nothing, and there's just blood.
Welcome back, Sarah Paulson. Close enough. Ali Buddy for the 3, me in court. I'm sorry, Your Honor, ooh-woo. That's literally what's happening right now. Very true. Thank you very much, everybody. Witness, please. How can we make this terrible traumatic incident about moi? How do I make this about poor moi? That's very interesting that you would say that.
I'm not making this shit up. I didn't want to show any details on that just because I wanted to respect.
What the actual fuck are we doing right now, dude? Are you serious? This is a joke, right? This is a joke, right? Right, guys. Guys, please don't... Guys, come on. Okay.
I didn't want to show any details on that just because
What the fuck?
I didn't want to show any details on that just because I want to respect this guy's privacy. But I know people are not going to believe.
Hey, fuck your privacy. People on the internet aren't gonna believe me that this happened, so I have to record it. Please like and share and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Okay.
Me. But like, I didn't hear the gunshot. That should have woke me up. But the screaming, oh my gosh. He was just out in the hall screaming. Sorry, I've just been dealing with so much drama online. And not just the drama.
This guy's like bleeding out in the hallway. He's like, am I gonna lose my fucking hand? Tell it to me straight, dude. Do I get to keep my hand? And Firebat's like, and then the trolls. This can't be fucking real, dude.
But like,
and I know, what a fucking pussy. The wife is the one that goes out. This is the Hunter Avalon shit, dude. To extremely condensed TLDR. Hunter Avalon was dating this girl. This girl had a crazy ex-boyfriend. Crazy ex-boyfriend put an air tag in the girl's luggage to figure out where they live. He showed up and tried to kill Hunter with a shotgun. He missed Hunter. They went into the apartment. The crazy boyfriend shot through the front door of the apartment with a shotgun. The shrapnel got the girlfriend in the leg, and then they retreated to the balcony to like wait for EMS to come and hope that he couldn't get into the fucking apartment. And Hunter Avalon is filming this incident from the balcony, shaking and crying, while the girlfriend that's been fucking shot is completely composed and standing in front of the door while Hunter hides. There's a mass shooting. Get in front of me, wife. Useless.
work and just everything else going on. I'm just trying to just live my life and move on. And I have to do an emergency like that.
I have to deal with this emergency. You literally don't even know this dude. It's like there was a car crash 3 streets over. I have to deal with this tragedy now. Okay.
God, I'm terrified to the cops were really.
I can't stop thinking about how the airstrikes in Tehran are, you know, just very, very similar, in my opinion, to a lot of the drama that I've been experiencing online. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, it's just, there's so much going on in the world, you know, the Epstein files, World War III, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and it just really makes me think about my haters. You know what I'm saying? Because like everybody's a hater. You know what I'm saying, guys? In front of the Harry Potter banners. This is not very Slytherin coded, by the way. This is, yeah, we're not true to that. Thank you for the £2. That's awesome.
If they ask me who I am or my wife. I shouldn't have to live like.
Yes, Batwife was in the military, but even then, I mean, I don't know about you guys, like, I think that I would have to wear a paper bag the rest of my life in shame. If there was, like, a shooting and I was like, eek, and, like, hiding behind my wife. I don't think I could ever go outside again. Like, there's literally a masked killer, like, an evil rape killer breaking into the house, and I'm like, hurry, get in front of me! Like, take her! Like, okay. Firebat is Slytherin. Firebat took the quiz. This is old lore. Keep up.
I shouldn't have to live like this.
Live like what? Because there was an accident next to you? Nobody wants accidents to happen, bitch. That's life. That's fucking life. You guys, I shouldn't have to live with accidents happening. Okay, got it. Lord Gato, as an empath, I also got shot. Literally, it's like, and here's your fucking participation gunshot wound. Like, I'm sure the next few days this story is gonna warp into I got tased by the police. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you very much for the 199. Everybody witness, please. Oh, and that's all we get. Okay, gas. All right, cool. Cool. All right. And then we have another video of us crying. This one's 9 minutes long. This is gas.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to work tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be able to go back to sleep. That scream was very traumatic. Yeah. So apparently the guy was cleaning his gun.
We're gonna call it on the job that we just got. Like, I need you guys to understand this. This is the chain of events. This is like the last week. So where's my calendar? Hang on. What was last week? So last week on the 23rd, so 2/23, start job. So this is our first day of work. Okay. 2/24, work. Wednesday, 2/25. No, we didn't even, no, we went the second day, that's right. 2/25, out sick. 2/26, out sick. Don't work on Fridays. And then, I don't think that we worked over the weekend. And then so, we have blank, blank, and then this is Monday, 3/2, called out? You started a brand new job, and you've worked 2 days. You... I feel like we're not going to have this job very long. I don't understand it, you guys. I've been tired before and I've gone to work. And I don't even have a fucking kid, bro. I go to work. I work long, hard hours for cigarettes, Red Bulls, stimulants, mostly crack. Just kidding, I don't do crack. And because I want to go to concerts and shit. And to pay bills, obviously. But I work long, hard hours, okay, day in and day out, so I can sustain my nicotine habits and shit like that, okay? Like, I don't even have, like, a kid. Like, I don't have, like, another human being that I have to, like, take care of and shit. It's me. It's for me, right? Like, it's for me. I've gone to work tired. I've gone to work sick. I've gone to work hungover. I've gone to work sad. I've gone to work really happy. I've gone to work on days when it was really nice outside and I wanted to be frolicking in the fields. Like... You just have to go to work, bro. You just have to go to work, bro. I think, like, my policy, I don't know about anybody else here, and this is my general policy. So my general policy is I go to work, and I work unless I get sent home. So there have been, like, a few times where I've gone to work, and I've been, like, not feeling well, and they're like, oh, you can go. Or, ooh, you look like you're not doing too well. You can go. That's fine. Or if I'm, like, in the hospital or something, sure, I'll call out of work. But, if you start a new job, the first 6 months, you shouldn't be calling out for fucking anything. Except for, like, your mom dies or something like that. Like, you shouldn't be calling out of work for fucking anything. For, like, at least the first 6 months that you have a job. You're not gonna have a job for very long, bitch. What the fuck? I work to support a mamacita. That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Reese's Pieces. That's so brave of you. Everybody witness, please. Oh, I will be going to work sick. Some of us have to make fucking money, okay? I don't have the luxury of staying at home. I don't have that luxury, and most people don't. Bills have to be paid. I have to eat. I have to be able to afford to live, and I cannot lose my job. That's not an option. For a lot of people, that's not an option. It would be super cool if people didn't have to, but we do at times.
And shot himself while cleaning the gun. Like, apparently he didn't make sure the gun was empty. Like, how, like, what?
Number one rule is always assume the gun is loaded. Like, he was cleaning it, that's valid. You probably took the weapon before you used it, but like, I don't know.
This is why I don't like guns.
It's always the one last round in the chamber that people seem to forget about.
See, back when I used to use it.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I can't lose my job, so that's unfortunate. That's the way it is for most people, like 100% of people. Tis the way it works. Also, like, I wonder what kind of gun it was, because like Sig Sauers are notoriously good for just like going off because the wind blows the wrong way. So it could, like, I don't know. If you're gonna clean your gun, make sure it's unloaded, of course. What a mistake, but yeah, sure.
Gun all the time when I was younger. not all the time, but back when I used to use a gun and all that, you take everything out of the gun.
Yeah, no, and I know he knows that too.
You empty it entirely.
I think you should grab up the rifle chamber. And he's supposed to have in the morning. He probably didn't sleep. He knows what happened. But he never circled his
Can we just get some better audio, baby? Hello?
Thank God I wasn't a fucking kid. God damn it, I hate those inventions. That's why I like swords and knives and all that, but like... I'm not...
Swords and knives also kill people, by the way. I imagine that, like, if you tripped and fell on a katana, that would probably be pretty devastating as well. Like, if you accidentally, like, cut your fucking arm off, like, I'm sure that would be pretty traumatizing as well. Guns are fucking awesome, but unfortunately a lot of stupid people own guns. I don't think that he was cleaning the gun in the hallway. He was probably cleaning his gun in his apartment, and then it probably went off, and he, like, went out into the hallway and was like, "Wah!" Like, that's what I imagine would happen.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty damn intense. Did you see how much blood was in that apartment?
How much what?
Did you see how much blood was in that apartment?
How much blow was in that apartment? Who? I need to go and investigate. There was blow in the apartment. There was a lot of blow in the apartment. Guys, we gotta end stream. We gotta. There's an apartment with a lot of blow in it. I gotta go. I'm just kidding. Oh, this hoe is taking all of her shit down. Oh, that's completely fine. Don't worry. I have the archives. That is A-okay, buckaroonies. Don't worry. Which one were we on? We were on the third one, right? Sorry, I gotta find it. LOL. Lulu, could you send me a link for this one, please? Wait, is Lulu even here? Am I just, like, talking to myself? Lulu, are you here? That's so funny. There's what in the apartment? There's what in the apartment, bro? There's blow in the apartment. We gotta go, dude. We gotta end stream. Thank you, Firebat. I'm on my way. I'm on my way right now. Make sure the blow is still there. Make sure the blow is still there. I'm on my way. Is Lulu in here? I'm literally in Discord right now, Jitters Critters. I'm looking for it right now in Discord. God, stop. You guys, literally with everything that's going on in Iran right now, like, I can't deal with this. Like, between, like, the fucking supersonic missiles, the Jewish space lasers that are apparently real, that shoot down the supersonic, like, there's a lot going on, and you guys are gonna treat me like this? Stop. 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 Where is my Lulu? Where is my Lulu? I'm literally on my way to the blow house. I'm on my way, dude. I'm on my way. I'm looking for the part 3 of the Cheddar Bob incident. Part 3. We only have like 2 minutes left of it. Part 3 of the Cheddar Bob incident, please. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, they have lasers that shoot down missiles. So they actually did have Jewish space lasers, guys. They did have Jewish space lasers. Which is, again, I think that if you would have asked me even a year ago, even 6 months ago, I would laugh in your fucking face if you were like, that Pizzagate was real. I would laugh in your fucking face. And then today, people are like, Pizzagate was real, and I'm like, have you heard about the ice wall? Like, I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know what's happening to me. Hang on, I'm backtracking a little bit. Oh, it's right here, I got it. I think, hang on. Let me make sure this is the right one. Good night, LDN. Kiss, kiss, sleep tight. Do the what? Have what? Thank you so much. No, not the cease and desist. Not the cease and desist. The Cheddar Bob incident, the one that has the blood on the thumbnail. Part 3 of the shooting incident. Part 3 of I Will Never Be the Same. Part 3 of I Will Never Be the Same is what I'm looking for. What was it? I will never be the... Oh my god, let me go back to looking for links again. Jesus Christ. I can't believe that Lulu isn't here. I need Lulu. My pronouns are he because I'll never be her. I have the cease and desist letters. Oh, I copied that link. Let's see if that link works. Did we delete our YouTube channel, do we think? No. Haven't done that yet. That's good. That's good. Hang on, I'm going. Oh, I need the part 3 of I Will Never Be the Same again. Part 3 of the shooting incident. Just go in Casa Bonita. If I get in here and it's not in here, I'm gonna negligently discharge. That sounded like kind of sexual. Sorry, that was inappropriate of me. Okay, I'm literally in Casa Bonita right now. Part 3 of the shooting incident. Thank you very much. Got it. Locked in. Alright. Keep coping, you fucking heifer. Let's go.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to work.
Oh, you fucking bitch. I need the different part. Hang on. I have an addiction. Never going to be the same part 1. Cease and desist. What happens now? No, not on Internet Archive. What's the other site? What is the other site? The hype war is real. Dude, true. Thanks for the 2, everybody witness. Thank you, Bean. I hope that you're well. Don't worry. Oh my god, Jittos Critters. Fuck you. Stop! You guys, leave me alone. I'm uploading it to Internet Archive as we speak. I will send it to you when we're done. Okay, gas. Okay. Gas. Okay, so, but we also have, let's see. What else do we have here, guys? We've got some good archives right here. So let's do, I'm going to put one of these on for you guys while I run and go piss really quick. Let's see. What do we want to watch, guys? Let's do, Let me put one of these on for you guys. Let's get you a banger. Let's get you a banger. Let's go for... Which one is the longer one of these? I think it was this one. Oh, here's a Hangout live stream. Let's do that. There you go. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go...
Hey, hi guys.
I'm gonna go piss girl really quickly. I'll be right back, and then by the time that we get back, we will have the shooting incident part 3. Fuck you, Firebat. You fucking evil piece of shit. Fuck you. It's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen, bro. Put the poppers down, Firebat. Put the poppers down, Firebat. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this on here. It's who is gonna get this for me? I can't remember who just said that. Somebody just said that. Oh, Gnome said that. Gnome's gonna get it. Okay, so we'll have that one in just a minute, guys. Okay, I got this. I'll be back in just a moment. Everybody behave.
You guys are having a fantastic morning or evening.
Also, this is not my internet. This is Firebat's internet. That's shit.
Okay, sorry about that. For some reason, my Wi-Fi is not behaving itself this morning, apparently. With the 15 situation. Someone shooting himself. And so that was pretty fucking...
It was not suicide attempt.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's saying.
Accidental discharge of a firearm
Yeah.
while cleaning the weapon for his shift.
Yeah. That's what he's saying.
I don't believe it.
I'm believing him too. I'm not going to just say, I don't know what. But from what he... Why is this? That's a lot of blood. Sorry. Ignore me. I'm just being a dumbass. Yeah, no. What was I saying? Yeah, I go out of work, and I'm just like, yeah, no, there's no way I'm going to be able to get back to sleep in time before I have to wake up at 4 in the morning, so it's like 1:30, 2:33. Yeah, I've like not even 2 hours left to get sleep, enough sleep to function tomorrow at work. It's not going to happen. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just going to do the right thing and take care of myself and not bring this shit to work. But like, no, it's fucking intense. If you don't believe me, because I know people are not going to believe me. I know that people aren't, I just know people at this point. Everyone thinks the worst of me. So I went in, I didn't go record too much of what happened. I did during this incident. I recorded, like just little snippets here and there of like the situation, to kind of give you guys actual physical evidence. It was like very quick, like couple, like not even a second or two, just clips. So you guys saw what we were dealing with. But yeah, no. I've been through so much shit lately, guys. It's not even funny with the drama online, and then the fucking now this. I think I think I probably have had enough, and like just trauma in general. Yeah, this is very traumatic. This whole fucking week has been traumatic. Sarah leaving my life, the drama being sick, someone shooting themselves in the arm, over accident. Some person on the internet freaking harassing me, saying they're going to report me for stuff from my report me for. Anywho, if you've seen the videos I made earlier today, you know what I'm talking about. But like, so do I. That was the most.
I didn't even hear the gun go off at all.
Neither did I. I should have heard that. I know what a gun sounds like.
Me too. My ears were like very loud.
And we're like literally right across from him.
Yeah, I just literally like just sarcastically like you actually are across from him. Like if we were apartment 1, he'd be apartment 2. It's right there. The doors are basically kissing each other.
I can't imagine if that was our kid.
No, we're not gonna buy any guns. We're not in the military.
No, we're not. We're not gonna have guns
Never
around.
have to bring guns home.
Anymore, anyway. That's why I like about swords. I don't have to worry about that thing discharging into my arm or something.
Yeah, gunpowder is a very interesting invention for sure.
Oh, yeah. Same. I'll show you guys a video because you guys are not gonna believe me. That's actually
Put
myself.
On my shirt was when I actually broke against somebody gave me the belt.
Okay.
And I put it on my right here.
I was thinking maybe the belt. Where is it? I just uploaded it. God, I look like shit. Oh wait, it's
Oh,
already
you
up.
picked that thumbnail. Oh, you. Oh, that is okay.
So at first I was just gonna do audio only, like just to give people proof that there's something going on. But then I was like, no one's gonna believe me if I just do audio. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, you record that or you fake that. So I like sit there conflicted. Or
Oh gosh, it's like you freaking.
just briefly, without showing badge names or numbers, none of that. Just stay away from all that shit. Because I know how privacy is that really important, not to share people's privacy. So I was trying to my best.
Yeah,
like
you gave us whatever. I don't think I remember hearing 360. I don't know anything else.
I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I was too busy thinking about the flood everywhere.
Oh, I know. A lot of people get those views.
Yes. Oh crap! I didn't show the actual video itself. Oops.
You know what? Body fluid bothers me. I guess
Wait a second, guys. Right here. So first, I did a phone against the wall. Literally can see my wife's legs. We're in the same.
I didn't want to show any details on that just because I wanted to protect this guy's privacy. But I know people are not going to believe me. But like, I mean,
Yeah, you can't fake this. You can't. Like, well, I know people are going to say, "Oh, it's just another manipulation tactic, another attention grab, another whatever." Like, this is fucking pretty intense.
I feel like you'd be filming yourself, shooting yourself, if you wanted attention that badly. Like, I don't know, buy blood from your local Halloween shop. I mean,
No. Just I think for me, like, just experiencing this tonight really puts in perspective a lot of stuff. Because, like, yes, it was very traumatic for me too. Like, with basically my emotional breakdown, realizing everything that's going on with me, and then that just.
I also leave a note on the next door neighbor's door. Be like, sorry about the blood. Our across neighbor shot himself in the arm. He was desperate for help, but because he obviously didn't get up. I don't know. I'm not sure if he actually. For sure. Yeah, I heard some motorcycle movement noise on his TV yesterday.
I almost want to go over and clean up the blood.
No,
We should just leave it.
I'm not. Yeah.
All right, we are back and we have liftoff. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. All right. Shout out to Tenacious Gnome. Thank you so much, Tenacious Gnome. Shout out Tenacious Gnome. Everybody witness, please. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Okay, we were here. This is where we left off before we were rudely interrupted. And then, sorry, I need to go back up because I missed. Nope, I got that. Okay, we're good.
Alright folks, so here is outside of my apartment. I'll show you the blood splatter on their door, and blood splatter all over our door. Yay, fun time.
Okay. Hey guys, so here's the front of my house. That's awesome. Okay.
It looks like murdered someone. The trash here looks like someone
It looks like somebody got murdered. It looks like somebody got murdered. Okay. Okay. I don't think we've ever seen a murder before. This is certainly not a murder scene.
Here, and of course, the blood here. The person in this apartment was going to freak out when we wake up this morning. I don't know what the heck happened. So, I know a lot of people were going to do 1 or 2, and they're like, yeah, no.
Also, why is this so loud? Hang on, sorry. It's like blowing my eardrums out. My bad, sorry.
There's no way last night happened. You're faking it, just like you did it the other things. No, you can't fake this. This is something I do not have my own.
Dude, invading my own privacy and my neighbor's privacy to own the trolls. That's awesome.
Time to fake all this. This is just not something I have. So, basically, my wife and I, after everything was over, we sat on the couch, watched Batman and Robin.
Yeah, the music is not really matching the vibe, guys. Here's this peppy, upbeat music as I describe a potential murder scene.
Decided to go ahead and do a hangout live stream, kind of where I was mostly doing the hangout live stream.
Iris, somebody tried to unalive themselves. It's from somebody who accidentally shot themselves. They cheddar bobbed their arm.
And then, we went to bed and it was great. So I'm happy about that. So, I haven't done something like this in like months, going out and just getting some fresh air. In other words, petting grass. So those of you who don't know, who have been following my channel, like, share, subscribe. But for those who don't know, I've been going through a little bit of a transformation.
Yeah, guys, really important. Let's like, share, and subscribe. Let's take a peek and make sure that we're doing our civic duty, shall we? Let's make sure that we're liking, sharing, and subscribing. Let's make sure that that's happening really quick. Hang on. There will be punishments if we are not. There will be punishments, of course.
About that, so, I haven't done something like this in like months.
Hello? There will be punishment. Oh, 76 likes! You guys, there's almost 100 freeloading fucking bitches in chat. That's crazy. 100 freeloading bitches. That's insane. 100 of you guys are not even doing the bare minimum. Liking the video is free. Discord is also free. What's not free is my show-stopping, incredible, and brilliant merch, which you can check out here, okay? And then it's also not free to send super chats, but it makes me smile, and it also makes me smile when you buy memberships and gift memberships. Thanks so much, guys.
Information, I guess. A little bit of a reality check. A little bit of a jerk, so.
A little bit of a jerk. I think that we could do significantly less jerking. I think we could do significantly less jerking.
Oh my gosh, it's been crazy. So 3 days ago, I basically had a mental breakdown and had a manic episode on camera and just went absolutely crazy.
A manic episode isn't when you get like super pissed that you got your ass beat at Halo and so you break the controller. That's not a manic episode. Okay, that's not a manic episode, guys.
And I wasn't aware that this was happening, to be honest. I felt like I was just being normal, dramatic, me, and all that. But looking back, I was like, wow, I actually did that on camera.
Firebat's neighbor cheddar bobbed themselves.
Type of thing. Yeah, no, it was bad. I still have the footage and all that. I kept those in my thing as a physical reminder, and made a post about that as well on my YouTube channel. Then, just when I thought things could not get worse, the next day, I basically crashed out. I basically came to reality with drama and what's really going on with everything, and that people have been just toying with me online. And yeah, I fell for it. I was a fucking lunatic, and I fell for.
Guys, I'm manic. You aren't liking the stream, guys. My mania.
It all, and I was like, okay, well, shit. So I made a couple videos yesterday, the small ones, not very big. I decided I'm done, giving the trolls what they want, which is these long explanations where
it's actually like any content, to be completely honest. The way to get everybody to fuck off and leave you alone, unironically, is to play silent Minecraft videos. That's the truth. And JJ for the $2, hashtag Christian, hashtag murder detective, hashtag vlogging, hashtag accidental discharge, hashtag trauma, hashtag bipolar, hashtag mania. This is beautiful. Thank you so much for the 2. Everybody witness JJ, please. Beautiful.
Apparently don't give any accountability and reactions. So I basically took accountability and told them what's really on my mind. I submitted about 14 to 16 questions that they need to ask themselves about the accusations I've been dealing with online. And online only, by the way.
A smile for me. Ooh, thanks so much. Thanks so much. I'm sorry for flashbanging everybody yesterday with a picture of my brilliant blue eyes. So I won't I won't smize, but I'll smile. My eyes scared everybody. It's hard. It's hard being a blue-eyed beauty, as they say. Thank you so much, everybody. Witness Kaylee. Hashtag gaming.
No one has accused me in person for over 10 years, and I don't think no one ever is, because it's now been almost a week since the my online localling, and there's been nothing. So,
dude, no, you didn't leave me any blow. What the fuck?
Last night would have been a perfect opportunity for me to get arrested, because I was involved with all this. I mean, like, my wife and I are the ones that answered the guy screaming outside of our apartment. So,
do you think the guy that, like, accidentally fucking shot himself is aware that his neighbor is, like, vlogging it? Oh, that's great. That's great.
Was that. And you know what? I'm glad I did. No, I almost was going to go into this guy's apartment. He already gave us permission to go in earlier, and so I don't think he would have minded if we went in and cleaned his apartment for him, you know, get the blood off the floor and all that stuff. And I was going to do this just to be kind to do, because this is me. This is right now, this is the real me.
And Firebat was going to record the entire thing and do, like, a time-lapse TikTok to, like, she was fingering my tight-ass country coochie. Like a sped-up cleaning vlog. That'd be awesome.
Not the drama, not the TFB, not the Black Goblin, not any of this shit I've been trying to say or show online. This is the real me. The me that I've been really...
This is the real me.
It's really hard for me to show because people are going to make fun of it. But my wife's like, yeah, no, let's not do that. So I was like, okay, leave the guy alone. And I'm glad at least I had the thought about it, you know. Later, when I get home, I'm going to check in on him and make sure he's doing all right. I don't think he's going to be in the hospital for that long. It's just a shot in the arm, or sorry, the wrist. God, that was terrifying. Yeah, my wife had to throw away her one and only belt because she used it as a tourniquet last night to help with the bleeding while we waited for the ambulance and the police to get on the scene. So last night I did confirm my suspicions. No one had done jack shit. No one's going to do jack shit to me. And when I came to that realization, you know, it was very freeing.
I think that's a crazy statement to say as you're streaming the front of your fucking apartment building. Yeah, obviously you guys leave everybody alone. We're not bothering anybody. We're not tapping the glass. We're not fucking with people in real life. Yeah, just bad mistakes all around.
So other than that, moving on. So today I'm walking to church. I'm going to hang out with my church family, and for once I've been avoiding them for a while. I think the last time my wife and I stopped by was briefly, like 2 months ago, briefly. And I want to say it was about a month before the baby shower, which, yeah, it was crazy. That's all I'm going to say. It was fucking crazy. So I'm going to church for a couple reasons. I'm going to church, 1, because I miss my church family. 2, I need the exercise. 3, I'm petting grass. And 4, I want to attempt to see if someone's there, named David, and confront him for scaring the shit out of me. When I say confront, I don't mean to cause harm.
I'm going to church to confront someone. Maybe we should confront ourselves and our transgressions against the Lord, perhaps. Maybe we should start there.
Or that I mean to tell him to his face that I forgive him for, 1, scaring the shit out of me, and 2, being a lying sack of shit that he always is. This is not the first time he's tried this type of shit, not just with me, but with his own ex, with other people that used to be involved, like with Mr. Wilson. He's a very dramatic dude that doesn't do jack shit. He literally puts his foot in his mouth, and that's what he does. And then later he'll come to me and be like, oh, I'm sorry for doing that. And then he and I are fine. And then I go back to ignoring his pathetic existence. And you know what? That's not fair for me to say. It's not his existence is pathetic. It's just, there's a lot of things he does I don't really like about him. That's what really goes in my head. I don't think he's pathetic. I just don't like him as a person. And I don't appreciate the fact that he uses our church family for stuff, and then when he gets what he wants, he just disappears for a while until he needs something, and then comes back. You know what you're doing right now? No. I'm literally walking to church today to see my church family, and, you know, just hang out with them, especially after last night, and the day for that, and the day before that, so.
And then also, like, if we're, like, vlogging and walking to church, I think that we could have been at work. I think that we probably could have been at work today. I think that we probably could have made it in to do our job today. I think that we could have done that. I think that that's possible. All things are possible through Christ who compels us, you guys, and that includes attending your entire workday.
I will say this, it's going to be back to normal. When I say normal, I mean going to the gym, walking to church, working my full time and a half job. On top of that, you know, spending time with my wife more. Now since I'm not online all the time. Spending time with my wife more. Now, I will say this, it's going to be back to normal. When I say normal, I mean going to the gym, walking to church.
I did talk to my work, and they told me to take the day off, despite me insisting I'd still like to come in today. That's a lie. That's a lie. What job has ever been like, no, you're right, don't come in? No, you're right. No, no. I insist. Don't come and do your job. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. And then Reese's Pieces for the $4.99, going up to the pastor and showing them the Firebat poppers, man. I know that Firebat doesn't go to church because if Firebat walked into the house of worship, they would immediately combust into flames. Thank you very much. Everybody, what display is? Crazy.
Working my full time and a half job. On top of that, spending time with my wife more now since I'm not online all the time. When I was originally the TFB, that for 3 years, I was making content all the time, and I spent time with my wife, but I didn't spend nearly as much time as I should have been. And that's one thing we've changed about this channel, is that I spend more time.
Yeah, so now instead of not spending time with our wife to do content, we just have our wife there as a prop while we talk about internet drama. Okay, all right.
With her, I involve her in more of my content making again, and it's all good. So, if you have a comment or concern or anything, people know how to get a hold of me. At this point, Discord is the best way to contact me. Unless you are a drama content creator, don't even bother talking to me. Well,
yeah, don't do that.
There's one person that has the exception, and she knows who she is. And all the other ones just don't talk to me. Don't talk to my wife. Don't be trying to harass me to try to react to something so you can make more garbage content on me. Ready, go straight. Run for our lives!
Oh, jaywalking. That's another crime. Not only do we drive while streaming, we also jaywalk. Ooh, crazy. The cops are coming.
Kidding. God, I need to take a break. My hand's freezing. So one of the things I'm doing during days like this is I'm getting back into doing photography. So those who know me personally, I love doing photography. I love just taking a picture of the plant.
Dude, this is a joke! This is a joke. This is a joke. Frosted leaves, beautiful succulents, the sunrise. I call this one crisp fall. And then it's like the ugliest fucking selfies you've ever seen in your entire life. Bro, why would you scroll? Why would you scroll?
I'm vlogging and walking, and so I'm really happy to get into this again. This is great. This is great. I love doing close-ups of plants. I don't really have very many winter photos of plants. Usually I do things in the spring, summer, maybe early fall, but I hardly ever spend time taking pictures of just things I love. I enjoy this type of stuff. It's what I love doing. There's something about getting out of your house, getting off your keyboard, getting away from drama, getting away from bullshit, getting away from work, getting away from your wife, getting away from the gym, just getting away from everything, and just doing something.
Dude, I love getting away from the bullshit, parentheses, my wife. Nice.
And for me, this is what I love. I love doing photography. I love doing vlogging, and I love talking with you guys, and just doing what I love. And so that, oh yeah, no, last night, this was me last night, sitting
me submitting my portfolio for the Photography School of Fine Arts, and this picture's just in there. Okay, gas.
After or during Batman Forever, or sorry, Batman Robin with my wife, and the cat decided to sit by me, comfort me, and put their tail by my neck like that. She never does that. She has never, ever done that. Usually she'll like sit by Tanya. Maybe once in a while will sit by me.
Dude, I just need a break from work. I've worked 10 collective hours in the past 2 weeks. I just need a break. I just need a break. You wash one dish. I just need a break. I just need a break, guys.
On the couch, always sleeping on the bed.
Guys, speaking of breaks, I'm gonna take another break and go and smoke, okay? Speaking of breaks, I've earned it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
There's me and my wife, trying to be positive.
What the fuck why do we have, how do we just have giant skis? Okay. Interesting. Lady Nerd for the 2. Let's go, Snark Day. Wait, is that shaved Bow Blacks? That's gas. That's gas. This is, Bow Blatt. This is Bow Blatt. This is Bat Blacks. This is Bat Blacks. Very close, very close. Thank you very much, everybody. What is? Dude, who skis? Skiing is gay. Snowboarding is better.
Heck of a ham last night, and then there's me and Melanie again, just hanging out, and so I'm very grateful for my wife and my cat, just being so loving, kind, and patient. My wife was there when I was having my emotional final breakdowns of where it's coming to reality of how much of a shitty human being I've been the past many months, and how much I really do need to walk away from the drama channels and all that, and so there's that. So for those of you who care or don't care, this is my photography page where I started to put all my photography back online. I've been doing this for a very long time, whether it be hiking, hanging out.
The photography is fine.
A family, going on grand adventures with, other people or my wife. and this is just something I just genuinely enjoy doing. So if you want to get away from the drama and you want to see more of my life from a photography perspective, go ahead and come check out my photography stuff. Like, this is up in the French, by the way. Oh man, I miss my home, I really do. And like, I love fun with this. Yeah, this is what I love doing. This is what I really do, and I'm not doing crazy stuff on the internet. I actually make a little bit of beautiful photography. You know, hang out with the deer. This was during the time, by the way, when my wife had informed me that she was pregnant. So I had literally walked to Mount Pleasant, just let it go up, the back roads and all that, people hunts and all that stuff, and shoot guns, and ride dirt bikes, and I saw this beautiful, beautiful duck.
Did we just like our own picture? That's gas. Okay, that's gas.
Duck, that's a deer. Why is
that's gas.
Ducks. Anywho.
Love ducks. Love a duck.
Kidding. Okay, let's get back to the main part of this video.
Okay, let's get back to it, guys.
But yeah, no, this whole situation has just been absolutely insane. Insane. This whole thing, just the past 3 days, this whole couple months. And so I'm feeling a little more hopeful. I will say this, after, the manic episode, after, the next day having that...
There was no manic episode. There was a cross-shot difference.
Breakdown from coming to reality about what's going on with me. I've been feeling a lot better. Even with the fact that last night I had a very big jump scare, I still feel somewhat back to how I was feeling, before the drama and all that. So
wow, I feel back to normal after 5 minutes of walking. Cool, nice.
It's good, it's all good. So with that being said, I'm gonna get going. Hope you guys enjoyed this little aftermath video. I apologize if it doesn't sound very good or if some parts are louder than others. With that being said, I don't expect people to forgive me and all that, but I just want to say to...
correct, we've done no atonement, correct.
Everyone on the web, if you know who I was as the TFB, I just want to say that I'm sorry.
No one gives a fuck. Apologies mean nothing without change to action, babe.
All the negative things I was saying, all the inappropriate things I was doing, and all the crazy, insane things that I said and or did. And with that being said, I'm gonna get going, and I'll make sure the comments are turned off down below for this video, so if people want to leave a message, they can. I may or may not read it, or I may or may not delete it. So if you don't have something nice to say, don't...
blocking out the haters, that's gas. Yeah, so that's where we're at right now, guys. That's where we're at right now. Firebat said that they were done making content until April. So... we'll see. We'll see. The answer, probably not. And I am looking forward to more vlogs about our neighbors. And I personally am really looking forward to Firebat's analysis on the conflict with Iran. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Personally, we have quite the banger excuse to call out of work. We might get, Tomahawk missiled. I need to not be at work just in case my apartment gets blown up. I think that's a good way. I think that's a good get out of work card, personally, but, we can go for the lesser option, I suppose. That's fine, I guess. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm sure that we'll be back soon. We'll be back very soon. And I know in my heart and my soul that Firebat is here. I know that Firebat is here. I am in Discord. I'm still more than happy. I am more than happy to give that advice. Oh, fuck, I spelled that wrong. No, how embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna blow that. I am in Discord if you're feeling particularly brave. I continue to be open to, offering advice, okay? We can do locale audit. I will help you. The first one is free. Everybody gets one, okay? You will... Oh, if, you're not going to say my Discord, though. But yeah, if you're feeling particularly brave, I'm more than happy to chat. More than happy to chat. So just, yeah, if you're feeling particularly brave. What I'm here for. What I'm here for. No, you guys didn't see shit. You guys didn't see shit. I didn't misspell anything. You guys are liars. You guys are liars. I'm going to start making content like this. I'm going to do my daily vlogs of all the traumatic things that have happened in my life. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. All right, guys, we're here at the trap house. We're here at my favorite trap house. Go ahead and follow me inside. This is my plug. This is my plug's full legal name. And then here's a good picture of their home address. This is my plug, guys. This is my plug. Nice. Gas. Okay. All right. Let us do some snark, guys. Let us do some snark. I've been Anthony Grimigula. Soy boy extraordinaire that likes to talk about media stuff. But I've been a little interested in some of this because, I was looking the other day. I was playing Fallout Shelter neurotically, as I have been doing. I'm not playing Fallout Shelter right now because you guys deserve my full attention, and if I'm playing Fallout Shelter, I'm not paying attention. I'm just going to be totally transparent. I cannot do both. So I was kind of just, I was just like looking for some background noise, you know, to keep the voices at bay. And I was kind of like looking through these, and then I think I've never really watched any of Lily's content, but like a brief discussion about polyamorous rep, like that kind of shit. I feel like that would be, I think that would be pretty interesting. As well as the payment processors, digital landlords, that might be interesting. I'm just kind of taking a brief. This one will kill me. This will put me in a hole. Hmm. Yeah, let's just start at the top. $10 from Lady Nerd Artist. Malcolm, what do I do? My DM for D&D wants us to come to his house to play, but it smells like men, feet, weed, and cigars. I do not want to go back, but I also don't want to be mean. Help. Offer to meet in a public location. Be like, actually, I've been kind of cooped up in the house, and I'd really like to get out. Maybe we could go and play at, like, insert game store here. There you go. Boom. Thank you for the $10 dues. Everybody witness! So let's just start with the, I'm going to start with the polyrep and then we'll just keep going. We'll see how it is. So for people who are, for the uninitiated, allow me to open a door that you never wanted open in the first place, okay? I have covered Lily Orchard extensively. Many others have covered Lily Orchard extensively. I am by no means a Lily historian, but I have a decent understanding. I'm more than a novice, but I am not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. This is Lily Orchard, who recently rebranded to CD Call. Lily Orchard originally started out as kind of like a Brony YouTuber, did a lot of media analysis, stuff like this. Lily Orchard was in the kind of commentary sphere with like Lyle Convoy, Josh Scorcher, I love Kim Possible a lot, that kind of area of the internet. Lily Orchard has allegedly incestuously raped her sister, her biological sister. Lily is a trans woman. Lily also has allegedly groomed several minors online, has used a sock puppet account called Tara Callie in order to catfish lesbians into, quote-unquote, being, like, okay with dating a man, Lily, before Lily transitioned. Lily also has an affinity for dogs and Pokemon, including commissioning art, not only incest art, bestiality art, interspecies art. Much of the themes that are represented in the art that she both draws and commissions is very incest-driven. She's very obsessed with Courtney, her sister, who she allegedly assaulted. Lily has a huge repertoire of lore, I would recommend June the King's video about her. It's probably the most comprehensive. The Lily drama has been kind of drugged to hell and back. The allegations are, you know, essentially incestuous rapist, allegedly, alleged dog fucker, and alleged groomer of children over the internet. So, yeah. So, you're right. And when I say commissioned, allow me to rephrase this. She didn't commission. She arm twisted and bullied people and pressured them into drawing incest art for her. So she recently rebranded to CD Call following June the King's video about her, obviously to dissuade public interest and being able to find her more easily. The fun thing is that there's a lot of drama. Lily's sister that she allegedly raped, Courtney, also has a bit of controversy around her as well, but nonetheless, CD or Casey was what was originally going to be Courtney's name. And so the allegation is that Lily is skinwalking her sister. Lily Orchard is also claims to be native, is not really native like at all. And then Lily also wrote the famous Stockholm My Little Pony incest fan fiction that is probably the length of the trilogy of The Lord of the Rings. That is her pride and joy. Her most prized creation is Stockholm, the My Little Pony incest fan fiction. Not a single one of those words is in the Bible. And And as I said, you know, these allegations have been litigated by myself and others. June the King's video is probably going to be the most comprehensive to sit down and just kind of crank it out. But she mostly does media, and I find the media takes to be pretty interesting because she doesn't really understand like much of anything. She's very stupid. She's very stupid. So yeah, let's just take a peek at this. I'm going to start with the brief discussion of polyrep because I'm sure this is going to be awesome. To my understanding, no, I actually don't remember. So let's just let Lily tell us about it. Okay, let's let Lily tell us about it.
What are you doing?
And then I also love this art style. It's just very inspired, in my opinion. It's very inspired. Allow me to switch this over for you guys. There you go. Let's check this out.
Of a mouse trying to get a cracker into his mouse hole.
It's very I has cheeseburger coated content.
Why? I don't know. I admire the perseverance in the face of futility. What did you want? I was wondering how you felt about polyrep. Why? Well, you're poly. So? Okay, so there's one problem with trying to discuss polyamory. Namely, nobody fucking writes it. There are very few films, shows, books, or games that ever cover polyamory. So trying to have preferences or thoughts on something rarer than my sister with a consenting partner is difficult to say the least. Well,
oh, and then so Lily's favorite thing to do is accuse Courtney of rape, allegedly, saying that like Courtney raped her. It's very interesting.
The world of romance and RPGs has polyamory on and off, and there's an ocean of visual novel dating sims that involve multiple partners. I've always discounted them because it's always been player sexual in nature. Not saying no to the player about getting to fuck all their favorite waifus. I'm sure some people would disagree with me on this.
Skyrim polyrep? Skyrim polyrep? Anybody? What's the other one? Fable polyrep? Let's go.
But I don't consider this the same thing as having a satisfying story. I mean, by that logic, harem anime as a concept is polyamorous or suited to it, and it very much is not. But the lack of polyamory in a lot of media tends to make people's expectations very low. We've talked about this in the past, and if you know anything about me, you know I'm never in lockstep with that, and my expectations tend to be grander. So let's make like old times and nitpick the few crumbs of polyrep we actually get. Here's 3 examples that jumped out at me that are all a little different. So, Nami's games stand out to me above anything else in this regard because they contain more than a few polyamorous relationships, but 2 in particular cover both the good and the bad. Polyamory is all over the Namiverse with it being
Lily knows a lot about polyamory because she often dates multiple dogs and Pokemon at the same time. So she's actually quite versed in polyamory, if you will.
especially common among rabbits and virtually non-existent among wolves, and everything else is in between. This means that polyamorous relationships can range from casual to significant life decisions. This is good because oftentimes when people write polyamory, they just write their world as if it's completely normal everywhere, and it always ends up becoming super casual. And the problem I have with that is that when non-poly people write polyamory, it often comes off as sterile and soulless. It's hard to imagine the people involved sincerely.
Like, I'm fascinated by people that LARP online like this, where it's like, as somebody who's like giga poly, and it's like you've literally never had a relationship in your real life before. I think that shit's fucking crazy. It's just really interesting. It's like, as somebody who's poly, it's like, who are you dating? Who are the multiple partners that you're dating? Who are they? When have you ever had more than one at a time? It's like the idea of the fantasy. It's the idea of the fantasy, like, yeah, I'm super into, like, wild party. It's like the movie representation of something versus, like, in real life. Like, in movies, when you're at the club, and, you know, it's like the John Hamm where he, like, pops the molly, and he's like, ooh, and, like, the lights are beautiful, and he's just like, ah. But in reality, it's like, you run into somebody, and they're like, hey, dude, I love your outfit. Can I give you a hug? Oh my god, your vibes are... Oh my god, dude. Do you have any gum? Oh my god, dude. Like, that's what it's like being at the club when people are on Molly, okay? It's nothing like the... And then there's, like, some girl, like, puking in a fucking trash can. Somebody's getting wheeled out by EMS at, like, 8 o'clock at night. People are, like, hiding in the crowd to do bumps and shit. Somebody over here is trying to fight security because they found their vape. Like, it's the romanticized versus the pragmatic reality of these situations, okay? That's like, her understanding, okay? Malcolm, you are not prepared for the psychic damage. I hope that you are... ready for me to crash out, because I'm actually going to have a manic episode, guys. I'm going to have a manic episode over this video. Thanks so much. Everybody witness, please.
Slay. Oh my god.
Dude, I don't know what it is. Like, I like to think that I come off as incredibly confrontational and unapproachable. Opposite can't be true. It's like they see me and they're like, that guy wants to be talked to right now, when I obviously don't want to. And the Molly Munchers, like the level 10 Molly monsters, always find me and they're like, it's just like this song, I feel like it's about us. You know what I mean? Like, we're just connecting right now. You know what it's kind of hot in here. Do you have a fan? Like, can I hit your vape? Is that okay? Oh, I love this song. Wow. What's your name? And you're just like, I paid a lot of money to listen to this set, if you don't mind. hey, can you fuck off, dude? And they're always so sweaty, and they always want to fucking touch you and shit. There was this girl, like, we were at a show, and my wife went to the bathroom and came back with, like, a pack of girls. And I was like, oh, I don't want to talk. I want to have nonverbal autism time. I want to stim, okay? I don't want to talk to all these hoes, okay? And this girl, like, oh my god, your wife! And she's, like, touching me and shit, and she's, like, wet. She's, like, wet. And she's like, oh my god, she's so nice, la, 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 la. And I'm like, phenomenal. Like, can you oh my god, do you have any gum? Oh, I love this shirt. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it, dude. It's awful. It's awful. They never leave you alone. Never. The drug will make everything worse. Thank you. Yeah, true. 100%. 100%. Everybody witness. Thank you for the 2, Molly. No, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I'm telling you guys, it's like they can fucking sense me. It's like they can fucking sense that I don't want to be bothered. I have one friend that always goes to shows with us. Well, there's 2. So one of my friends is like a grade A certified yapper, okay? Completely sober. This guy will literally yap your ear off. Love him to death. He's very fun to be around. Small doses, of course. So we went to Shambhala, and for Rez's set, I was like, I need you to hear me when I say this. Do not look at me. Do not talk to me. Do not perceive me. Don't bother me. Don't mention me. Pretend that I don't exist, because I am going to be, like, in an autistic coma for about an hour and 15 minutes. I want you to, like, fucking leave me alone. Go away. So I'm literally, like, just going crazy style, and I hear him. And he's like, I have to move my mic. He's like, yeah, so anyway, like, in Dragon Ball Z, they have, like, these big, and obviously he's yelling because we're at a concert. And I literally turned around and was like, shut the fuck up. And he was like, and later I was like, I'm really sorry for yelling at you. And he was like, you know, I've actually never seen Dragon Ball Z, so I needed to be told to shut up. So that was pretty gas. But we have so this is friend 1. Friend 2, not really like a yapper, but when he's rolling, he doesn't shut the fuck up. It's like a constant flow of conversation. And so I strategically try to, like, move away from him throughout the night, but he always, like, follows me. He's like, oh, and then the other thing I was thinking about is, like, you know that game that you like to play, the one that's on the Xbox, the one where it's like, I think it was developed in, like, 2008. I think it was Ubisoft, I want to say. And I'm just like, please shut the fuck up. So friend 1 and friend 2, I pair them together and then send them off. And I'm like, this is perfect. I can enjoy this set in peace. Like, if you want to yap, that's totally fine. We're not yapping during the set. That's not when we're yapping. Okay, so you have to, like, pair. I've learned this trick. You have to pair them. Okay, so they keep each other balanced. They match each other's freak. It's like, you guys can talk throughout the entire set. That's totally fine, but do it over there. Like, go talk to each other. Don't talk to me. Go talk to each other. Leave me alone. It's beautiful. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's super gas, guys. Okay. And then Lily can barely maintain a single relationship. There's no way that she's bringing in another. No, certainly not. Certainly not. Certainly not. It's not happening. Thank you very much. Everybody, witness, please. Yeah. What about me, like, making animal noises and, like, jumping around on all fours says, I want someone to talk to me. I don't know. I'm not quite sure, guys. I have no idea, but it always happens. It always happens. It always happens. It is what it is. Sorry. Anyway, SNARK.
Love each other. I think it comes down to a lot of people's perception of polyamory being sleeping with all your attractive friends. Not helped by the fact that oftentimes straight people will attempt to use polyamory to prop up a failing marriage. So the Namiverse having to deal with
Okay, but this is so true, but it's not just straight people, it's queer people as well, where it's like, oh my god, our relationship is falling apart. I know, we should make it more complicated by dating somebody together. It's like, actually, this is wrong. I disagree with this take. Polyamory is, let's have a baby for queer people. You know, like, straight people, when their marriage is falling apart and they're getting ready to get divorced, what do they always do? They have a baby. The baby will save our marriage. You know what? It makes it worse. That is what polyamory is to queer people. Oh my god, like, we're just not compatible. I know, let's date somebody else. That's literally it. That's literally it.
Polyamory as a concept is pretty good. I just wish that wasn't where it stopped. The relationship people think of in these games is Treat, Moshi, and Moxie. They have one really long-ass game that is almost entirely about the slow developing romance between the 3 lead characters. And unfortunately, it's really not interesting. Lonely Wolf Treat is what I call the basic polyamory story. This is the story every non-poly person writes as their first story about polyamory. Treat runs away from home due to the fact that wolves are almost religiously monogamous, and she is poly, so the idea of a single partner.
Instead of having a baby, let's find a 21-year-old 7-Eleven employee that has facial piercings and face tattoos. That'll fix our marriage.
partner bothers her. She's also quite self-loathing about it, with multiple instances of describing herself as disgusting or selfish. This is something she gets over as her relationship between Mochi and Moxie develops, and that's where the problem starts. The three of them really don't feel like they're in a relationship. They are that super relaxed, super casual, platonic plus kind of poly relationship. Part of that is because most of the story is all set up with them only being in a relationship in Chapter 7. But even then, the lead-up tends to make the relationship feel thin on the ground. There's a big part in Chapter 7 where, in trying to make sense of Treat's polyamory, Candy suggests that one of them must be Treat's main partner, and Treat says it isn't like that. Except, it is like that. Mochi is Treat's main partner. Mochi often has Treat blushing like crazy, she often can't speak properly around her, and there's no denying that Treat is in love with her. Conversely, there's no denying that Mochi is in love with Treat, even going as far as to make her a bracelet and specifically say that it's because she loves her so much. Mochi and Treat's relationship is the thing that Lonely Wolf Treat focuses on. Conversely, Moxie is a borderline third wheel. Treat often barely reacts to Moxie in any way, and Mochi has few interactions with Moxie that last longer than a few seconds. There is a definite hierarchy in this relationship, and Moxie is at the bottom. This isn't itself a problem, but it—
Well, I mean, I feel like it's almost... I'm not polyamorous, obviously. At least as far as you know. Just kidding. Is there not definitionally hierarchy in like a polyamorous relationship? I imagine it's the same way when parents are like, I love all my kids the same. It's like, there's obviously a favorite. Like there is. You're lying if you say otherwise. You are lying if you're not like, Timmy is super fucking cool and Jonathan is kind of a stuck-up little asshole. Like, it is like impossible to not have hierarchy in that kind of relationship. Like, if you were dating somebody for like 10 years, and then you start dating somebody in tandem too, and you guys have been together for like 5 months, obviously there's gonna be like a hierarchy there, like naturally. How that works? Bard, don't lie. You know that one of your kids has like a really cool talent, and you're like, that one's my favorite. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Oh, and then this game was made by a pedophile. Unsurprising.
Creates one. Within polyamory, there is hierarchical and non-hierarchical polyamory. Hierarchical polyamory is where, among the partners, there is a very clear favorite, but hierarchical polyamory is also unavoidable when a new partner comes into an established relationship. Relationships take time to build.
Isn't like a nesting partner a signifier of like a hierarchical status, or like your paramour? Isn't that like, if you have your little polyamory pyramid, your nesting partner is the one that you live with? Isn't that one like necessarily at the top? Isn't that one necessarily at the top of the hierarchy because you live with them? I don't know, guys.
Build and develop, and when you've been with someone a long time, a new partner coming into that, unless they were already a close friend for a very long time, is going to be on unequal ground. That's just how linear time works. But give that enough time and that hierarchy falls away. This isn't itself a problem unless people deny that this is the case. Unhealthy polyamorous relationships often come about as a result of people denying this basic reality exists or rigidly enforcing it. And you can do interesting things with this narrative. If two people have an established relationship, you can laser focus on how they interact with the new partner. And this is really good for a novice. Unfortunately, that's not something Treat does. The story has to explicitly—
Oh, I'm really glad that our polyamory expert, that has only E-dated people before, is here to explain relationships to us. This is awesome.
Explicitly say that Treat is in love with Moxie because you wouldn't have assumed so otherwise. Their interactions throughout the game are extremely tepid, and even in supplementary material, Treat still barely reacts to anything Moxie does. Lucky Number Moxie is actually about the way Treat's lack of reaction to her, often ignorant to the fact that she's flirting with her, is starting to mess with her head. Moxie already thinks poorly of herself, and Treat's only making it worse. She starts thinking she's intruding on her and Mochi's relationship. Where this becomes a problem is that it's not just her self-loathing, this is just how the relationship is written, and it doesn't get resolved because the writer is under the impression that this issue was not present. Treat and Mochi appear in Syrup 2, and their friendship going on relationship gets a lot of time, but Moxie gets a passing mention at best and a joke order alongside it. I'm often at a loss to explain what I'd like to see from Polyrep, but I know it's not this. But I have to make this clear, I'm not taking this game down a peg over this. This is not unique to Lonely Wolf Treat. This is—
See, I have a hierarchy of everybody's moms based on how hot they are, so I kind of get it.
The story that every non-poly writer makes as their first polyamory story. You could copy my criticisms to any book you can find at Indigo. And to prove I'm not turning on my favorite indie dev, let's get into the other one. Conversely, Nami has a poly relationship I really like, and that's Time, Space, and Nil. Firstly, unlike Treat, Mochi, and Moxie, this one's a V polycule. Nil and Space are with Time, but they are not with each other because they are effectively twins. Look, I don't want to be judgy, but if you and your sibling are dating the same person and you're happy that way, good for you. Don't let anyone tell you how to live. The thing is, her tears were my life.
Keeping it in the family, dog. I think that's crazy. I think that's kind of crazy. I think that's kind of crazy. I don't think that we should be, like... Dude, the family tree is a triangle? Shut the fuck up.
Light has the same issue as Lonely Wolf Treat. Time barely ever remembers Nil and very clearly loves Space more, but unlike Treat, the game is purposefully about that. Time is actually kind of a shit partner, and the entire plot is about resolving that and making things right with Nil. Compared to Lonely Wolf Treat, where not only is this never resolved, but the story is just another story about how polyamory is valid. Time, Space, and Nil actually have a story about their relationship. Even later, after they become Time and Spice, Nil is ultimately left behind again, and when she manages to break into reality, she becomes almost obsessively controlling of Time. These three are not good at polyamory. Not in the slightest. They are terrible at this. But
they're so bad at it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for letting us know that the sister fucker is not good at polyamory. Thanks. I never would have guessed.
You never once get the feeling that they don't love each other dearly. They wouldn't keep
Wow.
desperately trying to make this work otherwise, and I like that way more. I like that they're just so utterly bad at this, but for reasons both beyond and within their control. You fully understand why they're like this, and you can't completely blame time for having her memory erased. In many other cases, it's almost as if people are afraid of delegitimizing polyamory if they talk about how it can be a challenge. Not helped by the fact that if there's a breakup, people will take that as proof polyamory doesn't work. But time, space, and nil are messy, and not in a terrible toxic femslash kind of way, but in a way that makes you cheer for them to get better at all of this. Oh, actually, shit, you know what they are? They're the mouse trying to get the cracker back into the mouse hole. How's he doing, by the way?
One's in chat if you're up crackering your mouse hole. One's in chat if you're crackering your mouse hole, please.
Yes! Fucking yes! I'm so happy for this mouse! It's such a personal story. It's not trying to be an ambassador for polyamory's validity, because Nami already wrote that story. So it can just be about the genuine and sincere love that these three have for one another. They suck at this, but they're going to make it work if it kills them, and they just might. This speaks to me a lot more as a very personal and unique story. Ironically, both stories feature a de facto hierarchy, but while her tears were
I bet Lily's ideal partner is conjoined twins. Sorry. Guys, thank God we have Lily Orchard and that one puppy girl on the internet trying to tell us how to represent polyamory. Yes, thank God, guys, everybody with us. Thank you for the 5. Thank you very much.
Highlight is explicitly about that. Lonely Wolf Street operates under the impression that it isn't. I understand there's only so much time for a single game to tell the story it wants to tell, but between the two, I like Her Tears Were My Light a lot more. And this settles for me the kind of polyamory stories I want to see. Stories about unique and interesting relationships that all explore polyamory differently, to different levels of success and different levels of grace. Where the love between the people involved is more important than serving as an informative pamphlet. There's a level of intimacy that gets strangely lost in a lot of polyamory stories. I often wonder if this is because a lot of these writers aren't poly, and so tend to unknowingly write them as being, to a degree, less special than monogamous relationships. Polyamory doesn't feature in a lot of fiction, but it's all over fandom, and so often polycules are written to be so bureaucratic. So the actual relationship between the characters suffers as a result, and it becomes far less interesting to read. Fandom does this thing I greatly dislike, where in
this bitch hates RPGs so much, and I don't know why. Like, I don't necessarily care for Baldur's Gate, but we just, like, hate it so much. Maybe it's because you, like, can't fuck your sister in it? I don't know.
Polyamory is used only as an antidote to a ship war or love triangle, where people say, polyamory could fix this. And yeah, you know what else could? Proper communication. It rings a little too close to how RPG romance uses polyamory. I mean, realistically speaking, the likelihood of finding 2 people in an adventuring party you're romantically compatible with, who are then also okay with a multi-partner relationship, is astronomically low, so it's less about telling an interesting story than it is about indulging a harem.
Okay, then why the fuck do we have transgender characters and shit in fantasy? Because the odds of finding a transgender fucking hobbit in Middle-earth is astronomical, so why even include it? It's fantasy, you fucking dumb bitch. It's fantasy. That's half of it, that's half of it, that's half of it. Middle-earth isn't real. That's half of it, that's half of it. That's half of it.
Harem fantasy. Never was this more apparent to me than with the Baldur's Gate 2 mod All Things Mazzy, which embodies everything I hate about the way people write polyamory, as well as a few other things I hate. Now, this mod, by and large, is fucking unhinged, and it already establishes itself as being made from the fiery penis of Lucifer himself in Irenicus' dungeon, but the component that features Mazzy is the strangest. Now, I don't have footage of All Things Mazzy because I'm never putting myself through that again, so you'll have to make do with my little diagrams. Mazzy is written in the mod to be a very open person, sexually, romantically, and emotionally. This is completely out of step with Mazzy's actual personality, which is a dry paladin wannabe who can't go 12 seconds without yelling about Avarine. I call this the Valera Sanguinar effect, where a boring character is made silly and self-consciously irreverent by the fandom for reasons that only make sense to someone with terminal brain damage. But it's the sort of character that a non-poly person would write as polyamorous, and now you can see where we're going with this. If for whatever reason you have downloaded Mazzy's mod just to then eschew sleeping with her, she's supposed to shift gears and turn her sights on Imoen, which I think is actually cute. I like mods that let me set someone else up with Imoen. Imoen's own mod has an entire route where you can set her up with Aerie, and it's the cutest shit ever written by mortal hand. However, partway through her relationship with Imoen, she and Imoen confront the ward about
Like, I feel like I understand that people, like, mod shit all the time. Like, there are people that want to play Skyrim where, like, your character is naked or, like, the dragon has boobs. Like, I get it. There's something out there for everybody, but, like, I don't think that I've ever been, like, playing a game and I've been like, wow, my experience playing this game would really be enhanced if I could fuck my party members. I don't think that my gaming experience has ever been enhanced by this fact. Like, would Fallout New Vegas be better if you could fuck Arcade? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just, I don't know.
wanting to be poly together. Right there. Out of the fucking blue. First of all, at this point, you have already turned Mazzy down multiple times. So already this is pushy, and already Mazzy needs to get the fuck out of my party. Second of all, as a general rule of thumb for Baldur's Gate 2 modding, you can safely assume that if the player is okay with the idea of fucking Imoen, they would have already downloaded the mod that lets you do that. So if they haven't, and they're playing yours instead, it's probably gonna be super fucking weird to just suggest quasi-incestuous group sex out of the fucking blue. Mazzy, if you could even make this happen, you are going to be
like, this is like an 8-bit pixel game. Like, what do you even, like, it's like, if you, like, make people fuck in The Sims, it's like, you don't even, like, what, you want to watch, like, 8-bit pixels? Fuck? What? Just go to therapy. Just go to therapy. Of course you would know that, Rowan. I don't I don't make it a habit to figure out what I can and can't fucking Fallout New Vegas. I'm a little bit too interested. I'm a little bit too interested in saving the Mojave. Okay, I'm a little bit busy. I'm a little bit busy trying to deal with Mr. House. Okay? Fuck. God, all you horny people. Oh my god. Lady Nerd Artist for the 5. If you don't have there's a big Naturals Baldur's Gate 3 mod, we can't be friends. Thanks for the 5. You guys are gooners. Yeah, it's like a sex mod for fucking old school RuneScape. Exactly. It's like if you had the original Tomb Raider, but you had a mod where the cone tits right. It's like, what is this even for at this point? What is this even for? I don't understand.
Oxy in that relationship. You can't compete with 15 years of friendship. Why am I on this tangent? What am I doing? Inwin's own mod treated Inwin's feelings for the ward as a serious emotional epiphany that takes 70% of the game to come to grips with. It's a serious...
Why don't you guys play like the gay Hitler sex simulator that's on Steam instead? Like, they make games for this. Why don't you guys just play gay Hitler sex simulator or whatever? Gay furry Hitler, that game. Why don't you guys just play that game?
Subject with a lot of emotional nuance, but ACM just throws it on you out of the blue. You can't even do that with normal polyamory, let alone whatever eldritch nightmare this is turning into. The mod's approach to polyamory is very monogamous, ironically. Like, hey man, I'm open.
Okay.
Big deal. Just do whatever, man. No, it is a big deal. Realizing you love two people is a big emotional moment for someone. It's not something you just throw out there with all the casual disregard of a three-way, you fuck. Like, wipe away all the other unhinged crap, and what we have is someone...
I mean, could it not be casual, though? Is okay.
Proposing a polyamorous relationship to two people she's only recently met, who are both related, with all the casual aloofness of suggesting getting a cup of coffee. One of those people having already turned her down multiple times now. This approach to writing polyamory speaks to a level of unseriousness toward the subject that is quite frankly absurd. As if polyamory...
Dude, I cannot believe that this Baldur's Gate 2 mod that was made by some fucking weeaboo that like fucking jerks it to 8-bit Pokemon porn didn't include the intricate nuances and emotional gravity that comes with identifying and being involved in I just can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe the mod that fucking Glupshido Weasel 8 put on the fucking steel. I can't believe that this mod is not... It doesn't focus on the intricacies and the emotional depth and nuance required to... It's literally for people to fuck in the game, dude. Oh, I don't understand. I understand. This mod she's talking about for bad polyrap is a good... Yeah, yes, I understand. Yeah, it's like we're downloading a porn mod and then we're like, oh my god, why do they not just have a 2 fucking hour preamble about consent before the fucking mod comes on, guys? Guys, I don't understand. I went on Pornhub.com and they didn't even verbally give enthusiastic consent before fucking. Guys, they didn't sign the contracts, okay? I didn't hear a single yes, okay? I didn't hear a single yes. There were no red light, yellow light, green lights in this entire video. What do you mean? What do you mean we're not doing this? I'm literally gonna die. Thank you, Ren, for the 5, and then Glenn for the 199. Never good. Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Let's go. Never good, guys. It's terrible. Double witness.
Relationships don't get to have the level of significance that monogamous relationships do. It seems like a lot of people can't comprehend the idea of a polyamorous group fully living together, buying a house, raising a kid, or even still being together into their middle age. At times,
it's because when people do that, those turn into cults and then people die. That's usually what happens there. That's usually when you start breaking into compound territory and then shit gets real quick, dude.
People write polyamory when they really just want to write group sex or an open relationship.
Is that... Yeah, it's a video game. It's a video game and it's a mod. It's a mod that somebody made so they could fuck their 8-bit characters. Like, you guys, none of these are sexy. None of these are sexy.
And stories in general are already hamstrung by the idea of the story ending when the couple gets together, but polyamory is quite literally hostile to the concept. Everyone has done a disservice by not considering the actual relationship part of the relationship. Okay, CD, well, if you were a polyamorous relationship, what would it be?
Me and my sister. Me, my sister, my dog, my wife, and my Gardevoir Pokemon. That's the dream polycule, baby. That's the dream polycule, baby. 1 Rottweiler, 1 Doberman, 1 German Shepherd, 1 Saint Bernard, and moi. Heaven. When Lily Orchard dies, she's not hoping for 72 virgins. She's hoping for 72 pit bulls. That's what she's hoping for.
Wait, you have to think about that? Have you never... So I take an established couple who have a third wheel, the friend they've always hung out with who's always been close to both of them. Over the course of the first act, since they've been around each other for so long, have the couple individually start getting flustered around them, having feelings they've never had this strongly before. Then they have to realize the other one is feeling the same way, cue awkward emotionally charged conversation, cue agonizing over what to do next, cue just going for it. That's what I do. Already you have an additional person in the...
That's what I would do. You have to, like, go outside to do that, bud. You have to, like, go outside and meet people. Like, doing this on Discord and over, like, ERP, like, doesn't work. That's not how this works at all. And also, guys, I need you to, like, take your life. I want you to really, really cement this in, okay? There is the friend zone and there is the fuck zone. These two do not overlap, okay? Like, it's a bad idea. You don't fucking shit where you eat, dude. Friend zone, fuck zone. Keep them apart, okay? Keep them apart. It's weird. It's weird. Don't. Guys, the stress of constantly being like, unironically, it's like the stress of like, oh my god, my friend is gay. Does my friend want to fuck me? But that stress is real. That's real. It's real. They do want to fuck you. They're courting for their fucking harem and shit like that. They're trying to find another bitch to send to fucking Jonestown, to Puppytown. You're on the next flight to Puppytown. Oh, fuck, dude. No! Get away from me! Get away from me! Stop it! All these people are insane. Lily's Grassman Media is more suited for her to read Wattpad smut and then cry about the spelling errors. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. We just read like 50 Shades of Grey, bro. Grow up. Grow up. Everybody, wait, thanks for the 5! You guys get the fuck away from me. Get away!
In the relationship who doesn't need to overcome the gap in time spent together because they've already spent a ton of time together. There's already a closeness between them and it's just getting stronger. Also, you know how much I love my friends to lovers. It's the best thing ever, so of course I brought it in here. That's not to say I'd want every story to be like that, because the thing I'd want to see most from polyamory stories is variety. You can literally draw these polycules in any way you want, so you could come up with any kind of relationship dynamic and any number of people you want. 3 is the go-to for people because it's the ideal number of main characters to manage, but if you can make 6 work and make all of them interesting, then do 6. But you know what you shouldn't do? Absolutely should never, ever, ever do? Make 1 character and claim that 1 character is an entire polycule. Fluorite.
A 6-person polycule. I don't think that you bitches have ever, like, lived, like, cohabitated with people before. I think that's the problem. Living with people sucks. It fucking sucks, okay? When I was in school, we had a 2-bedroom apartment and there were 5 of us living in that fucking apartment, dude. It's terrible. It's nightmare fuel. And then you're adding fucking on top of it. Not only is it the cohabitation conflict of who's doing the dishes, who's grocery shopping, who's cooking what week. Stop putting your shit on my side of the couch. What the fuck are you talking about? You washed my whites with your tie-dyes. What do you mean? You were supposed to take out the trash last week. And then you add fucking onto it? No, never. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. If you want to ruin your own fucking life, it's a free country, okay? Catch me dead, okay? Fuck. Oh my god. Every roommate situation I've ever had is like domestic terrorism, okay? I was like literally in a Hamas bunker with these bitches. It was fucking awful, okay? And then you want there to be fucking on top of that? Absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not, dude. Absolutely the fuck not. That's no. It's like, I feel like polyamory is quite literally just being like, let's take this thing that's already like disastrously complicated, that fails about 50% of the time, and then make it harder. It's like, why do you have to live life in survival mode? Why can't you just relax? Dude? Not everything has to be on fucking legendary difficulty. I don't understand. Whatever. It's your life. It's a free country. Do whatever you want. It's fine. Do whatever you want. Biologic for the 189. Oh, is the player character's sister? Well, of course, obviously. I assume if there's polyamory talk, it's because they're related with Lily Orchard. Thank you very much for the 199 Biologic. Everybody witness, please. I demand that we elect Malcolm president of Puppytown. If I am the president of Puppytown, it's turning into a kill shelter. All of you guys are going into the forever box, okay? Puppytown will be transitioning to the Kill Town. The Kill Shelter will be in full effect, okay? Thank you for the 5, Matt. Everybody witness, please. Yes, I believe that there are Hamas tunnels under the polyamorous harem house, yes. I have the vape with the screen so I can tweet on it. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's terrible. I hate it. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm fine. Nightmare, Puppycool, Leadhead, The Van Chick, Lily, Poppy, Onision, Desosa DID. Am I missing anybody else? Firebat, of course. Everybody witness, please. Thank you so much for the 5. Yo, you got any games on your vape? Bro, you got any games on your vape? Okay, we'll do one more Lily video, and then I think I wanna do Anthony. I think we should do Anthony. I think I might crash the fuck out with Anthony Gramigula. I'm opening a Q&A tab. In the Q&A tab, I want you to tell me which Lily video is gonna make me crash out the worst. What Lily media video will make me krill myself fastest? I'm assuming the Star Wars one, but I don't know. There's better Lily historians in chat right now, so I trust your judgment. Oh, is this a ContraPoints video? Maybe politics as a fandom wasn't... That's what we're doing. Never mind. We're doing politics. We're doing politics. We're doing politics. Never mind. I figured it out. We're doing politics. This is going to make me melt my fucking face, dude. I'm going to melt my fucking face. I have to go and smoke a cigarette. I have to go and smoke a cigarette before we do this. I have to. I have to power up. I have to power up. This is going to be fucking great. I have to power up. I'm stressed. I'm scared. I'm scared. No, I'm scared, you guys. I'm scared. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Okay, I have to smoke a cigarette. I have to smoke a cigarette before we do this. Ren, what? Okay, Ren gets one suggestion as the Lily historian on the mod team. You can use your mod privilege this one time. You can use the your mod privilege that one time. DM me, okay? I'm putting on your key jangling. I have to smoke a cigarette before we do this. I'll be right back. Okay? Love you guys lots. Everybody behave.
Why do you break me? Have you no pity?
Mother. No.
When
No.
the soul quits a body from which it has uprooted itself, Minos judges it to the seventh circle. There, it sprouts, shoots up like a sapling. No body, only the pain. For it is unjust that any soul possess that of which it has robbed itself.
But you don't belong here, Mother. You died of the fever.
Her heart just gave out from the fever. She was too fragile.
I despised your father's cruelty. But I was too weak to defy him. And so... And you learned his ways.
Forgive me.
The fault is mine. I had not the courage to protect you. Can you forgive me?
I should have. Mother, why did I lose everything?
Some men change, son. Others become the man they once were. The man they wish to be.
Beatrice was all I had. Why did I betray her?
It is too late for us, son. There is still time for her. Absolve me. My soul belongs to you. You must save Beatrice. She is innocent.
Violence may be done against the deity by denying him in the heart.
The vengeance of God is to be feared, no?
The 7 kings who besieged Thebes reside here. They feared not that vengeance.
Okay, this is my last non-alcoholic beer. Inshallah, sisters, we're gonna get through this. I don't have any sparkling waters. I don't have any sodies. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Absolutely fucked. Please make sure that you're liking the stream. Please make sure you're liking the stream. I can't go to Jonathan's now. Also, my headphones are fraying, and I keep getting like the shit on my face. I'm fine. Everything's fine, guys. I'm fine. Okay. Let's... Okay. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Okay, let me edit this. And then I need one song for myself. Just to make myself feel better. Okay. I need one song, guys, and then I'm as ready as I will ever be. I need one song. One song. Just one. Just one. Just one. All I need. Okay.
In the comments, hurriedly tabbing away from AO3's race play tag.
Hey, AO3, why do you have this?
Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stopped?
Oh, sorry. Let me... Alright, we just went through a lot of topics really quickly. Hang on. Hang on.
Like, let's be honest, hypothetical Voshite in the comments, hurriedly tabbing away from AO3's race play tag.
Hey, AO3, why do you have this?
Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stalking people on kiwi farms? Were you retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing trans women? Or did you just scroll—
Okay. Chill for a second.
TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing trans women?
Okay, stop. Sophie LaBelle.
Retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedo-jacketing—
Okay, Sophie LaBelle literally draws diaper fur with real children as references. Like, real pictures of real children for her diaper fur fucking fetish art. Okay? No. Shut the fuck up. Keffels quite literally hitting up Femboy Maths when Femboy Maths was 16 years old, working with Oko Kanoto Pharmacy, whose packaging was Lolicon, having the Catboy Ranch Discord server where sexual conversations were happening in the presence of and with minors. And then Lily Orchard, famous writer of pedophilic, incestuous, My Little Pony fan fiction, Stockholm. Interesting. It's like, and you're just gonna accuse everyone of being a fascist, and it's like a picture of Hitler, Mussolini, and like fucking Joseph Goebbels, and you're like, you're just calling everybody a Nazi. What?
jacketing trans women? Or did you just scroll through Twitter nodding along with edgelords?
Oh, I have PTSD because this was Poppy's intro song too.
No, Bonnie, we're not doing that today. Put the regular music back on. Don't give me that look, just do it. A couple of years ago, I made a video about the then topical controversy surrounding ContraPoints freely working with violent bigots.
Also, I am such a phenomenal fan of people that, like, Yasify their avatars. Big fan of that. Like, we have, like, this... You know, we have, like, this snatched, like, super Yassified, like, slay the house down boots, mama avatar, and then this isn't what we look like at all. Hang on. Let me get a good picture here. Let me get a good picture for you guys. Hang on, if this will fucking open the right one. Like, this is our Yassified girl boss avatar. Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that, guys? Are we sure about that? Are we positive? Are we positive? And then what are these hands? What are these, like, fucking spider-leg hands? What's happening right now? What's happening right now, dude? What's going on, bro? What the fuck is going on, bro?
And getting really sniffy when other trans people thought that was a bad idea. Now, ContraPoints got in trouble at least twice after that, and there was a big blow up when Lindsay Ellis got in trouble for being really sniffy about people complaining about a racist take and rage quit her job. But I never made videos after that, despite people in my audience wanting me to. And the reason for that is that this video was the culmination of a lot of frustration with someone I had thought was a progressive ally, whereas all the instances that came later didn't have that same frustration because I no longer felt that either of these people, or any of the people getting in trouble since then, were anything other than performers. So let's talk about that. So back in 2019, there was a storm and a take-up when ContraPoints did a video with Buck Angel, a notorious trans medicalist. This was coming off the heat of several years of ContraPoints engaging in what I like to call J.K. Rowling politics, where she views conservatives as sincere but wrong and progressives as dishonest and hiding an agenda. I feel it's a little more nuanced than that, Lil. Yeah, but that's the general gist of it. Otherwise,
long version, ContraPoints is a nominally progressive centrist, and an inherent ideological flaw of centrism is to be a centrist, you have to think the left and the right wing are both wrong, but because the left is mostly right on damn near everything, and no amount of honest research will ever change the mind of that, a common way to decry the left without being immediately this text is just cancer. Immediately debunked is to claim that they don't actually believe the things they say, or actually paying lip service to the name of a completely different agenda, drawing comparisons to Lenin, Stalin, Zedong, it's Mao Zedong, you fucking asshole, and other oligarchical leaders who use socialist language to take power. Mao Zedong has a specific brand of communist literature. these are like the founding fathers, like, who used socialist language. They invented the socialist language. It's the pop culture is also fond of this approach to progressives and loves to make progressives, quote, villains who turn out to be liars all along, like Korra, Marvel, Harry Potter. This is just like word soup. This doesn't like mean anything. Like, progressive centrism, that's paradoxical, right? Like, well, I'm just gonna let this keep going a little bit. I'm gonna let this keep going just a little bit, just because. Yeah, let's just keep going.
Otherwise, we'd be here all day. While the version of this story Wynn's remaining fanbase tends to go with is that she was cancelled for a single mistake, people had been growing increasingly discontented with her for a long time. And the problem is that we all just ostensibly assumed that because she was a trans woman, that she was as much of a true lefty socialist as the rest of us, and ignored her when she made it clear.
Define socialism. Define socialism. If you think that Mao Zedong, Lenin, Stalin, that these people were quote-unquote using socialist language, these are the architects. These are the architects of socialism. It's their language. They invented it.
Clear that she wasn't. And this has been a recurring theme regarding much of BreadTube for a long time.
Also, like, we have to understand, like, ContraPoints has never claimed to be a socialist. Natalie is more of, like, a SOCDEM, where we still very much so value capital, okay? So this is we talk about this with Leadhead as well. We talk about this at Leadhead as well. Communism and socialism are first and foremost economic ideologies. They're economic ideologies. Yes, there are social kind of expectations whenever somebody aligns with some kind of political identity. Communism and socialism are about economics.
Socialist as the rest of us, and ignored her when she made it clear that she wasn't. And this has been a recurring theme regarding much of BreadTube for a long time. BreadTube was viewed as this resurgence of left-wing YouTube in the face of a rising issue of right-wing debate bro channels. This happened because they started out with making fun of the likes of Davis Arini, Thunderfoot, and Sargon of Akkad, who were relatively easy targets for anyone to make fun of.
Oh, of course he has a trilby, of course, why wouldn't he? I mean, what else would you hang on your
Why are we using 2014 as the era of BreadTube? BreadTube really took off after the 2016 election. Socialism and communism, like the ideas behind it, predate Stalin and Lenin and Mao. It goes back to the early writers like Robespierre. That communism comes from communal living with the Paris Commune and the French Revolution. Modern militaristic communist and socialist regimes use that foundation to essentially create what is now better understood as communism or socialism. Because the Paris Commune during the French Revolution was a very small and pretty novice conflict, right? Like, they were like throwing rocks and shit at people. When we're talking about like advanced communist societies and advanced socialism, at least well into the 21st century, we're talking about not only militaristic theory, if we're talking about like Mao, Ho Chi Minh, or any of the guerrilla warfare out of Cuba, and we're talking about like massive military and industrial advancements like under the USSR and China. They're using socialist language. It would be like saying that in the New Testament they're using Christian language. It's like, yes, that correct. That's the chapter from the book that we're reading from. Like, yeah.
Novelty toy skull? $15,000?
Now, I feel like I and the rest of my video watching compatriots kind of jumped the gun. Making fun of conservatives is easy. Hell, conservatives could make fun of conservatives before they all got obsessed with things getting woke. This wasn't a difficult thing to do, and while a handful of breadtubers have largely stayed on the path of leftist politics, those tend to be the ones for whom they were a genuinely held passion. But even they aren't immune to criticism, and even they don't have perfect leftist theory. For the rest, it always came down to the inevitable push and pull between—
It's not theory. This isn't political theory. This is people like chud dunking. That's what BreadTube is. Video essayists are like diluting down complex political and social topics into like a digestible like bit. But okay.
Ostensibly leftist politics and content farming for money. LeftTube was similar to the cartoon community in that on YouTube it's a relatively niche environment with only a handful of standouts. There can only be one H-Bomber guy or Phantom Strider and the rest mostly mill about picking up the scraps. And I say this as a proud scrap picker myself. But what inevitably happens when a community of content creators establishes itself is that everyone comes in looking for their little piece of the clout pie. There's a common discussion nowadays regarding debating the alt-right, or rather, just the right. People will say that it helps debunk
When
conservative
did this video come out? 3 years ago. Okay.
thought, but that's always been a very tenuous leg to stand on. It's what conservatives used to say about debating feminists and what atheists used to say about debating creators.
The reason that the debate that like breadtube debates, that there was a big pivot. So if you were around, okay, if you were around, this is the way that this worked, okay, is for a long time, media was completely dominated by conservatives, okay? So think like the Rush Limbaugh show, Bill O'Reilly, who else? Glenn Beck, who was the other one? There's a couple of other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head. Megyn Kelly, shit like this, right? Where talk media was dominated by conservatives. And what these debates essentially culminated in was Bill O'Reilly having some professor on. The professor says like 2 words. Bill O'Reilly starts fucking screaming at him, and then he fucking owned him with facts and logic and called him like a soy beta cuck. Was it essentially what happens, right? With the turn of the 2016 election, you saw a lot of people that were left-leaning, like Democrats, SOC Dems, shit like that. They flip and they re-engage in the way that the right has been engaging for years, okay? So for a long time, it was Steven Crowder, it was Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. Fly high, brother. These were the people that were like debating people. Ben Shapiro would do this. Milo Yiannopoulos would do this. These were the people that would go and they would have their little binder full of facts. They would find like some fucking idiot that just got triggered by their sign and then completely dominate them with facts and logic and make them look like fucking idiots and like dumb fucks. Okay? That changed in 2016 because the left started engaging in the conversation more. Something that has always been a plague on the left has been people's inability to engage with serious contentions about certain topics. So the example, there's a meme, everybody's seen the meme, where it's like some dude is like, hey, can you educate me on like Islam and why it's not bad? And the snooty leftist is like, I don't have to educate you. It's not my job to educate you. You should be, constantly unlearning your internalized Islamophobia or whatever. And then it's the same person asking like some alt-right chud and they're like, oh, you want the Muslim rape gang statistics? I got it. You want the FGM mutilation statistics for Islamic countries? You got it. Do you want to hear about how the Prophet Muhammad was actually a pedophile? I got it. Like, do you want to hear about like all the fucking crusades and the wars and the shit and all the fucked up things that early Islamists were doing in the Middle East? I got it. The left has a terminal case of being snooty and like pretentious. Like, I don't have to teach you shit. I don't educate you for free. You can donate to my fucking GoFundMe before I'll tell you why 1350 is a wrong statistic, okay? That flipped in 2016 when liberals and Democrats started to notice that the strategy of, oh, people know better than that, went up in fucking flames. And it did. Because nobody in their right mind thought for 1 second that Donald Trump was going to win. No one thought that. Not a single person was like, this is actually real. Nobody thought that. And the tide shifted significantly in 2016. When liberals and Democrats started approaching conservatives, because before it was liberals are snowflakes, they won't have a conversation with you. That flipped on its head entirely. Now you have conservatives who are asking for very high speaking fees to have conversations with shit or nobodies that are leftists, but are better at conversation than they are. The content did not change because it was like, oh, well, they just need to hear in front of the right person. And the fact of the matter is every time that you have a debate with somebody, it is not to change the person that you're talking to's mind. It is to change the mind of the people that are listening. Because I know 100% that if I get into a fucking argument with Molly about, I don't know, let's just say that we're arguing about whether or not abortion should be legal. Molly's not going to change your mind. I'm probably not going to change my mind. We are 2 people that have solidified, thought out positions that are coming together to argue them. Both of us are pretty cemented in our positions. We're not going to change our mind. Every single person that is listening is interested enough in the topic and probably doesn't know as much and is open to learning new things and changing their position accordingly. Nothing changes somebody's mind like watching somebody that you think is an expert get fucking humiliated in a conversation and shown that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That is what inspires change. That is the purpose of debate. It's not for the debaters, it's for the spectators. And so, yes, there are individuals who thought for a long time that Ben Shapiro was the GOAT. He was so fucking smart. He was awesome. He was always, like, dunking on the libs and just fucking owning them with facts and logic. There were so many people that would, like, literally suck every last fucking drop of nut out of Milo Yiannopoulos' like, fucking gay cock, okay? And there were people who thought that Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk actually genuinely did a really good job debating. That changes when they are put in front of people that know what they're doing, and that is what pushes people away from those ideologies. That is the truth, and it has absolutely fucking nothing to do with the bread tube clout. No, it's about political engagement, and that changed significantly in 2016 when it was a very, very rude awakening for every left-leaning person in the entire fucking world to say, somebody like Trump could get elected. That's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. Cool, nice. Yeah, it's very different. It's very different. Very, very different. But let's continue, guys. Nonetheless.
You can't destroy a school of thought by owning one guy with facts and logic. If you could, they would have died out a long time ago. It's that old Steven Universe problem where you have an extremely simplistic solution to a problem, and yet you simultaneously believe it's so complicated that you're the first person to think about it. Ben Shapiro is not the supreme...
Guys, we made it 3 minutes and 40 seconds into this video without a Steven Universe reference. That's a new record. Cool.
Extremely simplistic solution to a problem, and yet you simultaneously believe it's so complicated that you're the first person to think about it. Ben Shapiro is not the...
That's called populism. That's what that is. And populism isn't unique to the right or the left. Populism is the idea that you are the only person. There is one person that has the answers to all the questions that you have. They own all of, they're the person that can fix it. Okay, left and right-leaning people utilize populism as a form of debate, as a form of like political accelerationism. That's not unique to the right wing.
Supreme leader of fascism, but that doesn't stop everyone debating him 17 times a day. Why? Because it's easy. It's easy content. It's an easy content.
It wasn't easy. Up until 2016, nobody wanted to engage with these people. Up until 2016, Democrats and liberals were like, I'm better than that. I don't have to stoop down to their level. Like, I don't have to have this conversation. Like, it's not my job to educate you. So actually, yeah, Ben Shapiro was hot shit at debating for a long time because he was debating college kids. Yeah, he was actually.
Content farm. You don't have to do much, and you don't have to be very smart. And that's the debate bro grift. It's always been the debate bro grift. But the problem is that any audience who likes debates as content won't stick around for the same easy targets, so instead they have to make more reaches. Ian Kaczynski made a name for himself debating the alt-right in an extreme...
wrong. Actually, some of the best... So there's a difference. And as any good connoisseur of content, you need to be able to consume different genres, okay? So blood sports debates are really fun. They're really fun to watch. They're very entertaining. But some of the best debates are people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about and having an actual conversation. Blood sports is like what sucks you in. The honest, earnest debates are what keep you there, okay? One of the best debates that I think has ever been produced in the last 5 years is Destiny debating Norm Finkelstein. And it's because all of the academics at the table, even the one that was on Destiny's fucking side, were taking turns just like fucking flaming him and being like, you can sit at the kids' table if you want, but the adults are having a conversation now, Mr. Borelli. And that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Listening to leading experts regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict, quote unquote. Those people having that conversation and pausing in between discussing the decades worth of literature that they've produced on the subject to say, Mr. Borelli was fucking amazing. It was awesome. It was awesome. Unironically, one of the best debate, the best debate to be produced in the last 5 years. Easily. And some of the other debates that are phenomenal to watch as well is when Vosh debates a professor of sociology about gender and he calls water aqua. People do actually enjoy listening to intelligent people talk. The only people that don't like listening to intelligent people talk are people who think that they're smarter than everybody else in the room.
Edgy fashion, utilizing slurs and large screaming declarations, but as his audience became increasingly bored of it, he had to branch out. The problem was he didn't really have a praxis outside of class reductionism and calling people Nazis, and when he did branch out, he ended up just calling people Nazis. And
Bosch was not a class reductionist, mind you. Class reductionism is a communist principle. Vosh isn't a communist. Vosh is a socialist, and Vosh makes the distinction very, very, very clear every time that he talks about it. Like, he was not a class reductionist. Most socialists and online content creators are not class reductionists. That's very rare to find.
Any concept that was more complicated to him than Nazis bad, working class good would inevitably be filtered through increasingly unhinged hypotheticals to worm the subject back to
wrong, because one of the best debates that Vosh ever had was with Eric Stryker. And Eric Stryker, it was Eric Stryker and James Alsop. both of which are third positionists. These people are colloquially called Nazbols, and these are people who are communists, but for white people. And I know that sounds really confusing, but it's like the idea that the socialistic benefits of basically the government caring for society, caring for the people that live within its cities or whatever the fuck, that the government itself should provide all of these luxuries, you know, healthcare, government assigned housing. Everybody gets a job. Everybody gets a house. Everybody has food, shelter, water. Everybody is guaranteed to a job. Everybody's guaranteed to, you know, a certain standard of living, etc., etc. But the only people that are allowed to have access to that are white people. That's what third positionists are. So no, incorrect. It is not just like, oh, well, I don't have anything. No, this is quite literally a fully fleshed out position that many like contemporary neo-Nazis hold. Like, hello?
That framework. Most infamously when he screeched accusations of white genocide at a black woman sight unseen for arguing about land back, which is the return of stolen land to indigenous people, which, if you live in the United States or Canada right now, is the land currently under your feet. This has been a running...
Yeah, Professor Flowers is kind of crazy because the pitfall with Vosh, and Professor Flowers was being unable to identify the difference between black nationalism and white nationalism, how they're born out, how they exist in practice, and then what reparations would look like on a large scale. Because when we're talking about reparations and land back, we're quite literally not talking about being like, okay, all the white people leave. That's not what anybody is talking about. But it's the same way when people say, like, defund the police. Defund the police is a quick little catchy slogan that has, like, endless intricacies that you could get into a conversation about. It's just like the phrase itself that puts people on or off of a certain ideology, but Vosh failed to understand the differences between black separatism and white separatism. So that's, yes. And then Molly for the 5, migrating to my big screen. Here is the reminder to like the stream or get written in a story by Lily. That's a fucking terrifying threat. Thank you so much, Molly, and thank you for the reminder, everybody, what display is. Yeah, okay, let me copy that quick.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
I'm gonna believe that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell.
Literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstever.
respect, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language.
Multiple
With all due
commanders to
respect,
tell all these
Mr.
people
Bonnell,
signed-
to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell,
Let me read
Mr.
one.
Borelli,
Let me read it. Let me read
Mr.
it.
Borelli.
I want to read one.
Let him read.
Absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli.
wrong.
This is like the best fucking debate that has ever fucking happened, dude. Like, Destiny, unironically, when he was getting ready for this debate, I'm not kidding, because this was like my Roman Empire. I was waiting for this for many, many moons. Destiny said on stream that he was going to learn how to read Arabic so he could prepare for this debate. Obviously, that never happened. But, like, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about these individuals who have spent their entire fucking life researching and writing about one specific conflict. And you're like, yeah, well, I read the Wikipedia article. Nice.
Problem with Ian in that when it comes to white people, he wants all that ooh democratic socialism. But when it comes to anyone else, he's usually all about mass ethnic cleansing. Jewish people...
No, wrong. Oh, I'm about to get so fucking triggered. Okay, sorry. No, Bosch does not believe in ethnic cleansing. He doesn't believe in the principle of land back, which is like the exaggerated Professor Flowers, like, delusional land back, where it's like all the white people just, like, leave. That's, no. Bosch is not a third positionist. Bosch actually loves idpol. I don't know if we remember the Rittenhouse shooting. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Bosch loves idpol. Bosch loves idpol. Okay, sorry.
Living on stolen land people, he wants all that ooh democratic socialism. But when it comes to anyone else, he's usually all about mass ethnic cleansing. Jewish people living on stolen land and doing ethnic cleansing, he wants to nuke the civilians. White people living on stolen land and doing ethnic
What?
cleansing, well, stopping him from doing that is hurting him specifically, so he doesn't like that. This class versus socialism.
Oh my god, it's like being run over by a Tesla truck. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. The idea of displacement is one of the things that comes up most often when people are talking about reparations and land back. What does that look like? with indigenous populations, specifically in North America, one of the big issues, there's multiple issues, it's multifaceted, of course. One of the biggest issues is that many native populations were sequestered off to reservations, and then over time, the borders of those reservations were shrunk to the point where they virtually had no land, no resources, no nothing. Okay? When we talk about land back, for indigenous populations, what that means is not necessarily expansion of reservations, it is entitlement to the profits generated by that land. So native reservations, for people who are unaware, in North America, specifically like the United States of America, generate obscene, just absolutely disgusting amounts of money because they have casinos on them. These are some of the only places in the country where cigarettes aren't taxed, liquor isn't taxed, and you can gamble, okay? That is what happens on reservations. So companies will come in and they will put a fucking casino on their land. They make a shit ton of money. None of that money goes to the individuals that live on the reservation. Reservations notoriously have incredibly high rates of addiction, very low rates of literacy, high rates of, suicidality, high rates of unemployment, high rates of poverty, etc., etc. The Black Hills in Dakota are an excellent example of this. Gold was found in the Black Hills of North Dakota long ago on native land. The Black Hills Reservation is one of the most destitute reservations in the entire fucking country. However, the gold that was mined from that land and the casino itself are the most profitable outside of Las Vegas, okay? It is about reparations is restoring the equity that comes from what that land is able to generate. That's what that means. It doesn't mean we're going to kick all the white people out of fucking Idaho. That's not what that means. It means that they are entitled to the money that is generated by that land and the things that are on that land. It means getting access to and integrating into the benefit system that everybody else fucking gets. That's what that means, okay? When we are talking about Israel and Palestine, okay? When we're talking about Israel and Palestine, that is different, one, because it's contemporary. It's been, the last 80 years? Well, the conflict in the Middle East has been going on fucking for whatever. 1948, okay? 1948. We are talking about people that are being displaced for a homogenized ethno-state. That are being displaced for an ethno-state. I know that a lot of white people, I know that a lot of woke people in America don't like to hear this. America is not an ethno-state. America is not a homogenous ethno-state. It is not. It is not. Do we see the difference here? Do we see the difference here? I'm gonna take it to my penthouse and freak it.
Has always been extremely vulnerable to this kind of white supremacist thinking. And make no mistake, Ian is a white supremacist. You can make all the ooh-woo whys of the poetariat speeches you want, accusing people of color of wanting to genocide white people or suggesting that there's merit.
Okay, Professor Flowers literally said in that debate that she did want to genocide white people. She did actually say that, though. She did, literally say that, though.
The conspiracy theory that Jewish people control global banking is pretty fucking telling.
If you're too young, those are...
Oh, man, if only the Epstein files had come out. If only the Epstein files have come out. Oh, wow. Wow. Blast from the past.
Ian is a grifter. He does all of this for content and money. He isn't very smart. He isn't politically motivated. And he's a very emotionally stunted white man with all of the opinions of someone who didn't get beaten up enough in high school. But because he sometimes says
pot meat kettle.
All the right socialist words that would have been considered radical back in the Gilded Age, he got to enjoy.
He also doesn't say all the right socialist words. He said that Marx would vote for Biden. He said that Karl Marx would vote for Biden. He said that Mao Zedong would vote for Biden. He doesn't even kind of say the right socialist words.
A position of clout among the rest of left tube, who have largely ignored his fascist leanings. I have always been a big proponent of understanding the difference between stated politics and actual politics. Ian's Wikipedia page has to clarify his politics as self-described left-wing. That's how bad he is at being left-wing. We all just have to take his word for it most of the time.
Left-wing includes, fucking Democrats. Left-wing includes, Hillary Clinton. What are we talking about?
Give people enough time, they'll show you who they are. You just have to stop ignoring it. See, the thing about ContraPoints is flagrant courting of right-wing figureheads like
I totally forgot this was a video about ContraPoints, my bad.
Angel and Blair White and the deriding of trans people pushing for visibility.
How the fuck are you going to put ContraPoints in the same category as Blair White? What the fuck are you talking about?
Radicals is that ContraPoints was doing what a lot of breadtubers do, positioning where she was politically, philosophically, and socially as the Overton window, and everything to the left of her as radicals and hyper-woke. And she ultimately... refuses to budge from there. This is the fundamental problem of most of BreadTube. They position where they are as peak leftism, and everything else is either the far right or a woke distraction. Many of them are only tenuously leftist, and many of them hold far right views, but they also don't like capitalism. Indeed, much of BreadTube is of the opinion that opposing capitalism is the only real leftist priority, and everything else is a distraction, which doesn't.
Well, because definitionally, like, socialism and communism are like fiscal ideologies. Yeah. Yes, correct. Yes, that is correct. Yes. Like, the abolition of capital is like kind of like the thing. It's kind of like the thing, right? Like, command economies, like, that's like the thing. Yeah. Class reduction is the belief that class is the only real form of bigotry. It's not a form of bigotry. It's like, class reductionism is the only defining characteristic that determines whether or not you have privilege or advantage, or you're destitute or oppressed in society is your class. That's it. And that lateral mobility, or not lateral mobility, excuse me. No, right? Lateral? Like, upward mobility, like, doesn't really exist. That's class reductionism, is like, you aren't fucked over because you're a woman. It's not because of misogyny. It's because women make less money than men. You're not, being targeted because you're black. You're being targeted because black people are impoverished at a higher rate. It's shit like that, right? The most common example that you can think of is disparity in sentencing. For, like, the criminal justice system, I think, is a really good example of what class reductionism looks like. Is like the idea that if you have somebody who's wealthy and black and can afford, like, a good attorney, they'll probably get off. But if you have somebody who's, like, poor and black and gets, like, a state defender, they're fucked. That, like, your success and outcome in the criminal justice system is contingent on, like, what kind of legal representation you can afford, right? That's the most basic example of class reductionism. Reality, capitalism, patriarchy, blah, blah, blah. And class are all tools of white supremacy, and those who are saying we need to focus on class are pawns of the white supremacists, because it involves telling marginalized people that their struggles don't matter. No, it's just that the argument is that all struggles are downstream of class. That's all it is. And it's just like, it's a deflection tool, because it's like the idea, like, one of the core tenets of, like, every far left ideology is going to be altruistic collectivism. And so the idea that, like, we're not dividing and fracturing and fighting about, like, stupid identity politics. Like, I don't give a fuck that you're a woman. I don't give a fuck that, you're a different gender or a different race or from a different country or whatever. The thing that unites us is that, like, we are at the bottom of the chain, that we are the proletariat. Like, those are the only differences that matter, that the only people that can really negatively, like, structurally impact society and your life are, like, the owners. And we are the workers. That's like, that's just fundamentally true. Whether, depending on how far people take it in either direction, but, like, the idea that, like, the unifying factor that we all have together is that we're all fucking brokies. We're all fucking broke bitches, okay? We don't have private jets and shit, okay? We don't own islands and shit, okay? We're all broke bitches. That's, like, the unifying force with, like, leftist altruistic collectivism. And the example that I see most often cited with this is where, like, radical feminists, like, will suck J.K. Rowling's dick. And it's like, she's just like me. You have more in common. You have more in common with working class men than you do with J.K. Rowling. What, because you guys have shriveled up ovaries? You guys are the same? No, you have more in common with people that are within your class than you do with people that are of the same, like, identity makeup that is high class. Like, you could say, oh, well, one of the Rockefellers is transgender. So if you think about it, like, I have more in common with a transgender Rockefeller than I do with my cisgender working class compatriots. No, I will infinitely have more in common with people of my class than people above my class, even if there are, like, identities that are similar, right? That's the whole argument. Yeah.
Doesn't work because any leftist policy that doesn't prioritize anti-racism is just conservatism with a hammer and sickle. And the crux of the response to most of the criticism of ContraPoints was largely people telling ContraPoints that she needs to start caring about how other people think and feel, and ContraPoints going,
like, I don't wanna,
This was someone who, like Ian, was largely only leftist because we assumed this of her, and even she would contest that and say, nah, I'm, like, more of a centrist. And a lot of her more out there videos, particularly Envy, came off more and more like she was superimposing her own experiences with gender and capitalism onto everybody. This is clearly a woman who has developed a taste for the finer things in life and generally wants to be a part of upper society. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Socialism has long had to contend with the fact that a lot of people in it just want to have the means to survive, while a lot of other people look on at the wealthy with searing envy. But that latter group is never going to be happy because that opulent wealth just can't exist without an exploitative system.
Well, it's like the equalization effect. Like, that's part of it, right? Is that, like, opulence doesn't exist when people are in need. So the general structure would be like that. Opulence is attainable through, like, personal gain. And that's where like socialistic systems come in more so, because there's more opportunity for like capital, or not capital, but like wealth and shit like that. But it's like how, like the comparison is like, how do we have people that have like mega yachts that are like the size of fucking Italy, while there are people that are like eating Panera scraps out of a garbage can and they sleep on a cardboard box? Like how are people sleeping on the street outside of mansions and shit like that? It's like we can't allow opulence when poverty exists. That's like the argument, right? But obviously if everybody had basic necessities met, like food, shelter, water, transportation, heating, cooling, a job, healthcare, decent food, like shit like that. If all else was equalized, if somebody wants to work their fucking ass off and get a jet, cool. Like, whatever. But it's about the equalization effect and, like, the diametric opposition of, like, poverty, like, extreme poverty, and then, like, extreme opulence. That's the difference.
System to surround it. Socialism isn't about making everyone wealthy, it's about making everyone stable. But this performative approach to wealth and opulence is a blinder, especially if you make a 6-figure salary. This is doubly so for gender. Like every wannabe philosopher, ContraPoints tends to...
And then, obviously, like, let's be totally honest, and a lot of people fuck this up as well, is, like, when communists and socialists are talking about wealth, they're not talking about ContraPoints. Fuck. They're not even talking about Hassan Piker. They're talking about, like, billionaires, multi-millionaires. These are the people that are the target of this. Because just because somebody is successful in a minor way, like a 6-figure salary is not even like within the purview, right? That's not what people are looking at. People are looking at the upper echelons of society that can literally buy and sell countries. That's what people are looking at, okay? Nobody gives a fuck about some hedge fund CEO that makes like $700K a year. Nobody gives a fuck. It's like the people that are billionaires. We're talking like the top 1%. The top 1% of society, the very upper echelon. People that make more money, like per second, than there are seconds that have existed. Like, that's what people are talking about. Like, exactly, even with, like, J.K. Rowling. Like, that's a small fish in comparison. We are talking about people that own countries. These are people that commodify labor to the point where they have entire industrial empires. The people that own Nestle, the people that own Kellogg, you know, the people that own, what is it? Wow, it's like I just got shot in the fucking face. Like Pepsi, like shit like that. Like, we're talking about moguls. We're talking about, like, empires. Financial empires. That's what people are talking about.
Assume that there's a deep-seated philosophical reason in non-binary people's existence because, well, she's got a lot of deep-seated contradictory feelings about gender, surely everyone does. This rather infamous clip is rather telling in that regard.
So the polite thing to do here is easy. If someone asks you to call them they, you call them they. But if you're like me, you don't want to just do a thing because you dogmatically believe it's the woke thing to do.
God, you're pretentious. The truth of the matter is that using someone's pronouns doesn't really have a why outside of because I
Because what?
said so. It's like asking the reason.
No, no. Like, this video is like hitting every single nerve. It's like my arm was split open and like filleted and all my nerves are out, and she has a teeny tiny tuning hammer and she's just hitting every single one of my nerves in like quick succession, like hot cross buns, like bing, 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 bing. It's terrible. It's terrible. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is what I've come to realize over time. This is because I'm a noticer. I notice things, of course, okay? Gendering people correctly, there's two options, okay? The first path is that they fit the automatic categorization that you make in your head that assigns somebody masculine or feminine, and they meet that criteria that you have set in your head. The second is because it is a polite thing to do. Because your brain immediately, your brain is like a giant filing cabinet. And it's taking in all of this sensory information, and every single folder that's in the filing cabinet is an archetype of some kind. Our brains are just very, very complicated emotional pattern recognition machines. And so as we grow up, this is what gendered socialization is, by the way. As we grow up, we learn all of the markers and the tells that categorize people in one way or another. We look at somebody and we look at the kind of clothing that they have on, and we denote, this person makes a lot of money, this person doesn't make a lot of money. And it's an assumption, it is an immediate assumption that your brain makes, and it automatically categorizes these people. And it does this with race, it does this with class, it does this with gender, it does it with all these different things. So as we grow up, we learn the archetypical stereotypes of women and man. And every time that you see somebody, you unconsciously categorize that person in your head, and your brain just says it. Okay, that's what happens. You see somebody that's 6'8", has a fucking beard, super jacked, broad shoulders, is wearing like a ripped up fucking t-shirt and like jorts, and you're like, oh, that's a dude. And your brain says he. It just automatically is like boom, 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 boom. You don't even consciously think about it. So there are trans people who meet that criteria for people. There are people that pass and their brain or whatever automatically files it away as woman, and then you just say woman, and then nobody ever says anything about it. The second option is that you consciously, and this is good, okay, I'm not saying this is a bad process, this is a good process, is that you fight that automatic categorization to be respectful of another person, right? Where if you have somebody, I'm trying to think of another example, other than gender, but like if you, like I can just use the gender, I guess. Like if I look at, like, what's a really easy example for me? I'm trying to think. What's like a really easy example? Like, it's like I just got tased, you guys. I'm sorry. My brain is just like completely fucking fried. I guess you could say like Caitlyn Jenner when she like first came out, but Caitlyn Jenner's a bad example because Caitlyn Jenner sucks. But like, okay, so we'll just say Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner, for all intents and purposes, especially when she was very early on in her transition, a lot of people just said he, okay? And people were like, oh, fuck, like, I'm so sorry. That's so, like, send me to the gulag. I'm so sorry for misgendering you. Like, I'm just, Like, that happens. People will fight that automatic categorization to accommodate other people to be nice and polite, okay? That's where that goes. That's what that is. That's what that is, okay? It's because it's a nice thing to do. It's because it's a nice thing to do. If you have a family member that like changes their name or something like that, if you know somebody for 20 years and their name is John, and then they switch to Jonathan, you consciously have to make yourself say Jonathan. Because you're used to just saying like, yo, Jonathan, right? Like you consciously make that choice until it rewires your brain and recategorizes it. So like the justification behind it is actually really fucking important, because we are doing it to be accommodating. We are doing it to be polite. We are doing it to intentionally rewire the way that we are categorizing people to be nice. Yes, correct. Because what the fuck is a fae? What does that even look like? What does a fae look like? How does my brain even begin to fucking categorize that? It doesn't. It's hard to do. And so because you want to be respectful and you want to be a nice person, you are like, my brain wants to say she's so fucking bad right now, but I know that's not what you like to be called, so I'm going to override that system and make a conscious choice to call you this thing. Yes, because it is the polite thing to do. It is the nice thing to do. That justification is actually very fucking important. That is very fucking important.
Reason you should use someone's name. I'm a proponent of what I call totalitarian gender. Essentially, someone's gender, name, pronouns, etc. aren't up for debate. They are for an individual to
Okay, my gender is now Hitler gender. Got him! Got him! Got him! Ah. It's the attack helicopter meme.
Take on whatever weird whims they desire. If they want their pronoun to be anomaly, then anomaly pronoun.
Also, everybody is like, you're just being a pedantic debate, bro. But this is a really good question. What if somebody's pronoun is the N-word? Anything can be a pronoun. Anything can be a gender. What if somebody is slur a gender? What then? What then, guys? What then, guys? You would have the same argument if it was somebody's name, right? If somebody's name was a slur, like, let's just say Gypsy Rose Blanchard, for example, you could either choose to just call her, like, Rose or something like that, or you could just call her, like, G or something. Some people will just fucking say it because they don't care. But, like, yeah, like, I want an answer to this question. Would Lily Orchard call somebody the N-word if that was their pronouns? I want to know. I would like an answer to this question, please.
Is anomaly, end of discussion. In that framework, the only reason why you're using they, them pronouns or something.
My gender is actually cool hat. I will not be taking any more misgendering. These are the three genders: she, her, they, them, and cool hat. That's me. I'm cool hat.
one is because it's polite and there is literally nothing else to call them. And there really isn't a deeper reason for that. There might be to that person, but you shouldn't need that explanation and you aren't owed it. Cis people don't have to justify their own existence like this. The gender binary isn't this all-encompassing thing. Really only Europe ever cared.
I mean, the only thing I will say is they actually do when they are like gender non-conforming. So for those of you who have been around for a while, okay, when I was growing up, I basically like quote unquote lived as a boy until I was like maybe 13 because puberty. But so like I went to Catholic school, and so anybody that I met like in the community, they went to public school, so they didn't know me. We didn't like know each other. Whenever I would meet new people, they just like assumed that I was a little boy. And there was one time where I was camping with my family, and I vividly remember this. This is like a core memory for me. And obviously when you go camping, you know, you run around and you find all the other kids to play with. So it's like a pack of like 10 8-year-olds like running around in the woods, like hitting each other with sticks and shit. It's total nightmare fuel. But I remember I met this kid, and I think he was like a couple of years older than me. I think I was like 9 or 10, and he was like 11. And my mom had said something like, and she said like, "Oh, that's what she said," and he was like, "That's a guy." And my mom was like, "No," and I was like, "No, like, yeah, what's up? It's me, the hottest girl at the club." And I remember like arguing with this kid and being like, "No," like unironically, like I am actually like a chick. And this kid was like fucking arguing with me over it. I was like, "What are we doing here? Like, what's happening right now?" Like, yes, actually, gender non-conforming people do have to like argue for their like identified gender the same way that trans people do in a lot of instances. When I was early on in my transition, I had short hair. I always had really long hair, and then I cut my hair when I was, I don't remember how old I was. I cut my hair, and so I had like the Mae Martin swoop. You know what I'm saying? Like the Mae Martin swoop. And I remember we studied abroad, and I got kicked out of bathrooms regularly, and had to like argue and be like, "No, bitch! Like I need to go to the bathroom. This is the ladies' room. It's me. Hi, I'm a lady. Let me in." And like arguing with people about this, like. Yes, there are cis people that are gender non-conforming that have to make these arguments all the fucking time. Yes, correct.
Cared about it, and every other culture had their own idea about gender in the first place. Thanks, colonialism. But gender as a construct has only ever been this important thing because cis people made it an important thing.
How did your mom feel years later when you came out and proved her ass wrong? You know, I actually haven't ever talked to her about that story. I should probably ask her about that. I wonder if she remembers that. It was actually really fucking funny. Yeah, I should ask her if she remembers that. That'd be funny.
It's cis people having a huge bug up their ass about gender nonconformity in the first place that made gender a big deal. It's like that old question of, why is there gay pride but no straight pride? Because nobody's trying to kill you, that's why. Why is there Black Lives Matter but no white
well, maybe I am.
Lives Matter. Because nobody's trying to kill you, that's why. If they weren't trying to kill us, it wouldn't be a big thing. People would just be trans and that's it. It would be no more nuanced or complicated than, do I want to be happy the rest of my life or miserable? And this idea that there's more to it than just being polite to other human beings.
Well, I mean, so the argument fundamentally comes down to one very important question. What does your happiness cost others? And there's a lot of different arguments that you can have about this, of course. And I wouldn't say that, like, being trans comes at a quote-unquote cost, so to speak. But just generally speaking, like, yes, unfortunately, happiness is not a metric to allow people to do whatever they want. I am the happiest when I have a half gallon of Jägermeister, a 30 rack of beers, an 8-ball, and nowhere to be. That happiness is not advantageous, okay? To be happy is not just getting what you want all the time, right? Like, happiness sometimes comes at a cost to others. I'd be super happy if I could just murder everybody that I don't like. Well, we can't allow that happiness, right? It's just, there's a lot more questions here that are not being considered.
As a form of privilege. It's putting the existence of non-binary people up for debate. Even if you are ostensibly in favor of non-binary people, you shouldn't be having that debate with anyone at all. There shouldn't be
True, you should never give people language to defend themselves adequately to people in their life whose minds they do want to change, and you should never challenge individuals who espouse these ideas. Like, this is just so thought-terminating. Because So there's like a beautiful phrase, a beautiful motto. You know me, I love a quote. It hates to see me coming. Something that I loved. I remember I read this. I think I was in college, I think, when I heard it, where it's like, be the person that you needed when you were younger. Be that person as an adult, right? Like, be the adult that you wish was in your life when you were a kid. Like, the person that is like supportive, that listens, that is tough but fair. Like, be that kind of person, right? There are individuals who do not have the language or the ability to express themselves and adequately fight back against a lot of these kinds of talking points or arguments that most often come from family members and friends. Watching other people argue in favor of your existence, one, that's awesome. That it's not just me and mine. There are other people who care about me and my right to do these things or my existence, blah, blah, blah. Two, it gives you the language and the ability to push back on these ideas effectively. And three, not every single person that is against trans non-binary or whatever the fuck is like an evil bigot, transphobe, Hitler, transgender baby killer. Okay, the reality of the situation, and everybody hates this, but it's true. The reality of the situation is a lot of people are just fucking ignorant, dude. A lot of people just don't fucking know. And unfortunately, somebody has to explain it to them. And I would rather 100 times out of 100 have me explain trans shit to somebody than fucking Richard Spencer, than fucking Adolf Hitler reincarnated. I would rather me do it. I would rather get the uncomfortable question here and there. I would rather have to have the same conversation 900 fucking times than let somebody who's here's my studies on how being trans is a Jewish conspiracy to overthrow the West. I would rather me have that conversation than that person. Yeah, unfortunately, part of life is understanding that there are people that are ignorant, and that by virtue of being someone or something that ignorance is capable to foster against, yes, there are times where you are going to have to, quote unquote, defend your existence. Idealistically, I wish that we could all, eat cake and ride rainbows and everybody would smile and be happy and have fun and have $1 million in their bank account. Yes, I would love that for the world. That is not the world that we live in. And preparing people for an idealized reality that is not here and is not coming in our lifetime sets up people to fail. Sorry, bitch.
Option to not be in favor of non-binary people. These are not people to be debated at all. This is not a position to be debated.
Why change anybody's mind about anything ever, guys? People are static and they never change.
My identity is not a democracy. It's not a matter of opinion. It is a totalitarian state. I will tell you what my name.
Lily is such a fucking pussy. Lily is just trans Lio Convoy. I would totally hit that dork and give him a swirly if he ever said that to me. Lily would literally fucking die of a stroke if she ever got into a physical confrontation. You got beat up as a kid. They had the Lily locker in the hallway that was just for you, babe. The only physical confrontation that you get into is with the microwave when it won't cook your cup of noodles. Shut the fuck up. The posture. I would totally fuck that bitch up. The only thing that you can fuck up is a pack of Twinkies. Mind your business.
Name and pronouns are, and disagreement is not an option if you like having all of your teeth. And this is the case for everyone. Disagreement with an individual's identity is not an opening for debate. It is not an opening for fierce opposition. They are not to be entertained. They are to be shunned and alienated entirely. There is no philosophical explanation for trans people more nuanced than they exist. Their existence is not to be debated for sport. And that's what all of this is.
Dude, that's awesome. You know what also exists? Pedophiles. We can never have a conversation about it, guys. Stop. It's their right.
It's sport. That's why breadtubers put so much stock in debating the alt-right, because that's their sport. Their audience isn't here for active participation in politics. They're here for professional wrestling. They're here to see people fight. They're here to see what stupid fucking costume they're gonna put on this time. And that's fine if you remember what it is you're actually doing and what you're actually here for, and your political discussions are more esoteric and pie in the sky like democratic socialism versus social liberalism rather than debating people's inherent right to exist. Not every content creator is politically driven.
Excuse me, a trans woman is speaking. Everybody be quiet. Listen and learn.
Even if their content is technically political, and their audience probably isn't either. When Ian gets in trouble for spewing white supremacist rhetoric for the 18th time that day, there's no shortage of people rushing to talk about how he de-radicalized them from the alt-right.
Dude, not the Crusades. Dave's fault.
But did he, though? Let's be honest. Hypothetical Voshite in the comments, hurriedly tabbing away from AO3's race play tag.
Hey, AO3, why do you have this?
Were you really alt-right? Were you at Charlottesville? Were you stalking people on Kiwi farms? Were you retweeting libs of TikTok as she threatened child hospitals? Were you the one threatening children's hospitals? Were you actively pedojack?
Okay, but here's the thing. If you can... So, both of these things have to be true at the same time. If somebody can Looney Tunes themselves into being like a neo-Nazi by watching Sargon of Akkad and watching fucking Asmongold and watching too many libs of TikTok reels and shit like that, if somebody can Wile E. Coyote themselves into being like a reactionary white supremacist, does it not then stand to reason that they could Wile E. Coyote themselves into liberal socialism by watching Vosh content? If you are like if you have somebody who is susceptible to the point, and everybody, nobody is immune to propaganda, of course, but if you are somebody who quite literally has your entire political ideology shaped by sick memes that Asmongold drops on his streams, would it not make sense that you could easily be swayed to a different position by somebody that also drops dank memes? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. What are we talking about?
Attacking trans women, or did you just scroll through Twitter nodding along with edgelords? In my experience, nobody on the alt-right who was politically engaged were ever de-radicalized by BreadTube. They were passive, conservative.
Well, the thing is like, it's de-radicalization isn't a single step. There's like an entire handbook on how people are de-radicalized. And it can and is very successful. What the fuck is that guy's name? There was a movie that was made about him. It's Brian Windler. Brian Windler. This is a good documentary. It's called Erasing Hate. So Brian Windler was someone who grew up and he got involved in the Hammerskins, which is a neo-Nazi white supremacist gang. Okay, he was in the Hammerskins. And the Hammerskins are denoted a terrorist organization by the Southern Poverty Law Center. This is like a pretty extreme white hate group. So this is Brian. Brian got all kinds of tattoos, was super into it. In and out of jail, committing hate crimes regularly. This arrow right here is actually a Nordic symbol, symbolizing that he was willing to kill for his race. And over time, he became very de-radicalized by quite literally just having black friends. No joke. So Brian turned his life all the way around, and Brian got all of his fucking tattoos removed, and now he lives a peaceful life where he thinks that everybody is equal, okay? De-radicalization can and does work. The problem with de-radicalization is not that people are obstinate to changing their beliefs. It's that people are obstinate to disrupting their way of life and their social circles. There's a reason that when people join gangs, there's a reason that people that join gangs usually die in the gang. It's because it is near impossible to leave. If you are in a white supremacist gang, and you're like, actually, guys, I think that black people are kind of cool, they're probably just gonna fucking kill you. Like, hello? Like, how? She's so dumb, dude. She's so dumb.
But probably couldn't be bothered to vote. Someone who might have voted for Trump, but their show was on that day, so And they were just as politically passive when they moved left. They changed none of their opinions. They didn't drop the edgelord bullshit.
It was how he grew up. He grew up in, like, rural town. A lot of people that join a lot of these really extreme organizations, they either are like grandfathered in, like their family is involved in this kind of culture, or they're individuals that are like groomed at a very young age. A lot of people will also go into prison, or like, you know, the incarceration system, and they join white supremacist organizations in order to survive in prison. You join, you know, the fucking Hammerskins or the Skinheads or whatever, or the Woods, and you get protection. So nobody will fuck with you. Because if they fuck with you, then everybody starts fighting or whatever. People will usually join gangs. 1, for protection. 2, like in the community for financial opportunity. 3, sometimes because they're grandfathered in. And then 4, especially with like white supremacy, white supremacist organizations are a little bit different because it's like, these are legacy organizations in the sense where it's like, these are individuals that, like, generally speaking, are unbothered. Like, if you think about like gang culture, there's usually constant conflict between gangs. So people aren't really like having families and they grow up and they raise their kid as like, you know, like a fucking Latin king. That usually doesn't happen. Like with the KKK and other white supremacist organizations, they're generally unbothered. There's not really like a lot of infighting between these organizations, so they're able to have families, and then they just raise those families and those ideologies. So with the Klan specifically, the reason that the Klan has never really died out is because the people that are members of the Klan, they have like families and shit, and they just raise their families. Like they bake teeny tiny KKK hoods for babies and shit. Like I don't know if you've ever like watched a documentary or read about the KKK or anything like that. Like, no shit. There are people, like, I think there's like 5 people in the Bible Belt that like make the authentic Klan wizard robes. They specialize in making Klan hoods for babies, for fucking babies, bro. They just are raised in it, right? That's a big part of white supremacist culture.
Shit about cancel culture. They didn't do anything. Maybe they whined on Twitter about woke scolds because woke scolds were making it harder to believe they were.
Oh, the black friend? I think it was somebody that he worked with. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. It's a good documentary. It's called Erasing Hate. I haven't seen it in a while. But he ended up just like making friends with people like at work or like I don't think that his wife, he had a wife and a kid, and I don't think that his wife was very racist. I think that she was just like, whatever, dude, like save the whites, whatever. Are you gonna take out the trash or not? I don't know. I think she thought he was LARPing or something like that. But it was either one of her friends, it was like one of his kids' friends, or like he met somebody at work or something like that, and he was like, huh, I guess they're not all bad, is pretty much what it was.
Really shifting left, but to be de-radicalized, you had to have been radicalized in the first place. And if you were, actual de-radicalization takes way more therapy and way more self-reflection than watching a loser in his gaming chair scream at black women over a...
No, but it's the first domino to fall. Usually there's like, people have like what they consider to be a concrete ideology, and once that ideology is cracked, then you can start doing the, like the quote-unquote de-radicalization work, right? Like 9 times out of 10, if you've ever met somebody that had like a crazy fucking ideology or something like that, or was like in a cult, like I don't know, like a Mormon or something, I don't know. If you ever meet people like this, they always describe like some event where it's like, this thing made me question stuff. It starts with a question. It doesn't start with, oh my God, I need therapy. Like, it doesn't start with that. It starts with a question. That's what it starts with. And so the idea is that people that are like kind of edgy, online commentators or whatever, might crack that foundation. There might be a crack. You know, you're in the KKK and you're like, hell yeah, brother. Like, let's go. Yeah, we peaked in like the 1800s, but let's go. Yeah, you know what I mean? And then you like meet a black person and they're like nice to you and you're like, oh, I thought that you were the devil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it can just be one positive experience. It can be one conversation. It can be one engagement. It can be one fact that's recited to you. It just kind of makes you go, that's interesting. I didn't think about that before. Interesting. Like, it can just be one of those things. It's like an inception moment where it's like planted deep in your psyche. And you're just like, I guess maybe not all white guys are the best, maybe? Interesting, okay. And then over time, that erodes, right?
Opinions they never actually held. Breadtubers will claim to be recruiting, but aside from the fact that recruiting Nazis is completely counterproductive, they aren't recruiting for anything except their Patreons. This is not your political engagement, this is your entertainment. This is a borrowed observation from Signified B-Sides. You should definitely watch his videos.
The thing that debate fans don't want to admit is that this is their entertainment. They're trying to validate repeatedly debating insert white supremacists here for a week straight to say that's an important thing to do when no, you just like wrestling. You just like professional wrestling.
No, it's an important thing because the fans of those people can have that foundation crack. That's usually what ends up happening is that so let's think about it this way. With the FLDS, what was that guy's name? It wasn't the guy with the fucking Coke bottle glasses. It wasn't Warren Jeffs, it was the other one. What was Rulon. It was Rulon Jeffs. That guy was supposed to be like the prophet of Mormonism. He was supposed to be a direct descendant of Joseph Smith. And they all believed that he wouldn't die. That he would like die and then be like immediately reborn as like a young man again. They all believed this. Like they truly believed that this guy was a prophet and that he was going to be reincarnated. Or like Benjamin Button or something like that. And when he died, and he didn't spawn, he didn't respawn on the other side of the map, that crack was enough for some people to start to question the teachings of the FLDS. That alone was enough. I don't like this example, but I will use this example. You see the same thing with defectors in North Korea, where it's like Kim Jong-il was the last one? Kim Jong-il? Yeah, we're on Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-il, no. Yes? No. Which what? Kim Jong-il. I was right, Kim Jong-il. There's too many. They all have the first two names. Okay. Anyway, Kim Jong-il. It was like, oh, Kim Jong-il, is supreme leader. He's basically like he can't fuck up. He's supreme leader, okay? Same thing when he got sick and elderly. People were like, holy fuck, like he's not actually like the emperor. He's like a human. That's crazy. That foundational crack can just be enough for some people to question it. That can be it. Or maybe somebody who defects from North Korea sees like a video or something of somebody like using the internet and not getting raped. And they're like, oh, the internet doesn't actually immediately rape you? That's crazy. Or even if you go to the conservative side of things, like people that are saying like, Palestine is evil, like they're the worst, they're all just like Hamas terrorists. And then they see a video of, or they hear the audio recording terribly of that little girl that was trapped in the car for like 4 hours. And it was 400 rounds into that car with a 6-year-old in it that was on the phone with EMS. And they watched that and they're like, wow, I guess that actually wasn't a Hamas terrorist. That was actually a child. Like that, those very small moments are enough to open the foundation for people to learn and do the work. That's the point. Is like, Vosh is not de-radicalizing anybody. Correct. What Vosh is doing, what people that do debates do, is they crack it. That's what it's for.
You just like soap operas.
If everyone who claimed to be de-radicalized by BreadTube was honest with themselves and everyone else, they would respond to ContraPoints or Vosh posting a new video or stream with, "Oh, quiet everyone, you just gotta watch your stories." Like my grandmother with Days of Our Lives, or my mother with Lois and Clark. They might like to believe that they're part of a left-
Lois and Clark? It's Lewis and Clark.
This movement, but when was the last time they did anything that wasn't dogpiling someone on Twitter? Most likely over nothing. As much as-
Yeah, like, and this is a good example as well, Lesser Older Trails, with like the examples of police brutality that are actually recorded. Because before body cams and shit like that, a lot of people would say, you know, oh, it's not even that bad, blah, 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 right? But then you see Eric Gardner was the one that I was like, this is just undebatable. This is completely undebatable. People make the argument with George Floyd or whatever. I would also consider that to be undebatable. But it's like, this should actually fundamentally change the way that you look at these things now that you've been exposed to this information.
As many of these people talk about recruiting, they're not recruiting for anything but their own fan bases. While I compare them to the cartoon community, I find a better parallel is between BreadTube and psychology channels. While you can find resources and directions for psychology and therapy on YouTube, you will also find a lot of content farm clickbait doing little more than using the language of psychology for clicks, and especially drama channels who just want to call people so-
Dude, gas! Let's go. I know what it is. What is it? It's Lois Lane. Lois Lane, right? Lois Lane, yeah.
Sociopaths and armchair diagnosed people they don't like. And navigating that and knowing who is real and who is a fucking charlatan or just a novelty product is important. BreadTube has the same dichotomy. There are card-carrying socialists, but there's also just a lot of edgelords cashing in on a trend and a lot of actually hostile people who bully others for clout. But there's this real problem where if you expect a self-described socialist to uphold socialist ideas,
Eric Gardner was the one that was selling, I think he was either selling CDs or loose leaf cigarettes, and they put him in a chokehold.
You get called a woke scold and get dogpiled by Nazis. This isn't a tangible leftist movement, and I don't say that derisively. While LeftTube can occasionally do some real good, simply watching YouTubers, especially edgy brocialists who use radical politics as an excuse to avoid analyzing their ingrained biases, isn't going to make you into a good card-carrying leftist. It just feeds politics.
Yeah, it's Lois Lane. It's not Lewis Lane, right?
Into the fandom cycle where stan culture melts your brain, where you form parasocial relationships with political commentators. To bring this out into the real world, you should never get emotionally attached to a politician. They are disposable by nature. I didn't vote for the Liberal Party in the last 2 elections because of what nice, honest, moral people they were. They weren't. I voted for them because they mostly match my overall political goals. And unlike the other 3, were actually capable of keeping the Conservative Party from taking power and fucking everyone over. And yeah, my politics line up with the NDP way more than the Liberals, but the NDP spends so much time fucking around and engaging.
I don't know shit about Canadian politics. I just know that I trust the Sikh guy. Sikhs are cool people. I trust it. They're like Jesuits. Sikhs are like the counterpart to Jesuits.
Catty teenage bullshit and making themselves less and less electable. And if I were someone who cared about ideological purity and routinely called everything less than socialist than me neoliberal, I'd probably consider that a problem. But because I don't have an emotional attachment to politicians and I know what the actual positions of these parties are, it's much easier to make the more grown-up strategic decision. Politics and fandom should never mix. And while BreadTube is mostly just politics as entertainment, it is increasingly breeding this self-centered, egotistical version of socialism in its viewers simply by virtue of the fact that many card-carrying socialist content creators have.
Do you think we could get new images? Why are we just doing the same image over and over? I'm dying.
Inoculated their viewers to be violently opposed to anyone who pressures them to actually uphold socialist values. The end result is people who view politics not as a strategic move on a chessboard, but as a declaration of your own moral goodness. And this parasocial relationship with political commentators goes both ways. Parasocial hatred of these people is not useful in any way, shape, or form. It all creates engagement, especially for professional trolls. While I deeply dislike them, I can't summon the fire to be angry at creators like Contradiction, Nostalgia Chick, or Ian Learn to Shape. Couldn't even summon the energy to think of original insults there. Everything about them is so mundane, and their actions are so predictable, especially when they glommed onto the right's cancel culture nonsense. See, when all this Buck Angel stuff was happening, and ContraPoints ended up doing a Patreon stream that went over the backlash, very dismissively of course, but what did you expect? And the reason I bring it up is because during the stream, she made the remark that just because trans people were offended when she worked with transphobes wasn't a good enough reason for her to stop. And it's a poignant moment because it's the point where I realized doing another video on ContraPoints' bullshit was kind of contrapointless. It made it clear that there was nothing to gain from pressing the issue. There were no minds to change, just flag her on Shinigami eyes and move on. But it did make something finally click. Namely, ContraPoints ultimately was never interested in being a creator who went to bat for trans people.
Direct action is using Shigami eyes, guys. That's direct action. Mal would have done that. Write that down.
What she wanted to do was pontificate on the academic hypotheticals of political concepts. You know that image you think of when you think of philosophy, of 2 Roman guys debating like it's a sport while a crowd gathers around them? That's all this is to most of BreadTube. ContraPoints cared about—
Yeah, well, because that's what philosophy is. I'm sorry that you, have never, opened a book before that wasn't incest fanfiction. Sorry, I have to cough. But that's what philosophy is. It's endlessly pontificating over stupid shit. What does it mean to be good, guys? What is the purpose of life? What does it mean to be? Yeah, that's what philosophy is. Yes.
what cishet people think of her and did not care what trans people thought of her. She fundamentally did not care until what they thought of her became annoying. And that's why her response to the backlash was so shit. Because she didn't care about mending a rift. She just wanted those little brats to shut up and leave her alone. She'd already decided who she wanted her content to appeal to, and if she
that's like the truest ContraPoint tweets ever. Gen Z queer people are hard to figure out. They're like, I'm an asexual slut who loves sex. You don't have to be trans to be trans. Casual reminder that heterosexuality doesn't make your gayness any less valid. This was fire. This was gas. This belongs in the Smithsonian.
She wanted her content to appeal to, and if she wasn't dissuaded by thousands of people ostracizing her and giving her a mountain of headaches, another video from a nobody wasn't going to do that. The fact is, there isn't some secret mystery as to why this wealthy, conventionally attractive white woman is so hostile to criticism. She just—
oh my god, she's hot. I hate her. Ugh!
Doesn't care. She would rather just dress up like she's in a Family Guy skit about gay Dracula and contemplate her navel. And I don't say this with any malice. ContraPoints isn't the first white woman with middling talent, deep self—
interesting lineup we've got here, guys. Interesting lineup.
loathing and an adversarial relationship with criticism, reality, and the concept of other people's existence, and she won't be the last. It is a mundane fact of life, and when you look at her work through this lens, it's a lot harder to be angry with her, because she's just another white girl with bad opinions. But she did get me thinking about who I want my content to appeal to, because I don't want neo-Nazis
children, mostly, is who we're appealing to. That's why we do cartoon analysis, question mark?
in my channel or my writing. I go out of my way to be as hostile to them as possible. Some people whine about this, saying I should be reaching out and helping de-radicalize them, but the fact is—
like, I don't wanna, you know?
I just don't care about conservative white men and their problems. Because to be that kind of person, I'd have to be someone that other
True, dude. I don't give a fuck about, like, the biggest voting bloc. I don't give a fuck about them. Who cares?
LGBT people don't feel safe around, and I'd have to be someone that people of color don't feel safe around, and I don't want to be that kind of person. If I'm gonna choose between conservative white men—
the only people that feel safe around Lily is, like, Lily. Like, your friend, foe, family, pet, you're in the danger zone.
LGBT people and people of color, I'm going to choose the latter. Am I good at that? Not really. I put my foot in my mouth on more than one occasion over my long career. Some people have forgiven me for those instances, some haven't, and I'm okay with people still being upset with me for that. I might not be the kind of creator I want to be right now, but being that kind of creator is the only real professional ambition I have, and I care way more about that than potential—
yeah, how's that going for you, bud? How's that going? Should we let's take a look at our views. Let's see how that's going for us, you guys. Let's see how we're going. We have a 133k sub YouTube channel. Let's take a look at our views. 18k, 13k, 21k, 13k. So this is 1 month worth of videos. 13, 16, 12, 10, 15. Ooh, I don't think that we're making enough money, babe. I think that we should just get a job. Go work at fucking Tim Hortons or something.
Detoxing Nazis. At the end of the day, I'm not a political YouTuber any more than all art is political, but I still care about who my content is appealing to. Anything that might make those groups feel unwelcome in my spaces or around my—
yeah, so this is why I don't drink water, is because Hitler also drank water, and I don't want Hitler in my audience. So, no water for me, thanks.
Work is not something I'm okay with, and I have tried to adopt a policy over the last few years that if another marginalized person comes to me with something racist I've done, to not argue with them on that point because they have a better understanding of the subject than you do, you fucking idiot. I tend to take a hard and fast rule on how to respond when marginalized people confront me with something problematic I've done, unless it is brazenly 100% clear that they're doing so in bad faith. I think if anything, if someone is bringing something you've done to your attention, rather than make a clickbait YouTube video about it, that's generally an indication that they already trust you to take it seriously. They already believe it's a sincere mistake. They're already giving you the benefit of the doubt. They wouldn't be talking to you otherwise. And I think that's the only real value that these discussions of breadtube personalities getting in trouble for refusing to check their privilege has. Sit back and think, who do you want feeling welcome around you? Who do you actually care about? And do you care about being a welcoming person, having better politics, or at the very least just not being repugnant?
Okay, this is the parasociality that we're complaining about. We have a 133k sub YouTube channel. These aren't like intimate personal relationships. I can't fucking control who watches my content or whatever. Sorry, I'm not like kept up at night by the thought that like maybe fucking Hamas terrorist likes my streams. Sorry. Sorry. I don't care.
Or do you just want people to declare you one of the good ones without doing any of the actual work? I've always been firmly of the correct opinion that cancel culture isn't real, despite how many—
what work? ContraPoints has done more than you ever have in your entire fucking life. ContraPoints like donates money, community hours, all this other shit.
White liberals start to adopt the term whenever they get slapped down for being stupid. ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis weren't canceled for one bad tweet or action. The both of them have been pissing people off with a very distinct callousness for a long time. Hell, Ellis's last big controversy is often said to be about a single tweet that was perceived to be racist, but it wasn't even that. It was the response to being very plainly told why the tweet was racist. Some people came to her in good faith, she called them crazies and lashed out, and a larger group of people went, oh, okay, fuck you too, I guess. And it wasn't the first time this had happened. People made a big fuss about the pylon because hundreds of people were making these remarks, but she had far, far more defenders than she had detractors.
Okay, I'm speeding this up. I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm ready for the Star Wars one. I'm speeding this up. Oh, way too fast. Whoa. Whoa. I'm ready for the Star Wars video.
And this is the natural consequence of having a huge audience. When you show your ass, more people see it. And this goes double for Natalie. They did not get canceled. They got shouted.
When you have a huge audience and you show your tits to minors on stream, it doubles the people that sees it. True. Wise words. If only we learned.
Down, and not for one offense, for many. If I threw out the idea of Raylo-style fanfiction with Harriet Tubman, I'd expect people to be less patient with me too. Cancel culture isn't real. And when I say that, people get surprised because unlike these two, I actually have been stalked and harassed and have my reputation slandered like bad faith actors en masse. Like, Lily, how can you not believe cancel culture is real? You've been stalked for a decade, you've had your name put on manuscripts that aren't yours, you've been accused of abuse by your abuser, one former friend has been stalking you for 8 years, you've been assaulted IRL over some of this shit, some crazy bitch is making her 5th video in a row trying to pedo jacket you like a store brand lives of TikTok as
I mean, well then maybe we shouldn't molest and it wouldn't be a problem. I refuse to believe that Lily has been assaulted in real life because there would be documentation of this. Like, we just be lying. We just be lying all the time.
fucking speak. How is this not an attempt to cancel you? Well, it's pretty simple. I don't call this canceling. I call it what it is. Harassment, bullying, stochastic terrorism in the case of the 2 people who raped me over this.
Stochastic terrorism for being raped? What?
Bullshit. I don't call this canceling. I call it what it is. Harassment, bullying, stochastic terrorism in the case of the 2 people who raped me over this bullshit. The whole point of
We were raped over our Steven Universe video? Oh my god. That's not stochastic terrorism, that's just rape? What?
Cancel culture is that when people are being actually criticized over things they actually did, you will connect that legitimate criticism, shouty and rude as it might be, to those other things. Cancel culture is about blurring the line between criticism and harassment so that when you see the former, you will think it's automatically the latter. You cannot equate 12 years of stalking, abuse, defamation, real-life sexual assault, and very deliberate attempts to ruin someone's life out of spite to being made fun of on Twitter for a week for being fucking stupid. And I've been made fun of on Twitter for being fucking stupid, and I don't count it when I talk about being stalked and terrorized. That's why I don't believe in cancel culture. I don't need to, because I don't view my ego being bruised as an act of psychological assault. This video went in a lot of different places. I just started writing, a lot of very personal frustrations came out. Hopefully that was intelligible, but knowing me, it probably wasn't. I wasn't prepared for this one winning the poll, honestly. I meant what I said a minute ago. I don't really hold any anger toward terrible creators in LeftTube, not even the ones who have harassed me specifically. It all just kind of bleeds together into a big blinding blob. Like, I don't hate ContraPoints. She's a white woman with terrible opinions about shit. There's a ton of those. While disliking or
yeah, there's one actually right here talking to us. That's crazy.
Disavowing creators is valuable. I think there's a lot of harm to yourself when you get emotionally invested in a creator's downfall. Personally, I would love it if a lot of BreadTube checked their own biases, got away from making verbal wrestling matches and drama videos, but I don't see any value in holding my breath. I guess I could suggest lefty YouTubers who I think are more worth watching. Yeah, let's do that. In that case, Signified B-Sides for a more direct political theory.
FT Signifier,
The mixture on current trends, direct politics, and pop culture. I think it's very good. You might like them. Stitch Media Mix is more centered directly on fandom, K-pop, and fandom racism. But if you're looking to have your biases checked right to the face,
fandom racism pass.
The wooden cutting board, they were very helpful to me. Sometimes I come away from Stitch's articles being made aware of something problematic I've been doing and feeling ashamed of myself. And I think that experience is more valuable than people give it credit for. Professor Flowers, in particular, she has a very insightful. Gigapass. No. Video about the problems of LeftTube trying to recruit Nazis, and I've kept his video in my mind while I was writing parts of this, but all of her other videos are great, and honestly, I think he's just swell. And lastly, Knowing Better. It's a mostly history channel, which YouTube already loves, but also talks about other issues like the capitalist hellhole we're living in.
All of these suck. These are all fucking dog shit. What are some... Luna Oi, Hakeem... Subscriptions. Like... Yeah, so Luna Oi is a good one. One of my favorites. Juchi Gang is good. Crazy Russian Dad is fine. Midwest Marks is fine. Alligator Communist is good. Marxism Today is okay. What's the other one? What's Bay Area Socialist? Ya boy Hakeem. I like this guy a lot. Yeah, the D program. Like there's plenty of like these aren't even like Professor Flowers is just like unwell woman with a camera. FD Signifier is like much more of like a sock dem. I don't know much of this guy's content, but yeah.
And police militarization. It's a left-wing channel that doesn't do class reductionism, which is what I think you should be primarily looking for. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. I love you all. Yes.
All right, good night. I hated that. Wow. Never talk about politics again, you stupid bitch. Never do it again. Never again. Never again. I never want to hear another word. I never want to hear another word. Okay, but by popular demand, Ren has asked that we watch the Star Wars video, but here's the deal. I understand that I'm bending the rules because it's no longer Black History Month, but I am doing this just because I love and cherish Ren, okay? But I am going to go piss scroll. I did kill my last NA beer, so I have to go and get like a regular water, but yeah. Like the sociology is fine. Like the politics, yeah, like I would agree. Like I think that his political takes fucking suck. Same thing with like ContraPoints. Like I like a lot of her trans content, but I don't like her political videos. Like yeah. But anyway, yes, we're extending Black History Month just for Ren. It is now the 30th day of Black History Month just for Ren. I am going to go piss Girly Pops really quick, and then we're going to watch the Star Wars video, and I'm going to be dead. So I'll be right back. Everybody behave.
I would have forgave their deceit. I taught you how man lives himself eternal. Living being, shelter me.
Amen.
It is not for us to decide the fate of these souls! What souls? That is why we fight! They are not us! Fight with me, Crusade! There is no shame. The souls are already lost.
All right, I'm back. We're gonna do Star Wars video. I don't think that I'm gonna have time for all that I wish to bless you with today. So we're doing the Star Wars video, and then what are we doing next? Okay. You guys decide. You steer the ship. You tell me where you want to go, and I will take you there. Okay? Let's go ahead and get crazy style with the Star Wars video. My blood pressure. Let's go.
You've seen Andor. Why won't you admit that your ideas about the criticism of Star Wars is responsible for everything? We'll save Star Wars. For the 1800th time. Oh. Wow, that was a weird dream. For a second there, I thought I was in a world where one franchise was to blame for the actions of the entire entertainment industry. Good thing I'm in a sane, sensible world where everything makes sense. And back to boring old reality. Okay, so Disney has had control of Star Wars for about 10 years now, and to say it's the definition of discourse would be an understatement. And I'm not talking just about far-right YouTube grifters either. Even real human beings with, like, actual opinions on things have been discoursing about Star Wars for the last decade. Wait, sorry, did I say last decade? I meant the last 50 years. I can't help but look at my window sometimes and go, are you guys still here? Truth be told, my interest in Disney Star Wars is practically non-existent. It largely circles the drain of original trilogy nostalgia, while occasionally dragging Hayden Christensen out to make the people with good taste cheer and guffaw. I used to say I wanted a Hayden Christensen cameo, and then I got it, and I loved it. And then the second one, I quite like The Force Awakens. Of the sequel trilogy, it was my favorite. The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker decided to shift focus away from the characters I liked to the characters I didn't, while taking elements from Rey and Finn's friendship and awkwardly bolting them onto the Force bond with Kylo Ren, while constantly shifting back and forth between, are we gonna kill this little twerp or redeem him? Rogue One is a rebel movie, so I wasn't interested. People tell me, oh, it's good and you have to see it because it's really good, and I say, no, that's okay, I trust you, you wouldn't lie to me. Solo. Well, nobody watched Solo. Solo bombed horribly. And after that, Star Wars has kept itself to books and streaming miniseries. There was The Mandalorian and The Book of Boba Fett, both continuing Dave Filoni's obsession with shoving Mandalorians into everything like he does. There was Obi-Wan, which I actually quite liked.
Because Mandalorians are awesome. I want a series about pureblood Siths. That's what I want. The biggest criticism for Disney Star Wars is that we're going forward when we should be going backwards. That's the difference. Is like the Old Republic has such incredible lore and like world building already done. Hang on, wait, stupid dog came in here and he was like, I want to be in here, and now he wants out. Oh. He was here, and then he heard Lily talk, and then he was like, oh no, the dog fucker, I gotta go. Crazy. But like, dude, why not just do the Old Republic, bro? Do like Darth Bane, do like Darth Nihilus, do what are some of the other ones like? Yeah, like these are awesome. These are all really good ones. The cinematics are already like so fucking cool. Why not just like go into the Old Republic? Why do the same fucking Death Star 2.0? It's stupid.
Perfect? No, there's no such thing as perfect Star Wars, unless you count the Old Republic. But I expected naked fan service, and what I got was that, but also one of the most genuinely emotionally gripping characters of the new canon. So yes, Disney, I like this one. Then they throw out Ahsoka, which continues Ahsoka's long-running trend of being dragged into the modern canon by a creator who straight up refuses to let her story end. And then what does she do? Angst about being a Jedi. Hey, remember when Ahsoka first appeared and she was forcibly assigned as Anakin's Padawan because the council wanted him to experience a fraction of the grief he gave them? Good times. Then came the Acolyte, which I was actually quite interested about for a while because Acolyte is a Sith term, and so a series fundamentally about a Sith.
Oh, this was the dumbest shit ever. When like the lightsaber turns red to like symbolize that you're starting to the dark side. That's not. They get the Sith eyes. They have to like manually change the crystal in a lightsaber. But okay.
Because the main character sounded really cool. But what we got was a samurai movie about the Jedi sniffing out someone who practices the dark side. And it's not like it's bad. I mean, it's fine. Like most Star Wars things, it's just fine. But my rule for Disney Star Wars is that I'm not coming back to it until they put the nuance back into the dark side after stripping it away when they decanonize Legends. Which means it's fine, but it's not what I want, so no thank you. Since then, I've been staying in Legends with the Old Republic trilogy and the occasional foray into the Fallen Order games. And that's not to call it bad. Most of Disney Star Wars is, like I said, it's just fine. But it's perfectly fine about subjects about Star Wars that I find uninteresting, and therefore I don't care how good they are. Fallen Order is what hits me the hardest here. The story and characters are interesting, but in making a game where your primary method of gameplay is doing lightsaber combat, they decided to emulate Dark Souls of all things. Now, those of you familiar with Star Wars and action games could
Dude, I know that she just hates Dark Souls because she fucking sucks at it. Let's be real.
probably already tell me what game series a Star Wars action game should emulate.
Yeah, you're right. The lightsaber fight should totally emulate like fucking Smash Bandicoot because you're like fucking terminally 8 years old. Yeah, true. Nobody wants advanced combat. True. This is going on
I mean, this wasn't even a
long.
question. They'd already done this before. They already knew how to do this. Why the fuck is a Jedi waddling around like he's got bricks strapped to his dick? But hey, a lot of people like this one. Evidently, Dark Souls with lightsabers is a winning combo, so what the hell do I know? But that's been my experience. They aren't making things in Star Wars for me anymore, so I'm sticking with the things that were for me. Well, hang on, Lil. If that's the case, why do you think Star Wars is fine? Well, first of all, I am eternally picky about media I consume, so me liking something isn't really a prerequisite to it being good or even fine. There's a lot of media out there that I don't like, and people ask me what's wrong with it, and I can only say nothing really. See, the thing about Star Wars is that it's always been a massive mainstream multimedia monopoly. It's so big that it's always done a little bit of everything. It's just that a lot of people didn't really know that because pre-Disney, Star Wars existed everywhere but film and TV. You had the 6 movies and then eventually Clone Wars, and that was about it. Behind that curtain, however, Star Wars had an ocean of books, comics, and video games that kept telling a lot of really diverse and interesting stories. Hell, just looking at the video games alone, it's like, here's some 8-bit platformers. Okay, this one's exclusive to Japan and Darth Vader is actually a scorpion. Now we're 16-bit action games. Now we're a 3D pseudo-isometric action. I think we actually invented this genre. Now we're a kart racer. Now we're whatever this is, a kind of action game crossed with a 3D point-and-click adventure game. Okay, now we're an engineering simulator for children where you can make horrible abominations. Okay, now we're a fighting game where everyone is learning secret anti-Jedi kung fu. Okay, now we're an MMO, but like a pre-World of Warcraft MMO that's weirdly arcane and difficult and you have to build the city yourself and there's like no plot. Okay, now we're a city builder, but the city builds itself while you have to create a balanced ecosystem that doesn't kill itself. Now we're just a full-on lightsaber combat game where you get to flip and jump around like Anakin on ketamine. Okay, now we're a deep and character-focused RPG from
Jump and flip around like Anakin on ketamine. Ketamine's dissociative. Wrong drug. Wrong drug. Wrong drug. He wouldn't be jumping and flipping around. He'd be in a K-hole. Idiot.
one of the best developers in the industry. Okay, sequel to that, but we're gonna completely turn Star Wars' entire concept of ethics and morality on its head and make the franchise light side good, dark side evil dichotomy feel hollow and unsatisfying for the rest of your life. Now we're Devil May Cry. Okay, now what if we introduce the concept of actually satisfying character-based storytelling to the MMO genre and cause the 2 biggest MMOs to trip over themselves to do the same thing? Okay, now we're Sim Tower on the Death Star. Okay, now we're a Kinect game where you defeat the Emperor by having a dance-off with Darth Vader.
Gas.
Okay, are you making some of those up?
Nope, they're all real. Probably worth the Google.
The books were even more extreme, spanning the gulf of kitsch 70s style science fiction to retellings of films from the exclusive POV of a single character to an episodic set of adventures of Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Hey, do you remember Qui-Gon's evil apprentice Xanatos, who like turned to the dark side and burned his cheek with a ring like a little emo bitch and became Space Jeff Bezos and killed himself by jumping in acid? Do you remember Xanatos? To midquels inside the films, to entire multi-book sagas that could have been entire film trilogies on their own, to an entire book where you learn that the business on Kato Nemoya was Obi-Wan getting high on airborne fungus, to an entire story about force-immune super aliens whose weapons are snakes, to spending 30 years of books with Jason and Jaina and coming to love them so much, only for Jason to turn to the dark side and having to watch Jaina kill him. You want to talk playing the long game? Fucking hell, guys. That's just kind of what Star Wars was. There was always something for everyone, no matter what you liked. And it was the only franchise that could ever really do that. That's why for so long, people always thought you could slap Star Wars onto anything and it would sell. Because Star Wars was literally everything. But Lily, that diversity isn't there anymore. It's all quippy action flicks and Game of Thrones style soap operas and slow plotting AAA action adventure games. You are right. Star Wars has lost its diversity of storytelling over the years. Even when they were still making films, Disney Star Wars films were more concerned with discussing the legacy of Star Wars as a concept. You know, like that same trap Superman gets locked into. But the thing you're missing is that's not a Star Wars problem or even a Disney problem. That's just what the entertainment industry is now. It's what films, TV, and games have slowly metastasized into over the last 15 years. You can't look at Star Wars as a unique entity.
I mean, no, it's more of like the monopolization of creative, like media empires being bought out, right? Like Star Wars was fine and then it got bought by Disney, right? I think the only cool Disney like adaptation that was ever, well, it's not even Disney, but Disney owns it now, is Hellraiser, which is hilarious. Technically Pinhead is a Disney princess, but like this is just more so the problem of these corporations buying out and creators of this stuff selling out. That's the issue. It's not the like contemporary, because mainstream media has always been kind of like the boring action flick, right? Like horror movies aren't really mainstream, you know, like crazy sci-fi like fantasy adventure shit isn't usually really mainstream. Some of the best creative storytelling that you're going to find is from like indie films and shit like that, or smaller media companies. I think A24 is one of the only really big media companies that successfully like captures that creative storytelling. But it's like, it's not a result of like, it's always been like this. It never changed.
In a world where the streaming ghetto has homogenized genres down to the safest bingeable kind of soap opera. And don't even get me started on the gaming side of it. This kind of plotting, slow, boring approach to gameplay is what action games just are now after From Software ruined action games forever and shunted the real action games they would have been better off emulating into the spectacle fighter bubble.
No, it's because you are like overdosing chronically on your Adderall. You're gonna have a heart attack from all the sodium from your cup of noodles and your fucking 120 milligrams of Adderall per day. You literally cannot focus on a game if it isn't just like button smash, Mortal Kombat, but with cartoon characters. That's why.
Big studio games are required to be these big graphics powerhouses and absolutely massive in scope, and so a lot of niche genres get killed entirely or end up watered down into universally appealing soup. You want to talk what happened to Star Wars? It's the same thing that happened to Fallout and Baldur's Gate. This isn't just my opinion. People have caught on in recent years that the 2010s push for streaming.
No, the problem with Fallout is that the writing in 4 was bad, and that they tried to copy Elder Scrolls Online without realizing that everybody fucking hates Elder Scrolls Online.
Ended up killing a lot of interesting movies and series, but nobody really knows why, and the reason why was the business model had changed. There's a clip people pass around a lot of Matt Damon explaining that the loss of the DVD made a lot of non-blockbuster films a bigger risk because they had lost an entire revenue stream that they had previously been able to rely on. And that killed entire swaths of films that straight up couldn't cover their expenses anymore between the budget, marketing, and splitting with movie theaters. My favorite films are all from this era. Hell, my favorite film of all time, and the reason I keep banging the drum of low-stakes storytelling, is John Q. It's a film about a man whose son needs a life-threatening heart transplant, and after getting dicked around by the American healthcare system, straight up takes a hospital hostage at gunpoint to get his son the surgery he needs. It's an absolutely amazing thriller that touches on an issue that was relevant in 2002 and is even more relevant today.
I am not going to bury my son.
This isn't even like the best Denzel Washington hostage movie. Inside Man is Denzel Washington's best hostage movie. Come on, dude, grow up.
My son is going to bury me.
This channel usually covers animation, and I'm often fond of saying that during the 90s and 2000s, there was a lot of variety that just isn't seen now. And this was the case throughout the entire industry. And the reason for that was syndication. It didn't actually matter if a show had low ratings, because even after it was over, the network could sell it as a package to other channels to fill empty time slots in their broadcast. This encouraged studios to greenlight a lot more shows with a lot more variety. It's also why 65 episodes for an entire series became the standard, because that was the ideal package size for syndication. Friends went off the air in 2004 and has been the punching bag of Twitter users for almost as long, yet it still makes $1 billion annually because of syndication on network TV. Even if you hate it, you can't argue with that kind of profit. Now, admittedly, that's one of the most popular sitcoms ever, but even low-end shows can remain profitable for a long time and even reach a bigger audience. When I was a kid, me and my brother were really into a cartoon called Mummies Alive, and the point where we got into it was 3 years after it was canceled after only 1 season, because it was syndicated literally everywhere, because, hey, this 42-episode series would be really good to shove on during the hour between when the kids wake up and when they go to school. I found a lot of shows I love this way. Some of the most beloved and popular shows ever made were syndicated decades after the fact, making them a pop culture staple long after they had ended and most of the actors had passed away. Don't even get me started.
Are we gonna say that MASH was syndicated? Really? It's like she's a little alien. It's insane.
Started on when DVD came in and these shows were getting packaged up again. This was a time where just the business model of TV meant that preserving shows was profitable. The internet is so obsessed with preservation and lost media. A lot of shows are only still preserved to this day because they were syndicated from 70s and 80s broadcasts well into the days of the DVR. Hell, if you grew up in the 90s, you probably watched a lot of cartoons from the 80s. Even if they went off the air, someone had a VHS or DVD to rip. But while syndication is still around today, the advent of Netflix binge watching and hyper-serialization means it's not as reliably bankable. Syndication works best for episodic shows that can be watched out of order, which means most soap operas couldn't be syndicated, and the current trend of making shows shorter
not true. You can get on Netflix right now and pick any fucking episode of Grey's Anatomy and watch it. Lie.
Easier to binge means they don't make for ideal syndication packages anyway. Couple all of this with the fact that a lot of these shows are trying really hard to emulate the look and feel of cinema, and you have shows with large budgets needing to fit into a subscription model, which are therefore shorter and more homogenous than ever for mass appeal. It's the problem we discussed regarding video games. The industry has pushed towards a more lavish style of production, but the studios involved are penny pinching like crazy. See, even if you didn't like it, the advantage of having a ratings powerhouse like Friends constantly earning $1 billion every year was that the studio and network could eat a loss, and they had a 24-hour schedule to fill anyway, and making a less popular show to fill a time slot and get some money was better than getting no money for dead air. Broadcast television was kind of a use it or lose it situation, but in the era of streaming, it's better business sense to make fewer shows that push subscriptions for a month and then cancel them before you have to pay the cast or crew anymore. This isn't even getting into the obvious issues of when you're trying to be a monopoly for all of television instead of a network with—
I mean, no, most people just have their subscriptions and they leave them. I would say that's most people. You just kind of forget about it. Not everybody is like fucking broke as shit. Lily, get your money up.
The niche and specific audience. Nobody ever went to the History Channel to watch Duck Dynasty. Alright, that's a bad example. This has been something rotting the entertainment industry for a long time, and it has far-reaching consequences. The blandification, is that a word? It is now, of TV in particular, isn't entirely down to the studios. The audience also has a hand to play in this. The biggest problem with this business model is that so many—
What's like the blandification of TV shows, though? Like what? Like, give me like a fucking example of this. Like, what's an example of this? If anything, let's be totally real. Companies like Netflix, Hulu, Apple TV, HBO, all this other shit that do like their original shows are basically like they have replaced what would have been like the primetime channels, and they're like paying to make their own original shows and movies. It's like, okay.
Many people complain about the blandness of TV, yet will still look you in the eyes and say this is better. I get a lot of shit for talking about how much I love low-stakes storytelling, where the stakes are deeply personal, over high-stakes storytelling, where, like, the fate of many, many, many people are at stake. And when I say that, people acting in extremely bad faith try to make it sound like I'm saying everything should be like Nanoland. But remember that film I mentioned earlier about a man taking 10 people hostage in an emergency room? What are the stakes in that film?
You're not hearing me, Frank. My son is sick. That's it. There's nothing else. End of story.
Another film I love is Riding in Cars with Boys, about a woman in the 1960s who gets—
I mean, that's still high stakes, though, because people are gonna die. That's a high-stakes situation. Hello?
Pregnant at 15, and has to deal with being a teenage mother, having a deadbeat husband, and trying to balance all of that while still pursuing her dreams of being a writer. And the thing about that film is that it's about someone in a bad situation, and that bad situation affects her as a person, and it affects her her son as well. If you think she perseveres in the face of adversity and becomes a good mother to her son, no, she doesn't.
I'm what went wrong in your life. I'm what you struggled to survive. You have to know that you wrote a book about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just incredibly screwed up. Just so I'm real clear about this, I blame you.
When does this job ever end?
You call it a job.
What do you think it is, a calling?
She's a difficult character to like, but I do still like her.
Brittany
This is the last film
Murphy,
Penny
let's
Marshall ever
go.
made, stating that she was done with filmmaking because her movies were about heart, but the industry didn't want to make those kind of films anymore. This is what I mean when I say low-stakes storytelling. And I have seen people sneer at me for this. People who scream at me that I need to watch adult media. Yeah, bitch, I fucking do. Do you? That kind of emotional, hard-hitting storytelling.
Okay, but our adult media is like from a fucking time capsule, bro. There's so much good media that's like currently like let's just do like Netflix originals. Netflix originals list. Outer Banks, The Witcher, Sweet Magnolias was great. What else we got in here? Fatal Seduction was okay. Black Doves was super fucking good. That's a Netflix original, 2024. For comedy, Beef was a funny show that was good. 10 episodes, 1 season. And the other thing to be mindful of as well is that like old TV was just like you could get like how many seasons is Grey's Anatomy on? Grey's Anatomy's on like 30 seasons. There's no like natural endpoint. And people are kind of bored of that. Like the limited series was very successful with Netflix because it's like there's a natural conclusion to it. It's not like an infinity watch. Like that's fine as well. What else we got? Okay, so these are... Can I get one that's like, Netflix original films? Let's go... Let's just pick a year. Let's go 2024. Society of the Snow, great fucking movie. What else we got in here? Mea Culpa. Beautiful Game. Yeah, there's like so many of these. I haven't watched all these, but like I don't know what to say. Like there are actually like good movies that are coming out like now. Like I'm sorry that you just are like too broke to have a Netflix subscription. I don't know what to say.
Telling is hard to balance when the fate of the entire universe is at stake. And Star Wars, oh yeah, remember how this video was about Star Wars? Has always been a story that refuses to do so. The films themselves are more concerned with the family dynamics of the Skywalkers and the people caught in their orbit. The point of drama for the original series is about the relationship between Luke and Vader and Luke's increasing disillusionment with his teachers. The prequels largely center on the relationship.
Yeah, but the pressure is that it's not just family drama, it's that the stakes are high. Because like the family drama centers around the destruction of the galaxy. And, like, basically falling to space fascism. Yeah, it's still high stakes, yes.
Between Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme. In both trilogies, the Galactic Civil War and the Clone Wars are largely happening in the margins and are greatly affected by those familial dynamics. Star Wars has always had a political bent to it, but that political bent is largely secondary to the family soap opera. Even looking at the Clone Wars, patron saint of the annoying darkness-obsessed fanboy, the Clone Wars has many episodes that dig very deep into the rotten corruption of the Republic and the Jedi Order, but that is considerably dwarfed by how much focus there is on the relationship between Anakin and Ahsoka, to the point that the series' most dramatic and hard-hitting moment was Ahsoka leaving the Jedi Order and leaving Anakin behind. And it's also worth pointing out that for as much as she's beloved now, Ahsoka was vehemently hated for quite a while because she was a girl with a mouth on her. And Ahsoka only became so adored once The Force Unleashed came out and all of those guys got distracted and left the children alone to enjoy their fun cartoon. And speaking of that cartoon, though there wasn't a precedent set for Star Wars on TV before Disney bought it out, The Clone Wars was also a 7-season-long episodic series. With the exception of the final season, it straight up was not a serialized show. Every episode was its own self-contained story. Pause for effect.
It's just a funny, silly, goofy kids story about good and bad guys and fighting. No, it's space fascism. It's based off of the Viet Cong. Like...
Only one Star Wars show post-Disney is that kind of episodic story, and it's the one everyone likes. All of the shows people take issue with, and I'm talking critically, not the right-wing grifters, don't have that advantage. They're all film-length stories ballooned up to 6 hours, and with all the pacing issues they're in. I do love a few of these shows, but I don't love them completely uncritically, and the first thing I would point out as a problem is the pacing issues inherent to serialized TV. But this is another thing that the industry has doubled down on, and the audience straight up refuses to acknowledge.
What do you want? Do you want infinity seasons, or do you want like a time crunch? Like, if there's no sense of urgency, what's the point? If it can be 400 fucking seasons long, why do they, like, they can take their time doing anything?
As a problem, despite constantly complaining about the end result of that. When you make stories trying to be these long serialized plots about the very identity of the Force itself on a metaphysical level, you sacrifice a lot of things.
That is the conflict in Anakin. Like, even in the original trilogy. And then even if we go back to the Old Republic, yes, the question of the morality of the Force and the understanding of like the gray area and redemption, the path to the light side, it's the Old Republic too. Very morally gray characters. Yeah, yes.
That makes TV worth watching in the first place. You lose characters. You lose moments for the story to breathe. You lose the fun episodes that don't advance the plot but let you flesh out the characters. You lose the ability to reset the tension in between big plot set pieces. All of these things
This is like a result of like people that have ADHD brain rot like you. Well, not ADHD brain rot, that abuse stimulants and don't have the attention span. Yes?
Extremely important for a series, and all of them will be branded as filler by absolute fucking morons. This means that an increasingly penny-pinching industry has made seasons shorter and shorter and gotten away with it by saying, we're just removing the unnecessary filler. And the end result is flat characters with little time spent on them, feeling more like a celebrity guest on a sitcom than an actual person.
It's also adjusting for the fact that people don't have infinite free time to sit on their fucking ass all day and watch TV. Like, the people that grow up watching Star Wars, when you were growing up and you were watching Clone Wars, guess what? You're an adult and you have a job now. You can't sit at home and watch like 47 fucking hours of Clone Wars on a work day.
Person because all the episodes that would flesh them out as a person have been culled. But don't you dare tell someone that. The idea that focusing everything on a serialized plot has downsides and isn't an objective improvement in all forms is apparently unthinkable. The audience has consistently applauded the increasing homogenization of television and even films on dogmatic ideas about storytelling that simply don't hold up to scrutiny. Episodic has straight up become a dirty word to a story has no depth and resets to the status quo every episode, in spite of the fact that literally all of the greatest TV series ever made were in fact episodic, and most of them were multi-camera sitcoms. The other thing that the discourse absolutely loathes with a passion. Oh wow, All in the Family, that's a really interesting and profound look at the concept of a drag queen at a time where Rocky Horror was a cult classic about drag queens being perverts, but ooh, you know, I heard a laugh track, so you clearly have no depth. None of these ideas have ever held up to scrutiny, and yet they persist because, well, a lot of people like Game of Thrones, so let's make every show like that, which is the same fallacy that saw multiple people try to make their own answer to the MCU, or saw multiple people try to get in on World of Warcraft's at the time massive MMO success and fail horribly. And now streaming was supposedly leading to a massive glut of cable cutting because it was the future. And the end result was TV getting worse, your favorite shows moving to exclusive services that all wanted their own personal cut of that, and any show that does look interesting dying after the first season because the studio has your sub fee and there's more hype in announcing a new series than renewing an old one. And I was pointing all this—
It's just not how it works. Like, I wish that we could live in a time capsule, but we don't. People don't have time to sit and watch, like, 400 fucking episodes of Grey's Anatomy anymore. Okay? It's realistic that, like, 10 episodes is good for a season. And that there's a natural conclusion at some point. We're not just, like, infinitely dumping money into something. And time.
This out 10 years ago when people were championing streaming as the piracy killer and the broadcast network killer, and I was routinely sneered at over it. Well, now we're deep in the streaming ghetto and everyone's realizing, hey, this tech bro libertarian bullshit project might just be a tech bro libertarian bullshit project. Multiple sectors of the entertainment—
I mean, it's not, because, again, you have very creative, just, like, really, really good shows and movies that are made by these streaming services. Flow is an HBO, I think it's Flow or Float. It's on HBO Max. It's like a little indie animation of, like, a cat that it's like in a world with no humans. And there's no dialogue, but the cat goes on like an adventure and it gets like swept up by the flood and shit. Great movie, HBO original. Like, sorry.
Industry have increasingly—
It's streaming ghetto because Lily can't afford streaming services. She has to pirate everything and she's not smart enough to do it.
Pursued attempts to make bigger projects with broad mass appeal, which has led to many genres of films, TV shows, video games, and even entire books straight up vanishing as industry homogenization continues to whittle away at art until there's nothing left. And yeah, for that kind of destructive environment, Star Wars is doing just fine. If you're unsatisfied with the franchise, you're actually unsatisfied with the entire industry. And there isn't going to be any fixing it until we all realize that the reason everything is so bland and just fine is because of the many, many, many things we were all pretending were nothing but net positives overall. Star Wars is an effigy of the industry. It's fine, but when it was good specifically because it was always doing different things. Maybe you didn't like the multiple entries giving nuance to the dark side of the force, but there was something for you over there, away from me, and that's the case everywhere. There was never going to be a single rule set for making good art, in spite of the fact that people often pretend that is the case, because good art is diverse. There is no such thing as peak fiction.
Okay, cool. Well, that was dog shit. That was like the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, if you just don't understand media, I mean, I guess that's fine, but like, okay, like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say that you just, like, fundamentally don't understand? That, like, media changes with time? And people, like... I love the limited series, like, setup, because I'm not like, oh my god, I have to watch 400 fucking seasons of Law & Order SVU. It's like, no, it's just, like, quick, concise, there's a natural endpoint to it, it wraps up nicely. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, guys? Okay, whatever. And also, low stakes. It's space fascism. Low stakes. And it's space fascism. And a literal genocide. Okay, got it. Yeah, sure. Got it. Yeah, sure. Got it. That's super cool. Love that. That's awesome. And then this was posted and then removed relatively quickly, but I do want to share this with you guys. Firebat was out at the spa Is that at the spa? This is like a serial killer wanted poster from the 80s. Welcome back, Smart Schoolboy 9. This is gas. This is gas. This is gas. We love to see it. Yeah, like I don't get it at all. I don't get it at all. It's like it's high stakes, guys. Like people are dying. Yeah. Like how do we decide what's high stakes and what's low stakes? Kind of curious what we think about that. Yeah, we just want a show where nothing ever changes and it stays the same. You're right. You're right. That's exactly what we want. So, okay, let's go here. Okay, so Lord Crust, this is Lord Crust. Lord Crust also made the birdie video that we know and love, guys. Made the birdie video that we know and love. Had a jar video. This is a 6-hour-long jar video. We won't be watching the jar video, but we will be watching his exclusive call with Jar. Because Jar does this thing where if somebody's gonna like make a video on him, he's like, I have to call and talk to them. And that almost never works out in his favor. So this is the unedited call from Lord Crust. When Lord Crust was like talking to him in the process of making this video. So we will not be watching the Lord Crust video. I'm sorry. We will not be doing that. But I will share Lord Crust's video with you guys. And then while I go top my water off really quick, I will also put on the Lord Crust video for you guys to watch instead of Dante's Inferno. So you can get a little taste, okay? I'll do that, and then let me come over here. I'm going to change this, and then that's Lord Crust video. You guys can watch the full 6 hours on your own. I'm not watching a 6-hour fucking video. It's not happening. Not on stream. I do have to go and do other shit at some point later today. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to change this, and then guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to be right back, but I'm going to put this on for you guys. I'm just going to change this quickly, and then ready. Okay, I will be right back, guys. Everybody behave.
Tragedy of Just a Robot, aka Jar? I hope not. It's not a story that's in the mainstream. It's a YouTube cautionary tale. Just a Robot was an art commentary commentator who believed himself to be so powerful and so wise that he could use his channel to influence the internet, believing the self-admitted groomer, Cinebear, was innocent. He had such a knowledge of the art commentary community that he believed himself to have already achieved this with another creator by the name of Hopeless Peaches, supposedly preventing her career destruction. Defending the art commentary community in this manner is questionable because a lot of his creators have committed acts many would consider to be immoral. Jar became so confident, the only thing he was afraid of was losing his reputation, which eventually, of course, he did. Unfortunately, he gave a guy called Kumo his entire video defending the self-admitted groomer, Cinebear. Then, Kumo released the video before Jar had finished it. Ironic. He could prevent others' career destruction, but not his own. Welcome to the third and final part of the Just a Robot saga, the part that actually talks about Jar. The other two parts are not necessarily watched because I will give context when it's required, although feel free. The Birdie and Cinebear videos are interesting stories in their own right. There are just so many fucking gluptious involved in this drama that I felt the need to cover a couple of them in their own videos, primarily so I wouldn't be as fucking lost attempting to cover this topic. But trust me, it has all been building to this very video. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to Just a Robot.
If there's one thing I want you to take away from this video, is that this is a cautionary tale of what not to do on the internet.
Alright, so Just a Robot's smallest channel with 94,000 subscribers was actually the first of his 2 channels to be made, specifically in 2013, with his first upload being in 2015. Jar's main channel, which is nearing 200,000 subscribers, was created in the same year, 2015. However, he first uploaded on it 2 years later in 2017. From what I can tell, he's always made commentary videos on everything from other creators to popular culture and general media, always accompanied by this robot character to represent him. This eventually brought him to a very similar circumstance to myself, that being talking about the various degenerates and freaks of the art commentary community, although he seemingly had a bit of a different approach to me. Specifically, he looked at their various dramas and attempted to find an overlooked angle from which he could defend them from criticism, or at least, from my perspective, that's what it looked like he was doing when it mattered most. As mentioned, he had done this with another YouTuber by the name of Hopeless Peaches, and most infamously, Cinebear03, which is what I'll primarily be focusing on within this video. For those of you who did not watch my other videos, essentially Cinebear was exposed for sending a comic which depicted rape to a minor, among other things which I'll expand upon throughout the rest of this video. Jack, aka Birdie, aka Lucifer, aka Damaged Coder 6669, or Cinebear's roommate at the time, proceeded to jump on the drama and released a video and a shitload of tweets which caught the situation a huge amount of attention. Unfortunately for Birdie though, if you even take one glance at his history, I think you'll come to agree with me in believing that he is by far the most depraved individual involved in this drama. Either way, Cinebear had released a video in September of 2024 in which she admitted to and apologized for being a groomer. Birdie then shortly released that aforementioned video talking about it, which is seemingly what caught the attention of Jar. Jar then began researching the situation and working on a video covering it, which led to him reaching reaching out to Cinebear for her perspective. Ja, from what I can tell, kind of began crushing on Cinebear, or at least became extraordinarily sympathetic to her side, and so his video became super biased towards defending her. As I mentioned in the introduction, a pretty much complete draft copy of this video ended up getting in the hands of another guy by the name of Kumo, who ended up posting the video to his roughly 500 subscriber channel before Ja had made up his mind on whether or not he wanted to publish it. This led to Ja claiming that he, and I quote, felt that there was no turning back and uploaded the version that he had. I will explain how all of that occurred later, but to be honest with you, despite Ja's insistence otherwise, I do not think the video would have changed very much between draft and release had Ja been left to his own devices instead of being rushed by Kumo preemptively releasing it. But that's something that I'll expand upon throughout the rest of this video. So without further ado, let's watch the now deleted Ja Cinebear video because I do have a copy of it.
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad person. Gee, that's surprisingly new. In other news, there's gonna be a sunrise tomorrow morning. That being said, this situation might not be as cut and dry as you once thought. Unlike everyone else who rushed out their video on Cine, I actually reached out to her, and she agreed to do an interview with me. Just like with the Pyrocynical drama, the Spoctor drama from 2016, and the Hopeless Peaches drama, there was something about the Cinebear situation that didn't feel right. I'll give you two options. You can take the blue pill and just believe the mainstream opinion about Cine, or you can take the red pill, and I can show you just how deep this rabbit hole goes.
That clip has lived in my brain for almost a fucking year now. There's just so much to break down in that statement alone, but Ja does expand upon each point individually, so let's approach them one by one as he does.
There are two docs that compiled all the evidence of what Cine did. The first one has 111 pages. Sure, it's long, but it's mostly just screenshots.
From personal experience, Ja, those documents are definitely long as fuck and are a truly grueling task to sift through, but I guess he is used to watching art commentary community videos and those aren't any less convoluted.
Now some of you may be asking, how old was Cine when this all happened? She was 20, about to turn 21. Like her birthday was right around the corner. The 14-year-old also made their own doc, and it's, oh god, 188 pages long. But it's almost entirely just made up of screenshots, so it's not as long as it may seem at first. Now some of you might say that these screenshots are out of context, or maybe the messages are fake. After all, Discord is one of the easiest websites to use to fake messages. I mean, it's happened to me before, so it might have happened to Cine.
Oh wow, would you look at that? The guy who featured in this video is another art commentary commentator by the name of Lyle Convoy. Yes, this is a real photo of him. That fucking lionhead lives in my nightmares. I'll expand upon him later in this video, but I at least wanted to establish his presence in the drama. Ja then goes on to subtitle Cinebear's admission word for word and then goes on to state this.
And I'm suffering from my choices.
On the one hand, I am happy she admitted to it so fast, but on the other hand, she groomed a minor! I could go over the proof in the doc, but the drama seems like it's already over. Proof of what she did came out, her roommate talked about it, making the situation blow up, and she admitted to it.
Yeah, we already know where this is going, but I just thought it was absurd how Ja was laying out several completely reasonable points for why Cinebear is pretty indefensible, yet of course, the video is an hour and a half long, so clearly there were not reasonable enough points in Ja's eyes.
Everybody, including Cine, seems to be in agreement that she's a groomer. The only one defending Cine at all is Kumo, and let's be honest here, he's a guy who everybody hates, so if anything, he probably made the situation even worse for her. The guy is an absolute contrarian, and many people consider him to be a troll. Clearly, he's just doing this to stir up drama.
Damn, first mention of Kumo and Ja is already beefing with him, as will be established later. He's not wrong about Kumo being both disliked and untrustworthy, which is why it's even more insane to me that Ja went down this warpath. Like if the only other person who agrees with your side of things is genuinely a bloodthirsty lunatic, I'll explain later, who's screaming into the void, surely that would strike up some amount of reflection, right? But alas, I suppose not enough reflection for Ja in this instance.
But as I was working on my Cine video, I kept on going back and changing a lot of things about it. And once I finished my video on Cine and looked at all the evidence I had lined up, it just didn't feel like a good video to me. I got that same feeling I had during the Pyro drama, the Hopeless Peaches drama, and the Spoctor drama.
Throughout Ja's Cinebear video, well, really, the entire drama, he repeatedly leans on the fact that Pyrocynical got off practically scot-free from his own Ivory allegations. I mean, disregarding the fact that Pyrocynical honestly did deserve far more criticism or consequences at the time, especially considering the amount of backlash that Tucky Tom got for misreporting some facts in the situation, which seems a hell of a lot less immoral than what Pyro did. These two situations are hardly even comparable. Despite that, Ja brings it up an actually fucking absurd amount throughout this video.
Cine did 100% speak inappropriately around minors. But know who else did that? Pyrocynical, Pyro.
I'm looking to cover Pyro's allegations in a future video, but if you are at all interested for answers on why Pyro was more deserving of criticism, especially considering he was likely aware of Ancient Reality being in contact with the 14-year-old French girl Pyro knew, well, then I'm going to direct you to Toastify's video. Even if you for whatever reason had no issues with Pyrocynical's communications with Ivory, Pyro at minimum didn't report Ancient Reality, when, as far as I'm concerned, there is a next to 0% chance he wasn't aware of the child exploitation of the 14-year-old French girl. Again, I have my own personal beliefs why that is the case, and I will expand upon them in a future video. However, the point is, Ja should not be looking at the Pyrocynical drama as a gold standard example of how a drama is overblown or how a creator can bring themselves back from the brink of annihilation. That drama simply was not as cut and dry as Ja paints it out to be, and I'm sure he's well aware of that being the case considering how uncertain he sounds when he's talking about how he could be in the wrong right before the interview with Cinebear that takes up the latter half of the video.
Who knows, maybe I'm the one in the wrong. But after seeing what happened in the Spoctor, the Peaches, and the Pyro dramas, I just think we should be at least a little bit more skeptical.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong, buddy. Either way, the other dramas that he refers to, that being the Hopeless Peaches and Spoctor drama, are seemingly also not as cut dry as Ja paints them out to be. Now, I haven't gone full in depth in these situations and I've only watched a couple videos, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these situations being here is not only notable, but adds a whole nother layer of comedy to the situation. For starters, Hopeless Peaches was involved in that whole Creepshow art situation, which, yeah, fuck explaining that, that's a whole nother video in itself. But from what I've gathered, Creepshow art fucked over Hopeless Peaches in some manner, which led to her career destruction. Hopeless Peaches then went on to, I guess, redeem herself with people like Ja defending her, and as he insists in the Cinebear video, proving that she was innocent. Hopeless Peaches, however, then got exposed for something else directly after, which Ja ended up making a video about. Exposed for what, you may be wondering? Well, to be honest, I frankly don't have any idea. For one, I don't really care. The subject of this video is Jar and his dramas, and two, the art commentary community videos covering it are confusing as fuck, and I cannot be fucked deciphering them when it's not really relevant for this video. What is of note to us, though, is that Jar insists, even in this video in which he's criticizing Hopeless Peaches, that his videos defending Hopeless Peaches aged well, so he clearly doesn't regret them.
Now, some of you may say that my videos defending Peaches have aged poorly, to which I have to ask, how?
Now, when it comes to the Sparkle drama, again, that really does need a video of its own to break down, but essentially it's relevant because Jar has a long history with the dude, and he cannot help himself but bring it up constantly. To summarize a bit, early in Sparkle's career, he received a
Alright, guys. So that's just a taste. That's a taste. So make sure you go subscribe to Lord Crust. Okay, make sure we're subscribing to Lord Crust. Okay, make sure we're doing that. Okay. Now, let's commence with the uncensored or unredacted call with Just a Robot, shall we? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hey, how's it? Oh, wait, hang on. I can... You sound like you're in like a drain or something. Straight into it then?
Yep.
Yep, let's just get right into it, bro.
Do you hold any animosity towards creators like Chud Logic, Queeman, FPS Diesel, Cope and Seethe, or Diesel Patches?
Well, Chud Logic spread rumors that I cheated on my GF with a pedo, even though he claimed Cindy wasn't a pedo not too long ago. Cindy herself didn't feel like I was making a pass at her, and neither did my girlfriend. I love my girlfriend, I live with her, and I would never cheat on her with anyone.
And remember, she was 95 pounds when they started dating. Don't forget that. Don't forget that.
Chud spread rumors about me that I had a rape and fart fetish based off of me saying I don't have a rape fetish, but I do understand that when I said didn't, it did sound like did, so I can understand that one. But then there was me just sending one funny fart image or to like someone, and it was like that was enough to claim that I had a fart fetish, which kind of funny, not gonna lie, but I don't have one. It also was kind of weird to bring up because I sent that image to a 15-year-old, so it kind of seemed like he was trying to imply that I was trying to get a minor to engage with my fetish. And I do understand that the guy is content pilled and does it to boost his numbers, but I think doing around 20 plus videos on me is a bit overkill. I don't like the guy, but he's a live streamer like Destiny, Vaj, and Hassan. I know what's going to be coming for him a few years down the line, and it's something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I've seen what happened to other live streamers, and what's going to happen to him is just going to be unfortunate. And not saying I want it to happen, because
what's going to happen? He's going to turn out to be a sex criminal? Like you like... Oh. Okay, sure.
Like, I don't really have hatred for the guy, and I know his community likes me just based on the screenshots I've been sent from his Discord. But I just can't figure the guy out, really.
Okay.
I just can't figure him out, dude.
And
Yes, sorry, keep going.
And as for Kuimon, I don't really know that much about him. Last I heard, he changed sides, and a lot of people hate him now. As for FPS Diesel, he claimed my...
When did that happen? When did Queemon switch sides? When did that happen? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
GF looked prepubescent in an attempt to make me look like a pedophile. He said he would face dox her if I made another bad take.
What?
His own chat... Yeah?
That sounds crazy. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, his own...
they mentioned in there that he was like joking, that he wasn't actually gonna face dox Jar's girlfriend. Okay. Yeah.
Chat turned against him for that, and I told you about that in private, and you said, oh, I think that he just means drama. Well, I made some more drama content, and by his own logic, I guess he agrees with every take I've made. Like, none of them could be bad takes by his own logic.
When you said when you mentioned the doxing thing to me in the DMs, I thought you were like, I didn't know you were talking about FPS Diesel. I thought you were just talking about like you just said someone was trying to blackmail you with like your girlfriend's dox, and I was like, well, that sounds fucked up.
Yeah, like, what else would you call that? If I said to you, hey, dude, if you make another bad take, I'm going to release this personal information about your significant...
I would say that's a joke. Like, if I'm like, dude, if you say one more time, if you disagree with my Star Wars takes one more time, I'm gonna send 100 buzzballs to your house. I would say that's like a joke, personally, but yeah.
Would you consider that blackmail? If I said, dude, if you do this, I'll do that.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty... I don't know if it's... Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like blackmail to not make drama content or something, but I don't know, but... I mean, I would just recommend you do that anyway. But do you have anything else, sorry, to...
Well, you asked about Diesel Patches. That was the last one, I think, aside from Kumo, but Diesel Patches
as well.
You didn't add that to the list.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that on the list. Yeah.
No, he did say Cope and Seethe. He did say.
To talk to you,
he did say.
To be honest, I was kind of lacking on that regard.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just happy someone gave me the questions ahead of time beforehand. And as for Diesel Patches, he did a video on me when I said I think things are a little overblown, but the dude is funny as fuck. He did say what I did wasn't unforgivable, and I have a chance to make a comeback. So honestly, he's kind of alright in my book. I still watch Diesel Patches from time to time. I just
did positive things about me. Did positive things about me, so he's fine.
Don't think he understood the full story. Would you like me to get into Kumo or what's his face, Cope and Seethe first?
Yeah, I was gonna ask about Kumo in a bit anyway, but I reckon actually, yeah, while we're here, might as well go through Cope and Seethe, yeah.
I thought, like, I watched his video and he's like, oh, Jar's the real backstab.
Oh, I need to slow it down. Sorry, I forgot that everybody's a baby. My bad, sorry.
He just projects that people backstab him because one time he got into a Twitter argument with someone, therefore he's the real backstabber. And I was like, what? Or when he brought on, what's his face? Toasty something, like Toastify or some shit. And he was like, oh, Jar always came across as a snake in the grass. And I was like, dude, why is this even in here? Like, I don't think I've ever spoken to this guy. And even Turkey Tom was like, I've never got that impression from Jar. The only, like, everyone said, oh,
I don't think I don't know. He sees his life through such an incredibly terminally online lens. It's like, this is just like the Destiny drama, guys. My life is just like the Vosh drama, guys. It's like, can people not have like a general impression of you? Okay.
Oh, he's really charitable, but like as soon as he got some backlash for that whole Destiny thing, he went right back to talk about me. He claims like, oh, if Jar talks about you, he's going to talk about you forever. Bro is still bringing me up in videos about like I heart Kim Possible a lot. I have nothing to do with her.
You guys are in the same community and you exhibit a lot of the same behaviors. Really, it's just like a comparison, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I always kind of found it like his video on me to be ironic. I don't know why every live streamer like promoted it as like the definitive video on Jar. It's like, oh, Jar seeks revenge against people, according to this person. I'm not going to provide any examples or go into detail. It was a lot of claims with like very little evidence in my book.
Okay.
Wow.
But I don't know him as a person very well. I haven't interacted with him that much, so I don't really have. And it's really hard to have animosity towards people I've never met because I don't know what's going in their mind. I don't know what's in their heart. Maybe he was lied to. Maybe he was misled. I have no idea.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I guess do you want to go into Kumo then?
Yeah. Honestly, Kumo in my book is the reason why everything happened to me. If he didn't leak that draft of my video, I would have been able to reach out to.
My hottest take is that I don't think the draft of the video would have changed much at all. Like, Jar constantly says that the reason that he got all this flack for and accused of quote-unquote defending Cinny Bear and all this other shit is because Kumo leaked the original video before it was done. Even though it was already edited and like ready to be uploaded, I don't think that his take was going to change that much. Even if he had like another version of the video, I don't think there would have been many differences. I think that he was going to defend her anyway. I don't like this bullshit that he's like, if Kumo didn't leak it, the real video would have been super different. I don't believe that at all.
To Jack and Eno, like I said I would, and I was also in the process of doing, which I already proved in my first response. And if Kumo didn't exist, none of this stuff would be happening to me. Bro called Eno a little slut or something. The guy claimed my plan was to rape Cinny, even though my plan was to get on her side.
I have seen that clip, yeah.
Yeah, so I could get the contact info of Eno and Jack and also get their side of the story. That's what I was in the process of doing. Like, and I showed him, I was like, hey, after I made this draft, I was like, okay, like, I need to reach out to Jack and Eno.
Like, how does gay opping work when you're just, like, very gay? Like, it's just terrible opping? I don't know.
Now and get their sides of the story.
Yeah, so, okay, rolling it back a bit, you mentioned, the 15-year-old that you sent thought porn to. Do you, like, was that the kid that you had because Chocolate Latte mentioned that you had a Smash Bros beef with a kid on Discord? Was that the same kid?
No, it wasn't porn. It was just
fetish shop, yeah, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it wasn't. There was no naughty bits being shown, and I just sent it because we didn't have
no naughty bits, guys. Make sure your naughty bits are covered at all times. Yeah, I think that fetish art can still be like pornographic in nature. Like, I think that we can all agree that things can be pornographic without like dicks and tits in it. Like, it can still be pornographic. No?
Beef, we just played it together. Like, I used to play Smash Brothers Ultimate with people in my Discord. Mostly, of course, if you see my gameplay, I fucking love playing as Hero. Hero is by far the most fun character to play with, but I don't think I had a beef with him through Smash Brothers. I think we just played together, and I think I sent him that before I knew his age. And of course, like, both of the things that people have said, oh, you didn't check for the person.
Why are we just like casually sending our like fucking fart fetish shit to random people? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Why? Why would we ever do that?
Both of them happened in the same year. And ever since then, I haven't repeated that same mistake. I always am like, just in case, I better check your age. Even if I can put this in a YouTube video without it getting age restricted, I still should just make sure, just for like, the PR and all that.
Yeah, I mean, more than just PR, I think that it is a good idea to check age, especially if you're going to be sending around like sexual content or like fetish content. Because just to reduce harm more than like necessarily the optics or whatever, but yeah.
But I wasn't sending him it because I'm like, haha, look how sexy this is. I sent him it because I was like, dude, look how funny fucked up this image someone posted in my Discord is.
I still don't think that send that just like willy-nilly. I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah. So did you actually watch that? Because I know you addressed it in your response video, but did you watch Choco Latte's like call with Given Ant?
Is that how you say the name? I knew about the end part. Now I watched clips of it and saw like I think Chud's reaction to it, but this was like a year ago, so I don't perfectly remember it. But I remember she even admitted like, oh yeah, I was over dramatic, and she claimed like, oh, like other people knew about this, and I will be getting their testimony, but like I don't even remember this. It was so many years ago.
Yeah,
So like
so
can the
long
testimonies
ago.
of other people from something that happened 4 years ago even be like what's the word I'm looking for? Accurate, I guess that's the word I could use. Accurate, because
Accurate.
I don't even remember that happening, and it took me a while to figure out that this image was made around the same time I made my video about porn being drawn of Jade animations and Wolfie Chew, and then I remembered, oh, I had that image commissioned because I was going to use it as a thumbnail, but then I decided.
Why the fuck would you commission porn for a thumbnail? You can't even use it as a thumbnail. Like, that's such a lie. That's such a lie. I commissioned it for a thumbnail, guys. I commissioned this pornographic imagery for a thumbnail. What?
Not to, because, well, how stupid would I be to be like, you shouldn't draw porn of these characters. Anyways, here's a not safe for work image of these characters that I use for a thumbnail. That would be stupid, so I ended up not using it.
Right. You sorry, I lost track. So actually, yeah, no, I was gonna say, you mentioned in your fuck, it was okay. So I know that's right. It's just like along the lines of, I guess that's why you like guessed. So it's like sort of you don't have a perfect memory of it. It's like sort of conjecture that you're assuming the reason you asked for the Jane animation spawn is because you're making, like, you wanted the thumbnail for that.
Yeah, because you look at that, I looked at that image and I was like, that looks like an image you would put in a thumbnail, and it took me a really long time, but then I found out, wait a second, this happened around...
Whenever I see porn, I'm like, that would look really good on a thumbnail. True, yeah.
4 years ago. I also made this video 4 years ago, so like the timeline does seem to match up. So I think that's why I had that image like not really commissioned, because they weren't getting paid for it. They were just getting the art role. And but I definitely do not remember asking for fucking rape porn of Jaden. I definitely don't remember that.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I didn't do that.
Okay, because that's what I was gonna say. They also, I know that you addressed that in your video, but the one point that you did not address is that they claim to have made their age clear, like the age 17 clear in that call, where they also claim that you asked for Jane Animation's rape porn. Do you have anything?
I thought I did it. I thought I did address that.
Oh, maybe you did. Maybe you did. Maybe I missed it. Sorry, but if I did, it's
again,
fine.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like I don't remember a random call I was in 4 years ago. I think it would be pretty random for someone to say I'm 17 and for me to say, oh boy, you want to draw a porn for me? That, like, just the optics alone. Like I know some people told me like, dude, bring up that you live in Texas. The age of consent is 17. I would just look at that.
Dude, you don't have friends, you have enemies. Bring up the age of consent. Dude, it's so funny because this is from what? This is from like 5 days ago, and he's still on this same dumb shit, dude. He still just it doesn't click. It doesn't click. Okay.
I'm like, why the fuck would I say that? I'm not trying to fuck her, and I don't care if the age of consent is 17 over here, because that's such a bullshit legality equals right argument.
Right.
Like, if she told me, like, I don't remember her telling me.
Did he just say that's a might equals right argument?
It's right argument. If the age of consent is 17 over here, because that's such a bullshit legality equals right argument.
Oh, legality. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Like, if she told me, like, I don't remember her telling me I'm 17 and then me saying draw porn of me. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why anyone would do that. I don't remember her making her age clear to me in that call. I don't even remember what we talked about in that call. All I remember was I don't even remember if that call even happened, because there's not. She said it happened in a server. I can look back and see that in 5 years, I can look back and see that we had a call around this time. But if we had this call in a Discord server, I could not check for that because it doesn't like record when a call happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, well, because it seems a bit like you just send like a Google link, like a Google search, like out of nowhere after not having talked in like ages. So it does seem like you were in a call or something beforehand, which prompted the message.
Yeah, I do think a call happened. I just don't remember when it happened, why it happened, or what we were talking about. And I did send that link because I was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to be talking about in my video. At least that's my best guess. I don't know for sure because I don't like really remember any of this stuff happening. But knowing myself, I'm assuming I said, hey, this is like a link to the stuff I'm going to be talking about, like the stuff I'm going to be making a video on.
Right. Okay. So, moving on a bit, I recall you saying that you developed a hero complex. Would you say that's the case, or would you sustain that statement rather?
Big question.
I mean, I don't. I mean, I do want to save people and help people. My dream job as a kid was to be a firefighter, but nowadays I don't think people, at least most people, are worth saving.
Just the pedophiles, of course. Like I don't know how you go from like, I want to help people to being like, I know, this bitch is getting nuked from orbit for being a literal child groomer. That's who I want to help. Okay?
You can look this up if you want, but a guy saved a baby from falling to their death, and the mother of the child actually sued the guy because apparently, like, one of the baby's arms were broken and the guy didn't pitch in for the medical stuff, even though he, like, saved the kid's fucking life. And she still sued him over it. And I was just like, yeah, you hear, and this is just one of many examples.
Well,
no good deed goes unpunished.
I mean, I've heard that phrase.
We're equating like defending a groomer online to like saving someone's life. Okay.
But are you saying that that guy shouldn't have saved the baby?
No, he should have.
Okay.
He should have, but for his own. But like, like he saved the baby, but he was still punished for it. He had to go through all these like legal fees, and now the mother is getting countersued, and all of this nonsense is happening just because a guy did the right thing. Like, absolutely, the guy did the right thing. You should absolutely save people if you have the opportunity to. But
that's a given.
Yeah,
I was just fucking with you a little bit.
No. Well, now Ino is someone who I think is worth helping for the most part. She has shared with me like stuff about what she was dealing with from the drama in her day-to-day life. All the kids at her school know about it, and she hates it. There's some other stuff she told me, but she made me promise her not to share it publicly. The other stuff, like, she was fine with this, but not the other big thing, and I'm not sharing that until she shares it publicly herself.
Yeah, that's another thing I was going to ask. What motivated you to reach out to Ino?
I think it might have been Soph the Neko's idea. I didn't expect you to ask this question. It wasn't in the list, but I thought, okay, you know what? I was going to reach out to her to begin with. Might as well do it now. And whether it was my intention or not, my video affected her in a negative way, so I might as well apologize to her in private. And I did. She accepted it. And the reason why I haven't, talked about this publicly all that much is because I was just thinking, people are just going to say, Jar is using this to make a comeback. He's using a child, blah, blah, blah. And, just Ino being happy that,
Why are we talking to kids in the first place, bro? Why, like, Jar's like 30 years old, bro. Why are all these fucking weird people? What is with it? And I noticed it's not mostly, but most of what we've covered has been like the art comment. Why are you fucking talking to like 16 and 17-year-olds, bro? Why? Stop. That's weird. It's weird.
Still watch my videos without it being tainted for her, which she said herself, and all the other stuff. Yeah, that's good enough for me. If Ino wants to mention it publicly, she can. I won't make her. And even in our call, I let her do 90% of the talking because I was just nervous. Like, if this gets leaked and I talk too much, people are going to claim I let her on or forced her into saying what she said when I definitely did not.
Well, a point I'm going to raise, to be honest, in the video is I just think it's kind of an overcompensation in the first place to even talk to the victim of Sunita. Like, I mean, sure, you could be offering her.
It's like we're just trying to be like, oh, look, guys. It's the same thing where he's like, well, my girlfriend said I didn't, so it doesn't count. And it's like, well, that doesn't really mean anything. Like, come on, dude, this is fucking crazy.
When she needs it the most.
Jar Diddy, no.
The issue I have is like, what's it called? Like, why would she want to go to the 30, however old you are, dude, grown-ass man that was defending essentially her victimizer online? Like, that seems like the last person that she should be talking to about it.
Correct.
I guess you're right, but like, she reached out to me again,
and then you just say like, no. You guys, like, what is this dude's like fucking almost 35 years old. Our life cycle is almost complete. Like, we're at the fucking midlife point for Jar and his Adderall addiction. Like, you're covering somebody who's like groomed a kid, and then the kid comes to you that's like 17 years old and is like, I want to talk about it. You say no? What the fuck, dude?
By herself saying like, hey, I have no one to talk to. Can I please vent to you? And I was like, yeah, sure.
I mean, yeah, sure. If you're just gonna
keep these people off the internet,
except venting, then yeah. Sorry, you keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, like I offered her help. Like, if she needed me to help her edit her response, I would. But like, and you can say like, why would she reach out to you? Well, I'm pretty sure it was Soph who set everything up, and I knew that in my book, what I did was the right thing to do.
Right. I mean, okay. I just think it's a little bizarre. It seems like I mean, sure. I will include that you stated reached out to you. So.
Yeah, and you can say it's bizarre. I agree. I think this whole thing is bizarre. I've never dealt with something like this in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't imagine so. Although actually, it does kind of remind me. It seems like a lot of your, like, pretty much if I click on any video from your past, it seems like you were just perpetually talking about the same like 7 people on repeat, or like bringing up just random dramas all the time. Like,
Correct.
Correct. I mean, this isn't really necessarily. I mean, it's kind of a question, but what necessarily like motivates that? Like, why do you want to always relate every single situation back to another drama?
Because he has like a child's understanding of the world. Yeah. Not a lot happens in his life. He doesn't have expansive knowledge of other things to draw comparisons to. Like when your scope of understanding of the way social interactions work is Silly Weasel 21 defending themselves on YouTube. Like when that's the only repertoire from which you have to draw from, like I think that makes sense. I think that his brain is completely rotted. Yes.
I'm trying to understand the question best I can, but I think when you're talking, I've only made like 2 or 3 videos about my past, and one of them was one of the members involved in it. Well, I worded that very poorly. I made 2 videos about my past, then I moved on, but one of them, photoshopped me doing something awful, which we'll get into later because that's one of your questions. So of course I had to bring it up since they were in the same group, but yeah, in the ArtCC, almost every drama kind of connects with another drama, and I kind of feel like there's like a storyline building here, and I'm like documenting everything. If that makes sense at all. I'm trying to understand your question the best I can.
Just essentially, I was asking, you constantly, like, in every single one of the, like, your old videos, it's not even necessarily videos about your past or, like, yourself, it's just, like, in general, any drama video of yours, you always relate it back to other dramas, or, like, for example, like, in the Cinny Bear situation, you constantly brought up Spocter and Hopeless Peaches. What, like, you know...
Yeah, like, I do that, yeah, but, like, everybody else in the community was also doing that, and I kind of like to, it also kind of boosts those videos. Like if people say, oh, like if he's talking, what's this drama he's talking about? They might like check out those past videos. It's kind of like advertisement for myself.
Yeah, I mean, I get doing that because I do mention my own videos every now and then. But like what I mean is like you do it to like an excessive like degree.
Correct.
You do it to an excessive degree to the extent where it's like pretty much the entire video's thesis is based.
It's because there's no original thoughts. There's no original thoughts
around what you've experienced in past dramas.
We've never had
I
an
guess that is
original
the
thought.
case. Like I do try to learn from past dramas, like figure out, okay, if it was okay here, will it be okay there? Or
The most prolific learning experiences of my life have been with YouTube drama. Yes, based.
This is how people react to this person doing that. Because what is the most objectable sin? It's hypocrisy. So I try to keep things, organized, make sure I'm staying consistent with things I've said in the past. But if you think I do it to what you said, excessive amount, I mean, you're going to love my iDubbbz video then, because I don't bring up any past dramas I had involvement in. In fact, I'm working on a video about Cruel World Happy Mind right now, and I don't bring up a single past drama I was involved in.
Okay, well, I have a couple of questions off of that.
Cool.
I remember you mentioning the hypocrisy is the most objectionable sin line in your response video. What do you mean by that? Because I would say that like murdering someone's a lot worse than hypocrisy, or like I don't know, trying to cover up a war crime or something.
I get what you're saying. So, like, yeah, I guess you could say it's worse, but we're talking about most objective, not worse. Like, if I kill a guy in a uniform of a soldier, like we're in a battle and I kill the guy, it's not murder anymore. It's called something else because, murder is not a moral term. It's a legal term. With hypocrisy, like, you can lie to protect someone, and that can be seen as not a sin. When it comes to hypocrisy, I think, like, no matter what context you use it in, it's considered, like, a bad thing.
I mean, not necessarily. Like, if you have somebody that loves like shooting up heroin, and they're like, "Don't shoot up heroin; it's bad for you." It's also that's good advice, even though that person's being hypocritical because they're shooting smack as well. Like, but I mean, like, I can think of a lot of things that are worse than like a better way to phrase this is like in online content creation, hypocrisy is like probably the biggest sin. Yeah, that's probably true.
You can kill someone or lie to someone for the right reasons. I don't think you can be a hypocrite for the right reasons.
Oh, I have a train. Goodbye.
He's staying with Bo Blacks.
Oh, no worries. We can wait for the train.
Bo Blacks lives on the train tracks. They're roommates, and they were roommates.
I think the other question I had, I'm trying to recall. It wasn't. Yeah, hang on. It wasn't necessarily about completely forgot it. Were you aware that Hamilton was recording your calls?
Let me see. I mean, I expected him to, but I don't think people would have twisted my words so much, and I don't think he would leak them, at least not as soon as he did. Himpleton has, like, backstabbed me 3 times. Last I checked. He wanted me to, last I spoke to him, he wanted me to join him in a war he was going to start against Lyle Convoy, even though he previously said for me to stop talking about drama content, and I was like, okay, so you don't want me to talk about drama, but...
It's like, Himpleton is content brain. And I respect it. I respect it. I do. I do respect it. Yes. He betrayed me 3 times, but I still talk to him. Okay.
Now you want me to talk about drama, which is it, man? And then I told him no, because I pretty much knew he was going to set me up as the fall guy if things went south. Himpleton is a guy I don't understand.
I don't think anyone does.
A lot of people don't like him, and he's also not really...
The people that don't like Himpleton are the people that get sucked into the Himpleton vortex. Those are the people that don't like him, because Himpleton is great at generating content. Those are the people that don't like him.
Really all that relevant, so it's like, why should I even waste my time talking to him? So
yeah, why? I agree.
I just stopped chatting with the guy altogether.
Fair enough. That did remind me though. You've frequently said in like calls with Himpleton, for example, Job Logic even. I think you might have even mentioned it in. No, I know you said it to Cope and Steve as well. You've constantly said that you are not going to make drama content anymore because it just you will end up repeating the behavior, is what you said.
Yeah,
correct.
But I changed my mind because, like, at this point I think, well, what else do I have left to lose? Might as well come back to drama content, and I'm not talking about dramas involving me. I'm talking about like other dramas that like don't really involve me all that much. And
is that not what got us in trouble in the first place, though?
You know, every fucking drama channel who said I'm going to stay away from drama, from Destiny to what's his face, Tipster, they always come back. And like, what is drama content? Like, some could argue that some of my reviews would count as drama content, and like, is it drama when the other person is responding? Like, where do we draw the line? So I just thought, you know what, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to come back to drama. And like, the main thing that brought me back, like the main thing that I was like, you know what, fuck it, I don't care anymore, was when people like were trying to dox my girlfriend, and it really does hit me.
It was like one joke, but like, I don't really understand this. Like, this is just me personally, especially if there's something that you like care a lot about. Like, if like, first of all, like, we're not even good at drama content, right? And it's not like a higher calling to do drama content. But if the consequences of you continuing to engage in making drama content are very high and you get very little return out of it, like, nobody likes Jar's content. Nobody's like, yeah, Jar video, Jar coverage, yeah. Nobody's really excited about it. You're not getting positive return in any kind of meaningful way. And so you can like just like be done and fuck off and not really have any consequences, or it's like, no, actually, fuck it. I'm going to continue to make things worse for me for something that gives me very little gain. Why? I don't get it.
After a while, it doesn't matter if you stop talking about drama, people are still going to talk about you. At least if I talk about drama, I at least can have the opportunity to defend myself like I did before.
I'm not sure I follow that logic, but personally,
there is no logic.
Just not make drama content. Because as far as I'm concerned, especially if there's victims involved, or it's an actually serious like topic or whatever. Like, I've seen your most recent uploads are like iDubbbz or like pirate software and like Hassan. I'm like, sure those are like very mainstream topics or whatever. But considering I feel like you're showing yourself to not be the best judge of character, right? So
correct.
I don't know if you should be weighing in.
Yeah, it's like, why would I trust somebody to give commentary on somebody else's character when we have no character of which to speak? You know what I mean? It's like, would you trust somebody who's blind to describe the visual description of an object to you? Probably not. Would you ask a deaf person to recreate a sound for you? Probably not, right?
On those situations for your own sake, personally, but and also you have a massive audience, and so I don't know, it's I mean, not so much anymore. But
yeah, not anymore. Not anymore.
You get me. It's
when I had a massive audience, I would try to talk things out with people, and when I did that, people accused me of like blackmailing them or threatening them, or they would hold on to the call only to release it when it was like most convenient. I think, compared to me, with a lot of other drama channels, like any complaint you can make about me, you can make about other people. Like, a lot of other people have fucked up also situations with victims, all of that. Like, just for example, Cope and Seas with the whole Destiny thing happening. Like, if you start...
How the fuck did Beckett fuck that up? What is this statement? How did Beckett fuck that up? And like, okay, Beckett. Okay, so the only thing that Beckett could have fucked up is that like Beckett made his video without the blessing of Pixie, because Pixie wanted everything to remain pretty hush hush. But anybody who knew about the leaks knew that it was Pixie. Anybody who was following that even closely knew that it was her. But nobody wanted to say it because they wanted to be respectful or whatever. And so him and President Sunday did their Destiny nuke videos, and President Sunday posits the infinite rape machine hypothetical, where if there is a machine that is raping people, and everybody who is raped by the machine doesn't want anybody to talk about it. They say, I don't want to talk about the machine. Don't tell anybody about the machine. I'm really embarrassed. I don't want anybody to know about it. How many people have to be raped by the infinite rape machine before you blow the whistle to shut it down? It's like, how many victims are an acceptable amount before you say, actually, like, I totally, like, understand your guys' wishes, but more people are going to be victimized unless someone says something, and if you won't, I will. It's kind of like a really fucked up trolley problem question. So you could say, like, yeah, sure, Beckett, like, didn't consult Pexi or get her blessing for this, but that is vastly different than Beckett, like, defending Destiny, getting called out for it, and then going back and doubling back and try to, like, I don't know, boost Pixie's allegations or whatever. Like, they're not comparable at all, because Beckett didn't defend Destiny, 1, 2, like, actively be in cahoots with Destiny, and then backtrack and try to befriend Pixie after the fact. Like, it was straight up just like the only criticism that you can really have is that he didn't consult Pixie. That's really it.
Saw that call he had with Willie Mac show, he was like freaking out about it. He thought this was like the end of the road for him for a little bit there. And the way I see it, I had a pretty good record up until recently, so I'm just going to go back to doing what I used to do.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, what? President Sunday, not so erudite video. Holy fuck. Dude, I'm literally stroking my shit crazy style right now. Holy fuck.
For how long?
Dude, I'm cranking the shit out of my hog. I'm kibbing my possible, dude. I'm justing my robot. Holy fuck. Dude, this is an 11-hour video. Oh! You guys, oh my god. Oh my god, this is my Roman Empire. Look. Look. Look! Oh my fucking god, I'm getting into the street order roll. I'm staying up all night and watching this. Holy fuck!
Yeah, I just, I mean, like, I'm gonna be real, the thesis of my video is that I'm fine with you continue to make content as long as it isn't about drama content, like drama, but, yeah, I mean, you do you, I can't stop you from doing that. I'm just saying, yeah.
Well, yeah, I think, I get what you're saying. It's just, it's not the drama content that screwed me over. It's the fact that, you know, things got leaked out. And the only time I've ever gotten like major backlash is when I, you know, spoke on like behalf of someone who was getting bashed and trying to find like, you know, be like really charitable with them, sometimes even like straight up defending them. And I'm just not doing that anymore. I'm just not like going to help anyone. And
dude, if I watch that on 2x speed, I can finish it by midnight.
At all, pretty much, unless it's like, you know, they have the majority on their side as is. Like, technically, I am going to be defending H3 in my video on, what do you call it? Cruel World, Happy Mind. But I'm not making the video saying give Cruel World, Happy Mind another chance, because, like, I'm done with that shit.
Done with it, bro. I'm over it.
So, yeah, at one point...
Okay, I feel like this is a good natural stopping point. Because we've been going for just about 5 hours, guys, and that is my cutoff. That is my cutoff, because I must go and make dinner. I must go and make dinner. I must feed my wife. She's violently hungover and it's been haunting the house, so I have to feed her. And obviously I have to listen to my 11-hour fucking Not So Erudite video. Got a blast. I'm gonna send you guys over to K-Huck. K-Huck is actually doing an interview with Crustlord right in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, K-Huck is doing an interview with Crustlord about Just a Robot's video. So, like, here, I'll show you. See? This is where I'm going to send you guys. K-Huck is talking to Lord Crust. And Just a Robot. Okay, so that's what... You guys are going to get your jar tent. You guys are getting your jar tent. Worry not. Yeah, worry not. You guys are getting your jar tent. So, I'm going to let this video keep playing so you guys can be caught up. Then I'm sending you to K-Huck, okay? But, yeah. It was Mimosa Day, and then We just lost control. We just lost fucking control with the mimosas. They're demonic. Mimosas are demonic. I completely agree. And then Kaiji, thank you so much for the 18 months of membership. I'm just getting ready to take off, but I appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much, everybody. Witness Kaiji, please. Very beautiful show stopping in. Brilliant. I will be back potentially later this week. I am not sure. I'm quite busy this week, but I always ping when I'm in Discord if I'm going to stream or not. I will certainly see you next Monday. Probably another time this week. I don't know yet. It depends on how my week is going. There's a planet in retrograde or something right now. Planet Rape is in retrograde. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I'm going to send you guys over to K-Huck. I'm going to keep the Crust video going so you guys can be up to date. Everybody go and behave and be nice to K-Huck, please, and thank you. She's starting in approximately 1 minute. Okay? All right. I love you guys a lot. Thanks for hanging out with me. I always appreciate your beloved company. You are also kind and generous and show-stopping, incredible, and brilliant. And I will see you guys later, alligators. I love you guys so much. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Hug, kiss, kiss, XOXO, Gossip Girl.
I am going to be defending H3 in my video on, what do you call it? Cruel World, Happy Mind. But I'm not making the video saying give Cruel World, Happy Mind another chance because, like, I'm done with that shit.
Okay, yeah, at one point, this is just a little random question. You said at one point you said Cindy wasn't trying to hit on a minor; she was just gooning with a minor. How does that make it any better? Exactly, what is the?
It does. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. She's like, I think the only thing that makes it better is that, like, her intent. She's just so unbelievably retarded. But she's not. I don't think she was trying to get with Eno romantically. I don't even think Eno thinks that. Last I spoke to her, but she definitely like is so unbelievably retarded that she didn't know this was like a stupid thing to do, and whether the